the conversation. Nikki Haley, I wanna close my eyes and only see Nikki Haley. She'll be by my side as we defund the police. Amrata Haley will take billionaires away from all their money. Nimrata Slaley will defend democracy. I need you, Nikki, right now. Now I need you, Nikki, no doubt. Forever and ever, Nikki Haley, I know you will be the one who fucks up Big Pharma. And Nikki Haley will all bend the knee if she ends our military-industrial complex. I need you, Nikki, right now. I need you, Nikki, no doubt. Forever and ever. We need you, Nikki. We need you, Nikki. We need you, Nikki, right now.
That's right. More than ever, we need Nikki right now. I'm Hassan Piker. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the HasanAbi broadcast. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one on this beautiful day, on this fantastic day, on this phenomenal day. It's Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It's 64 degrees and mostly sunny here in California, Los Angeles, on this beautiful, thirsty Thursday, March 7th. Thursday, March 7th, 2024. And I hope everyone is having a phenomenal one. I certainly am. I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a phenomenal one like me. Okay, I'm live and alive, and Panic at the DNC. That was the name of the song earlier that you listened to. Panic at the DNC, We Need You, Nikki was the name of the song, made by Joe Haran. 3 more days until Ramadan. I forget to inform you that we must now ban generative AI. That's crazy. Generative AI is the only thing that can save society and save Nimrata Slaley. If she had more generative AI in her campaign, she might have been the president. Anyway, hardest working man, biggest house, fastest car, Mr. Pecker. Hell yeah. Am I fasting? No, I'm not. I am the worst Muslim, as you guys know. That is not even a question. I am literally a gold medalist at being the absolute worst Muslim on the planet. So no, I will not be fasting during Ramadan. Anyway, we have a State of the Union, baby. 2 typos in the stream title. I know, it's so I can bait you guys in here. Okay. Also 1 typo, not even 2. It's great. Everybody baits nowadays. You know what I mean? Whether you're masturbating or just baiting people, or baiting people at the top of the hour, which I'm not going to do right now, obviously, duh. But yeah, we're going to be doing the John Oliver Boring/Boeing video. Anyway, have you seen the movement to ban Israel from Eurovision? No, I have not. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, not a lot is going on is not what I would say on this beautiful day. Now, you might have noticed that I'm actually here a little bit later. You know, it's 11:45. I've been live for 14 minutes, so I went live at 11:30 instead of 11 as I normally do, and that's because I did a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Yes, that's right. Last night I ended the broadcast. Played a lot of Infinite Wealth. It was great. It was fun. Went to bed early, woke up not early, even though I wanted to. Oh, you want that toy. Go ahead, take it, asshole. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I see. Anyway, gave up on Helldivers. Yeah, I did. I gave up on democracy. Anyway, do you think you could react to an old debate like Buckley versus Vidal or Galloway versus Hitches is more entertaining when you don't focus only on the news cycle? Where was I? What was I talking about? Yeah, okay. So I'm alive, and last night I ended the broadcast. Played a little bit of Yakuza, and woke up early this morning. Did not work out, but I'm still in a pretty decent mood, regardless of the fact that I didn't work out. And there's a reason, because is there a reason why you no longer play video games on stream? Sorry if you answered before. It's literally been like 3 days where I haven't played video games. That's crazy. Anyway, I shared the boy video to my friends. Yeah, it was awesome. So, woke up this morning. I'm wearing one of the new one of the new merch that's going to be coming out soon. One of the new merch that's going to be coming out soon, ladies and gentlemen. That's coming out. I did a photo shoot with the guys that actually shoot Drake's Nike lineup, and it was Pogger. Let me tell you, that shit was dope. Yeah. We actually did like kind of high fashion looking. Yeah, Nocta. We did it kind of high fashion looking, and it was actually sick. And I think it'll be cool. I think you guys will like it. I'm excited about it because I feel like the last one, the last photo shoot that we did for the last merch was too like e-commercey, and I didn't fuck with the vibes that much. But this one's like, it looks high fashion-y. Zack Snyder went off on Joe Rogan and convinced him to make our military woke. That's cool. Did you swing your meet Drake style? What was the vibes? Yeah. When is the Capitalism is Voluntary Swishers coming back? They're gonna probably come back in this lineup as well. We took some photos. You had two come out in kind of quick succession and also took people off guard. Yeah. Can you have Osita as a guest again these days? Sure. I recorded a video for Adam Frisch, who is running for Congress in the district made famous for creating the Bobert Monster. People told me to come here to get it to you. I like the last merch drop. I always get comments on the Capitalism is Voluntary sweater. Yeah, people love that one. The boobs are back. Yeah, are boobies woke or not woke? We will be talking about that later. You know, State of the Union. Will the U.S. build a port in Gaza? We're going to be talking about that. John Oliver owns Boeing. React. Fun Reacts are back. Boomer Dailies Gaming and more. Get in now. May Allah. Oh, dude. Okay, I'm going to run that right now. Hold on. Before we get started. Okay. Got to do it to him. Got to do it for the one time, dude. For the homies. Okay. Before we blast off, I got to give you guys this again.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Lisan al-Gaib. Okay. All right. I just love that so much. I can't get over it. I can't freaking get over it. Paul Atreides after he drank the blue Powerade. Yeah. That lives in my heart. That lives in my soul. That lives in my brain. It has a permanent space in there. And honestly, it lives in my soul like it's Cerveza Cristal. Basically, those are the two things that I've been thinking about quite a bit lately. Anyway, by the way, I tried to use your arguments in an Israel-Palestine debate with a friend, but I'm very dumb, so I somehow ended up arguing the United States Army should invade to permanently UN peacekeep. I mean, not the worst idea. You mean invade Israel? You know, I'm with it. Yeah, dude, if we're gonna fucking invade someone, we might as well be invading Israel, dog. The fuck? Do this Dune skit with Kaya? Oh my god, that's so funny. I can't do that skit with Kaya because Kaya can't fit under the covers and she would be insane. The same people who are crying about you making fun of the Queen's death, making fun of a dead Palestinian journalist for dying with his family, lol. Oh, is it like the new Destiny thing? I saw that. Making fun of the drama. Yeah, I mean, he's a douchebag and his politics are just like being a fucking dickhead and also, you know, being a bad dad and also being divorced all the time. So, you know, that's what happens. Please look at my snow art. I'm not desperate or anything. Please, please, please. Oh my God, this dude I think has like linked the snow art for so long. Here you go, chatter. 17 days ago, he's I think linked it every single day. Is it true that you're having Red Bar on your show? What the fuck is a Red Bar? I do not know what that is. New Fallout trailer. Okay, we'll do that. Lolo had the funniest Dune 2 TikTok. Check it out. Yeah, I saw.
Good people of Arrakis.
Yeah, by the way, someone reposted this fucking meme on Twitter and Elon Musk liked it. So Lolo is canceled. Lolo has actually given a moment of laughter and a moment of solace to Elon Musk. Think about that. Casually explain bodybuilding, only 9 minutes. Okay, we'll do that later. I asked Adam Frisch if he's receiving APAC money, and he said he didn't know. After I pointed out that according to Open Secrets, he was, he said, we are then. He denies Israel's an apartheid state. Expose him, please. I have the video. Dude, I can't. Dude, are you telling me that an American member of the Democratic Party, a local businessman, family man, and former city councilman, Adam Frisch, is getting APAC money, running for a candidate for a 2024 Colorado member of the U.S. House elections? Are you telling me that man doesn't believe Israel's an apartheid state, that is, guys, let me tell you something, okay? There are things that are shocking. There are things that are shocking. And then there are things that are the most shocking. The unimaginable truths have been exposed today. Chatter, I love that you're doing this. I love that you are, taking it to the man. But I'm going to keep it $150 with you. This is the least shocking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I posted a video, Adam Frisch, on the wrong YouTube channel's comment section, not yours, but the people who were interested in it and told me to contact you here. There's a clip of it on my YouTube. This is my first time using Twitch. Sure. I think a good question would be, do you disagree with the Amnesty International, B'Tselem, and other human rights groups that Israel's an apartheid state? That's a good line of questioning that you can hold people to account on. And also, you are uncommitted on ceasefire. Why do you think it's okay that Israel has killed more than 20,000 children and women, 25,000 children and women with our weapons, with our bombs? Those are the two things that you can say to congresspersons and whatnot and people running for office. Those are things that I recommend you do. Anyway, getting back to it. I have some content ideas. You could go on a hike with Kaya and Vlogger for the second channel. Another idea, which was suggested by Miser, is to do a fundraising for UNRWA. If you'd like to, you can tie the fundraiser to the content you're going to make in Australia and Japan. For example, if we raise X amount of money, you'll do a certain activity, like going to a capybara cafe. Thank you, Sheltered Rosebud. A lot is happening. A lot is happening in this chat right now. A lot of movement, a lot of momentum. I like it. Anyway, what the fuck was I going to say? Oh, I'm blasting off. Let's blast off at this point. Come on now. All right, let's do it. I'm going to blast off now. And we made the ops list, bro. Nice. You need to watch the best ever start of a stream. Okay, hold on. Do we have a meme for me to use for this blast off, or do we not? That's the real question. Do or do not. There is no try. We did Kaya's in the other day. I guess I could use this one. Okay, Cerveza Cristal. Cerveza Cristal. That shit is stuck in my goddamn mind. And so is this.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. May Allah awaken.
I can't stop listening to that, man. It's in my mind. Fear is the mind killer, they say, but this has killed my mind. It occupies a permanent space there. Money can change opinions. My price is $20 million. If Ben Shapiro said he would give a fat contract, I'm going full Candace Owens because it's too damn easy to do. Yes, I have a price. Get your money up, King. Why was Trump saying that? Because he's woke, dude. That's why he's saying that. He wants people, what do you mean? He wants Allah to awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel and the United States. What the fuck do you mean? What kind of question is this? Hello? It's because he's woke. He's going to be better than Joe Biden on Palestine. Someone's going to clip that and be like, Hasan thinks this serious.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
He just wants, bro, he wants people to awaken to the light of Islam. That's it. You know what I mean? Mashallah. Mashallah, Trump, brother Donald. Here, this was the Lolo meme that you guys wanted me to watch. This, I just want to point one more time that Lolo made this meme, and also Elon Musk laughed at it.
It's me, Shai-Hulud, your beloved sandworm of the desert. Many people are saying Paul Atreides, little Paul Atreides. I call him Pesky Paul. He's Al-Mahdi. People are calling him Lisan Al-Gaib. Pesky Paul's calling himself Muad'Dib. He said, Muad'Dib, I'm a little desert mouse. Just a humble little desert mouse. And he is very tiny. I saw him. I could crush him easily. Folks, you can't trust Pesky Paul. He's got the Bene Gesserit. Nasty women. Those Bene Gesserit trying to control the outcome of events. He's going around the desert. He's going to the south of the southern border. He's bringing up religious fanatics from the south. He's trying to wage a holy war in the whole universe. Now the Harkonnens, we don't like the Harkonnens, folks. They're terrible. They're terrible. They gave us a bad deal, but I can get a better deal from the Harkonnens. What can I say? They want our spice. It's the most precious substance in the universe. We're going to get a better deal. We're going to make Arrakis great again. It's going to be an amazing time. We're going to have paradise here in Arrakis, not because of Pesky Paul, but because of your old friend Shai-Hulud.
Shai-Hulud here. This spice melange must flow. Spoilers, appreciate it. Dude, stop. Is it bad that I thought all these people were the same guy? That's so funny. Yeah, what the fuck is going on TikTok? Why? Too many gingers, man. Too many fucking gingers, dog. They got to break this up a little bit. Say to the union. Yes, bro. Say to the union. You got baited. You got baited. You got baited. I'm doing TikTok moves. I'm making big money moves. Do you understand me? I'm making big money moves and not funny moves. I'm moving in a way that you don't understand. Your brain can't comprehend it. You right? Every time I go on TikTok, there's a dude who's like, oh, I got the snake emoji banned off TikTok. So if you come on my live stream, if you see me live right here, definitely don't click on it. And then, go in there and use the snake emoji. I will lose my mind if you do that. So I'm basically doing that now. Okay. Boeing engineers are getting caught on fire. Wait, what? This is insane. Dude, Boeing Boeing needs to be bought by the government at this point. I mean, it can't stay alive without government intervention anyway. It can't stay alive without subsidies anyway. We might as well make it ours, right? We bought it. We've paid for it. We paid enough to buy it. Shai Hulud. New batch of housecore TikToks, all bangers, no bait. We will save fun day tomorrow. Okay, I believe you. I respect it. The amount of respect I have. Of course, you want to save private companies when they do bad. No, dog. I want to make them not private. Do you not understand what I just said? Did you not understand the words that came out of my mouth? I said, buy Boeing. We've already paid for it 10 times over. It's ours now. Sorry. It's freaking ours, baby. We own it. Nationalize Boeing and then make it all union. Bro, we're about to have a horrible fun day. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're not about to have a horrible fun day because nationalize Apple then. Brother, say no more, okay? I've talked about this before, but I have this theory. I've talked about how we could actually achieve full-blown communism. I have talked about how we could achieve full-blown communism. You might ask how we do that. We nationalize Amazon. We let Amazon basically horizontally and vertically expand and integrate to an unimaginable level. And then we turn around and we nationalize Amazon by force. So when we do that, all of a sudden, you were the top channel where Dune 2 was discussed. Shai Hulud. Yeah, I haven't stopped discussing it. People's Republic of Walmart is so good. Yep. That's basically what I've been saying. Merge Amazon with USPS, all workers instantly unionized. Monopolization is a historic progressive force according to Marx. Yeah, if it is done not at the behest of private profiteers, but rather at the behest of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Have you ever considered doing ContraPoints of the new episode of Come and See? It's about being non-binary. Even has interesting commentary for the queer community. Thank you for reading it. I break through these great chatting snowstorm. No, I have not thought about it, and I will continue to not think about it. Get ready to liberate the mech suit production for democracy. This is not a drill. Our factories are under attack, halting all output. Helldivers have been deployed to liberate Tianquan. The Tianquan factories are rolling out Exo 45 Patriot exosuit on the battlefield soon. Are you boycotting? Boycotting what? How do you feel about the lack of MENA representation in Dune despite heavy influence of MENA and Arabian influence in the book's themes, symbols, language, characters? I love it. I want to do Arab invisibility. MENA invisibility. I don't care, man. As a MENA boy myself, I don't give a shit. You want to know why I don't give a shit? Because the movie's good. I don't care. That's it. These are the same questions I've answered this entire week. There's a general strike happening from March 7th. That was just announced yesterday. Yeah, that's how it works. Do you think its politics are good? Yes. Do I worship the devil, Hasan? Yes. There's a call to action to shut it down on March 13th. Shut what down? This is not how any of this stuff works. Boys, girls, MBs, ladies, gentlemen, emperors, kings, queens, listen to me, okay? There is a very real general strike action that was put in place by Sean Fain. He is the leader, the union leader, democratically elected union leader of the UAW, okay? Now that is supposed to happen in 2028. They want to basically set up all of the contracts in every unionized sector to basically have it end at the same time, May Day 2028. Okay? That's how long it takes for a fucking general strike like that to work. Organizing something like that takes a tremendous amount of uplift. Okay? It takes a lot of bandwidth. It takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of momentum. Organizing of that sort does not occur on Twitter or on Reddit, and it doesn't occur out of nowhere, okay? This requires a shit ton of power. It requires a shit ton of logistics, organizing. I'm the Kotaku author getting blamed for Gamergate too high. Oh, Elisa Merck, 24-month subscriber. God damn. I read your piece. I believe I read your piece yesterday. It was pretty good about what is that? Bad Baby Inc. or whatever. That's the one you wrote, right? Where you were like, these people are being stupid. Great piece, by the way. Yeah, Sweet Baby Inc. Bad Baby Inc. Whatever. More like Alyssa Sarkeesian. Am I right? Am I right? Okay, that didn't hit. Yeah, this was the one. We read it yesterday. Huh. Tried to buy this really cool ass shirt and it sadly came with none of the words crossed out. That's so funny. God, I like that they're like reselling my fucking shirt. The general strike action is one of the few things that gives me at least a little bit of hope and chance for the pushback against fascism. The Starbucks union recently winning contract negotiations is also promising. Yep. But what if my boycott Starbucks gets 100K likes? Yes. There is going to be a general strike. Commentators like you are ignorant and hold us back. I got 30K upvotes on Reddit. You have to promote the revolution. Look, I love the energy. I love the energy that people put the like general strike and action like that, labor action like that. It's cool. I'm glad that you guys want to do your part, but like talk to a single person who is more knowledgeable on this stuff. I promise you, that's not how this works. You can't just like push a button and like implement a general strike. It doesn't work that way. Here, I haven't seen the cutie clip that is incredible. You said it was an incredible cutie clip. Let's take a look at that before we get into the news.
Can you hear the rain?
What is happening? How is that possible? Yo, Rodecaster, I'm sorry. I use it, but goddamn, the hardware and the software is so mid. Unless she accidentally hit one of the buttons to make the robot voice. Rodecaster 2 is like a lot better than the first one, but goddamn, this is a little bit of inside baseball here. She might have hit like accidentally like hit the robot button or something. But honestly, yo, speaking of labor, I was listening to an old episode of The Dig last night, and Alex Press and Eric Blanche shouted you out as someone who got hella young people interested in labor organizing. Yes, but guess what, dude? That's not gonna get you fucking likes on Twitter, dog. So fucking don't worry about it, okay? What will get you likes on Twitter instead is to fucking clip me out of context and be like, Hasan thinks Twitch streaming is a more difficult endeavor than underwater oil rig welding, okay? So don't worry about it. I know these are people who spend all of their fucking time for years and years covering labor, but what the fuck do they know about labor, okay? I know a lot about labor. I'm a fucking landlord with a YouTube channel, okay? I know a lot about labor, and I'm going to use every waking moment and every opportunity to be like, this fucking guy, that guy sucks. Also, I don't suck. I love you. I'm with the workers, okay? Workers rise up, am I right? Also, rise up to pay those fucking rents, baby. The rent is due, bitch. I'm going to fucking make sure that your ass is on the fucking sidewalk. If the 15th comes around, okay, and you don't got your rent due, you don't got that rent money, bitch, you and your whole fucking family, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Is your wife pregnant? Well, guess what, dude? You shouldn't have fucked, okay? I'm cum maxing. Okay, I'm doing cum retention. You should be doing it too. Why are you nutting inside of your wife and having a child if you can't fucking pay for your rent? Okay. Anyway, like I said, make no mistake. Don't pay attention to any of that shit. Pay attention to what I'm saying right now. As my YouTube job, I've decided, which is not difficult, of course, not difficult at all. But remember that guy, that Twitch streamer, that clip that you saw. Remember how angry that clip made you? Yeah. I have 2 coworkers sucked into the abyss by a giant squid. You make noises into the microphone like ape. Anyway. Can
you hear the rain?
Anyway. UK judges are coming after our big, beautiful boy. That's fucked up, dude. That's crazy. Gamergate vibes are back in. Somehow Anita is getting bullied in 2024. However bad you may think things are in your life, just now remember you're not Anita Sarkeesian staging a wedding-themed 40th birthday at a party which she didn't actually get married. Dog, you literally are named Raw Egg Nationalist. Oh my God. Give it up, dude. Let this woman live. Jesus, Lord mercy. Why are we doing Gamergate in 2024? Holy fuck, dude. Honestly, I'm going to keep it $150. If I was still trying to relive the glory days of Gamergate in 2024, I would have fucking video game myself, dude. Oh my God. Bro, this woman made a video 10 fucking years ago. Let me tell you something, okay? There is no video. There is no video that anyone could have made 10 fucking years ago that gets you this riled up still, especially if they're no longer like operating in that space. You know what I mean? Let it go, man. Let it go. Your life still sucks dick, okay? Your life still sucks dick partially because you can't let this shit go. Look at the top comment, of course, is Sargon of Akkad. Oh my God, these fucking losers. Ugh. Games are woke, so stop playing chuds, please, I'm begging you. The problem is none of these motherfuckers play games anyway. They hate gaming. I know that they hate gaming. I know it. That's why they're constantly chirping. That's why they're constantly fucking crying all the goddamn time. Like, there's a lot of shit that occurs in the gaming space that sucks. But this is definitely a good time to be alive for gaming, okay? I know I'm out of the loop, but what is Gamergate? Based on your gameplay, you also hate gaming? Fucking got him. Sounds like she had enough friends and family to fill out a wedding all by herself and enough money to hold one, which is a real W here. I mean, it's just like, dude, hunting down a person that made a fucking YouTube video about feminism in video games 10 years ago and like keeping track of what they do right now in this day and age in 2024, 10 years after, is psychotic. You are literally a stalker, okay? The problem is, online, we've made it so that like this kind of stalking ass behavior is normal and good. And my favorite, holding people accountable. It's like, what did you hold accountable, dude? Hold yourself accountable. Had to block the community notes violating people guy today. Damn, dude. Fucking violated. Oh, God. Relitigating the whole, like, racism, the white people stuff is also so dumb. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Holy moly. People are so... Reddit ask community note? Yes. To the chatter who want to know what Gamergate is, watch this video. It will not tell you anything about Gamergate, but it will be something to do until you forget about it.
On just a minute, because we have rather an incredible breaking news story that we're following right now, and this is coming to us out of Colorado. What you all see right there is an experimental aircraft that inside of which is a 6-year-old boy who got into that aircraft not that long ago and accidentally launched it. It's hard to believe, but it is absolutely true. It's coming to us. This is the balloon. It is coming to us from KUSA. The chopper is taking pictures, and I believe this balloon, again, experimental with a 6-year-old little boy.
Jesus Christ. The cutaway from Obama to this makes the video so much better, I think. They're like, all right, shut the fuck up, Obama. It's time to talk about the balloon boy. Read the ticker, 6-year-old boy in hot air balloon over Colorado. That's right. Dude, it goes so hard with, listen.
Boy, whose parents have created this experimental balloon. Inside, it's about 10,000 feet up. That's the approximate height right now, traveling at pretty wicked speeds right there. This is in the area of Greeley, Colorado.
Only time Wagner
the
is
family home, I believe,
okay?
is in Fort Collins, Colorado. Apparently, this experimental balloon was attached somehow to the house of the family creating it. It was tethered by a rope, and the 6-year-old little boy got into that balloon. And I'm
not gonna lie, if this shit happened today, we would shoot that thing out of the sky so goddamn quick. Not that there was a balloon boy in the balloon anyway. Okay? Not on my watch, pal. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, okay? Hey, this is my message to you. That's a Chinese in the balloon. That's not an American child in the balloon. That's a Chinese balloon with a Chinese child in it. And I'm gonna shoot it. You can't stop me from shooting the Chinese balloon. Balloon boy. This is for the Anita Sarkeesian chatter. That's what I'm gonna do one of these days. Yeah, it's not a child, it's a military age Chinese boy. That's a boy that's military age Chinese. I watched this full screen one day on my stream, pretending it was really live, and a bunch of chatters that were either European or young were like, what the hell is going on? Fuck, this is peak America. This is an actual newscast from a San Francisco TV reporting the names of flight crew in the Asiana plane crash.
Coroner is still trying to determine the cause of death and whether she was already dead when the truck hit her. We have new information now also on the plane crash. KTVU has just learned the names of the 4 pilots who were on board the flight. They are Captain Sum Ting Wong.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, I don't even want to. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. I really like that you've been using the key analogy more since watching that Matt Christman video a few weeks ago. What the fuck? Okay. Prominent character in Dune 2 is Tunisian, and she's awesome. Shikakli. I have yet to watch. What was I gonna say? I forgot what I was. Oh my god! How did I? Oh my god! In the middle of saying something, reading a chatter, I forgot. If anyone really does want to know the history of Gamergate, though, Sean YouTube has some great videos about it, and key figures like Sargon, Black Pigeon, Molnier, etc. Oh, it was Master of the Airs. Yeah, no, Masters of the Air. I have not watched it yet. No, bro, I ain't got no time. There's too much good stuff. There's too much good stuff. Good video on Gamergate, real.
This is what we're going to talk about, but it's going to be a long road because I want to run through the whole process from start to finish.
Bro, I actually don't even know the full details of Gamergate. Like, should we even do this? Everything you're going to see from Gamergate is going to be literally like 10 years old, by the way, or 8 years old. Like, this is going to be the newest Gamergate video. The reason why nobody knows about it is nobody should know about it. It's a very formative event for a lot of people's radicalization online, right? A lot, like even David DePipe, if you remember, David DePipe, who homosexual lover of Paul Pelosi, David DePipe, attributed Gamergate as his like radicalization point. It's been a big vector for hate for a very long time. And nowadays, considering that people are trying to relitigate Gamergate, I do feel like it might be good to just go over it quickly. I don't know, though. I don't know what like the greatest... I don't know what would be like the easiest, quickest, sweetest, shortest way to basically describe it. But everything that you see nowadays with respect to like lol cows, internet drama farmers, all of that stuff converged into a singular form of action by the sweatiest mouth breathers that you have ever seen. Many people in this community don't want to watch the Gamergate video because they were the fucking sweaty losers back then. And probably feel very embarrassed about it if they are, old enough. If you're like 35 in this community, there's a very high likelihood that you were back then watching these fucking dipshit losers, not folding ideas. I'm saying like the dipshit losers that he basically is most likely talking about in this video, like the Sargon of Akkad and the Stefan Molny meme. Like so many of these people that you now probably know as like old school white supremacists, right? Those guys all back in the day used to act like they were classical liberals or real progressives and that the progressive movement was actually regressive. It was just manufactured outrage that was packaged as though people were doing accountability politics by holding video game journalists accountable. Now, obviously, video game journalists in and of itself or video game journalism has a shit ton of issues. IGN being a mode of marketing for massive publishers, things of that nature. That's not what we're talking about, though. The accountability for ethics in video game journalism basically was just harassing female journalists for the most part, doxing them and going crazy over it, and then saying that you were doing this for accountability. Most of it was also just anger. Most of this was also anger and resentment from nerds that felt like their space, gatekeepers, felt like their space was being occupied by a new wave of people, and they were very angry. They wanted to keep gatekeeping it as hard as they could. Now, that's where a lot of this shit comes from. Ethics, where the ethical way to do video game journalism is to do it as a man, of course. Thankfully, I was a leftist back then. I remember the same people worshipped Elon and still do now. Yeah, a lot of those guys were. I only knew about it. I only knew about it because the very same people that were like Gamergaters online were also very angry at people like myself because I was on the Young Turks. That's what it was. Like a lot of those guys hated TYT. I'm a hardcore gamer, brother. I welcome all new players. I need to pad my Warzone stats. Yeah, Gamergate nowadays can basically, even back then, but certainly nowadays, could be reduced to this very famous rant. Okay, here it is. Oh my God, Reddit video, the only fucking platform worse than Twitter for video. I'm losing my mind, please. Now, of course, if you were one of those people that was a big Gamergater, okay, and you, found yourself in the throes of, if you found yourself in the throes of Gamergate radicalization and you're completely out of it, it ultimately, it doesn't matter. It's not it's not a bad thing. Like, it's fine that you got over it and you are better now as a consequence of the experiences that you went through. It's fine. I mean, it's a little embarrassing, certainly, but it doesn't really matter. And don't let people, if you don't have those politics anymore, don't let people fucking get mad at you and try to yell at you over that kind of shit. Why wouldn't they? TYT is just another Breitbart or Alex Jones type network trash. TYT back then, especially when I worked there, was one of the very few online outlets that was doing progressive reporting. So no, back then they were not leaning into the crime panic or trans panic even at times. And TYT still has a lot of journalists and a lot of reporters and a lot of commentators who don't lean into that. It's just that the highlights come from Cenk and Anna, which leads people to believe that everyone at TYT believes those things when that's not the case. But yeah, back then that didn't really happen at all. But yeah, like I said, Gamergate can be reduced to, I'm trying to fucking find this goddamn fucking pronouns video. Why is this so freaking hard? It is so hard to find one of the most iconic rants of all time. What the hell?
There's a stage in the character creation system.
Every fucking conceivable. I love all myself. Think, oh my god, fire up a brand new RPG. Lose myself. Think, oh my god, just think of this world. Just think of all the planets I can visit. All the immersive things that I can get involved with. All the fights. All the relationships. All the people I meet. All the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us.
Oh, give me the fucking pronouns, though. Give me the fucking pronouns. Come
Sorry,
on.
did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Oh my God. I just figured out my next TikTok. You know how people like bust open their laptop and like will play an iconic video and will lip sync it so perfectly? I think I need to do that. I think I need to do a TikTok lip sync of that because this is one of the only things that I can adequately lip sync. But anyway, it's one of the most iconic things that happened when Starfield was released. And basically, this is a continuation of Gamergate. This is like exactly the vibes, exactly the type of person, and exactly the same kind of politics of like getting mad at something that is innocuous, getting mad at something that is completely irrelevant, and making a much larger deal out of it, right? It can be anything and everything that even scratches the surface of like diversity, progressive beliefs, anything of that nature, DEI. It's the gamer version of getting mad at a company being like, we care about black people, right? And it's just conservatism. It's pure reactionary conservatism. And of course, the more conservative you are, the more reactionary you are, the less you are going to be inclined to do media analysis. You're not going to understand any kind of nuances. You're not going to understand subtext. You're not going to understand any of that, famously. So that's it. That's what this is. Glad to see you're still making money by stealing labor, says Fanderil. Yes, if you want to combat someone stealing money by other people's labor, which by the way, what I'm doing right now is not that. I think this is just basically doing a YouTube video, which is what I'm precisely doing right now. It's a big part of YouTube is by just like, building a narrative. I'm just doing it in real time currently. It's not like I'm watching this video through and not really saying anything. But guess what? If you want to hold me accountable further, unionize your workplace. That would really piss me off. As you guys know, I fucking despise socialism, communism, trade unionism of all different likes. So if you really want to fuck me up, if you really want to piss me off, dude, unionize your workplace. I would hate it. Okay? I would seethe. Okay? I would loathe. Oh yeah, sitting at your PC watching other people's hard work. For sure how YouTube works. Brother, I'm telling you, you hate me, and that's understandable because I'm a big time capitalist. I love stealing people's labor. I love making money. It's my favorite thing. Now, if that angers you, okay, good. Channel that anger and move in the direction of unionizing your workplace. I would hate that. There is nothing, and I mean nothing, that pisses me off harder than when I see workers get their due. I fucking hate it. Okay, I hate it. There should be no minimum wage. There should be no minimum. $15. I'm losing my mind thinking about it. I got chills, and they're multiplying. Yes, you do. I'm glad you are able to acknowledge that, even if you're sarcastic about it. Yes. No, I'm not sarcastic. I love capitalism. Now, channel your frustration that you have towards someone like me, who's a big, bad, monocle-wearing, factory-owning, labor-stealing guy, and use it. I would hate it. If you came after me like that, if you came after me by fucking, I don't know, giving money to strike funds, oh, God. Oh, there's nothing I hate more than those lousy, lazy workers. I would hate if you did that. You will really show me. If you went to a fucking ceasefire protest, you know what I mean? If you went around, oh God, I don't even want to think about it. If you went around and disrupted events that Democratic Party and Republican Party members are having, if they are not committed to ending the ethnic cleansing campaign, which, by the way, I don't believe ethnic cleansing, clearly not. Israel has a right to defend itself. Remember October 7. Remember 9/11 and October 7. October 7, 9/11, 9/11, October 7. If you were to go to one of those events and you were to disrupt it and you were to film yourself, I would lose my mind. That would make me so mad. You should do both of those things. You would really show me. You would show me. You'd show me up. You would destroy me. My capitalist, America-loving ass would be so, it would be so owned. Oh my God. I'd be so mad. Anyway, yeah. Other things I hate, when you subscribe and don't see the ads. You know what I mean? Those are like things I just despise. Show me how good you are. But you won't, because you're a coward. You're a coward, and I own you. As a capitalist, I own you and your family. Ooh. Anyway, yeah, own that fraud chatter. Exactly. All right, so as I was saying, we were talking about Gamergate. It pissed me off by joining the DSA. I hate that. Don't do it. Don't ever join the Democratic Socialists of America. I hate that. 34 MKD 50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Oh, no, 50 gifted subs. I hate that. Oh. All right. So let's start with the Innuendo Studios. Why are you so angry? Part 1, a short history of Anita Sarkeesian. Let's dive into it. Let's let our freak flags fly a little bit, and let's learn about Gamergate. Because honestly, my short summarization of it, because like I don't know anything about Zoe Quinn, for example. So the video I linked, I can't recommend it enough. Within the video, he explains clearly why all things are political, something you talk about all the time, the Folding Ideas one. Sure, we'll watch the Folding Ideas one then. This is an 8-year-old video from Folding Ideas. The channel changed dramatically over the course of that 8 years, obviously, but I think that this is, according to Little Bear, pretty good analysis of
Gamergate's
Gamergate.
base assumptions create a worldview that enables and justifies harassment and terrorism. This is what we're going to talk about, but it's going to be a long road because I want to run through the whole process from start to finish. And it gives us a great reason to talk about critical tools. This is actually a subject that I've wanted to bring up more often for a long time, pretty much since the show started, but I've never really gotten around to it. I mean, it's been there in bits and pieces, but let's really crack into one because this is a perfect time. Let's talk about base assumptions. Base assumptions are the things that you, I, everyone takes for granted about the world. They are the things that default to yes or no until proven otherwise. These are the things that we believe are just the way things are. In fact, even more than that, they're often the things that we don't even consciously believe because they're frequently things we're completely oblivious to. They're invisible, unquestioned, part of the background. Believing is active. You've encountered something or been taught something and thought about it, and yes, you think that's how things work. Base assumptions, however, are typically passive. They're just there as the rules that everything else is built on.
And that's precisely why, in a society that is right-wing, a white supremacist society, a society that's fundamentals are white supremacist inherently, is always going to have a lot of social conditioning, a lot of social learning that factors these sorts of beliefs. That's why I always tell people in this community, a bunch of leftists who are very woke and very angry all the fucking time, to be a little bit more forgiving of people that engage in statements that are frustrating, like microaggressions or things like that. As long as they are willing and able and demonstrating that they're interested in learning and changing their behavior, you should be understanding of people's reactionary beliefs, because that takes a long fucking time to get over, and you have to be compassionate. You have to lead with empathy. That's why I always repeat Michael Jamal Brooks, rest in power, his statement, be kind to people, be ruthless to systems, right?
They are one of the major things that form what we consider to be normal. Alright, I know a bunch of you are thinking, well, what is normal? Maybe the crazy people are normal and the normal people are the crazy ones. And that's good. I've wondered the same thing myself in the past.
By the way, speaking of the Sinead O'Connor chatter that was in here yesterday, wanting me to constantly fucking watch videos and clips of Sinead O'Connor, a wonderful statement from her was, it is no representation of sanity to be well adjusted to a violent society. I paraphrased it, I messed it up a little bit, but you know, she's right. It is not sanity to be well adjusted to an insane society, right? Here, I'll use the actual statement that she said instead of the, it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. That's what she said. One of her, in my opinion, greatest quotes of all time. It is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society.
It's wrong for a variety of ontological reasons, but it's a good starting point because it's being critical about assumptions that drive daily life, recognizing that many things in society are more or less arbitrary constructs. They may exist for a reason, but those reasons aren't natural law. Take traffic lights, for example. Why are they red, yellow, and green? Why not blue, orange, and hyperviolet? Turns out the answer is pretty typical. Back in the 1800s, the railway industry started using those colors and they just kind of stuck. Red already has a history as a warning signal, green was chosen because it looks different from red, and yellow because it looks different from the other two. Well, as long as you aren't colorblind, that is. Right there, we've hit a base assumption. The chosen colors assume you aren't colorblind. So there are reasons underpinning the choice of traffic light colors. There is a logic there, but that logic is arbitrary. Traffic light color isn't dictated by the force of gravity or the speed of light or some other immutable fact. It is a decision that someone made over a century ago that stuck because traffic rules.
I can't see the number. L, imagine being colorblind. You're weak. You're weak, chatter. Just kidding. I'm joking.
Need to be more or less standardized so that drivers know what to expect of others and what others expect of them in order to minimize how often they ram into one another. So that's a tiny example that has nothing to do with narrative, but it's a good demonstration of how something becomes just the way things are. Let's apply the same to narrative. First things first, we need to talk vocabulary. Kitchen vocabulary. Today's kitchen vocabulary word is text. Now in colloquial use,
oh my God. God, I love bread tubers. They were doing the battles in the trenches, but goddamn, they take a long ass time to get to the fucking point. Get to the point, Folding Ideas. I love you. I love you so much. You do phenomenal work even to this day. Okay? And his channel is greatly improved, except it has gotten longer and longer. He folds the fucking ideas so goddamn hard, like it's Nihon steel, dude. Okay? I'm talking Japanese katanas, baby. He's folding 10,000 times over to make sure that this motherfucker, oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, here. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it justice. I'm going to do it justice. We're going to talk about text. Okay? We're going to talk about text. I'm going to let him cook. I'm going to let him cook. I'm going to let him cook. I'm being disrespectful to the guy who's making phenomenal work here, okay?
Today's kitchen vocabulary word is text. Now in colloquial use, text refers to the printed word, but here we're going to be using it to refer to any cultural work taken as a whole. So a book, the whole book, is a text, as is a video game or a movie or a song or an album or a TV show or a video on the internet. The text of a book includes the, well, text and any pictures that happen to be included, while the text of a movie includes the dialogue, cinematography, color palette, motion, editing, pacing, and really any other form of language that the movie uses to convey.
Yeah, video essays go into the beginning of the earth to explain a concept is literally
Meaning,
what's happening here.
The text of a...
It's so funny because his videos are such bangers, okay? I just want to show you this, okay? I want to show you this much. This is all I'm going to say, okay? The future is dead. Mall Decentraland and the metaverse. Where's his other video? The famous one that he made. Wasn't it Folding Ideas that did the crypto one that was like 8 hours long? Did I skip it? Did I pass it? Like, he now makes even longer videos. Okay? It was at the top. This is financial advice. 2 hours and 31 minutes long. He's so good. And he is so, let me tell you something. He's so good. The line goes up. The problem with NFTs, 2 hours and 18 minutes long. This is financial advice. He's so good. He makes videos for people that don't understand the concept at all. And he does such a great job of like explaining everything. And I love him for it. He is the GOAT. Okay. He is the GOAT. It's just really funny because like even in this 20-minute video, he's cooking it so goddamn slow, dude.
video game includes all of that, plus the gameplay itself and the Ludo narrative created by the same. Because the principles and theories that we're going to be talking about apply more or less uniformly to all of these different media, we're going to be using the word text to refer to all of them at the same time. In order to evaluate the base assumptions of a text, it can be helpful to anthropomorphize the text. Think about it as though it were a person and figure out what its priorities and beliefs would be if you could talk to it. This is useful as a device because it can help separate what exists in the text from assumptions about the motives of the people who made the text. That's valuable because while authorial intent can be insightful or interesting, in the end only audience remains, and it's entirely possible for well-meaning people to create problematic text through accident, inattention, or carelessness. I'm picking out an example that I touched on ever so briefly before in my longer rundown of Man of Steel. How does Man of Steel feel about the military?
This council has been disbanded.
Military authority in Man of Steel always goes unquestioned. When Zod launches a coup attempt, no one criticizes his right to authority. He is never stripped of rank, he is never accused of dereliction of the ethics and morals of his position, and he is never challenged for his claim to leadership. Something very, very important to remember before we go any further with this is that every text is political by nature.
That was the reason why he did the first 5 minutes. He's proving it, okay? It's proof. He's basically showing you proof as to why all text, this is the basis of media literacy, okay? It's basic political commentary, it's basic analysis. He's just describing, he came to the fucking conclusion already. He knows what the conclusion is. He's just proving it, okay? That's it. He's saying all text is political, which is correct. Politics is unavoidable, okay? It is all around us. Politics impacts your life even if you don't believe it. As a matter of fact, being apolitical is an expressly political thing, okay? It shows so much about your existence. It means that you are not directly harmed by the ongoing politics. For example, okay, you might have been an apolitical person in the Jim Crow South, right? But black people, on the other hand, did not have the opportunity to be apolitical in the Jim Crow South, right? Because their existence was political. Where they could go, their freedom of movement was restricted. Their lives were in danger by lynch mobs, right? That's it. So even believing the absence even believing that there is not politics happening all around you is a political thing. It is impossible to avoid, okay? Dude who's obsessed with politics sees it everywhere. Is anyone surprised by this? Yes, it's everywhere, but you don't have to obsess over it so much that you intentionally go out of your way to put it into everything instead of coming out naturally. Oh, my beautiful boy, my sweet child. Do you not understand the point that we're making here? Which is that it does not matter. This is the entire basis behind people not recognizing that Call of Duty, for example, is a political franchise and thinking that Call of Duty with a black woman is, right? People that do not have this foundational understanding, okay, oftentimes children or people with childlike brains will say, oh, that's political. I don't like that. Get the politics out of my video games, okay? Except given that video games are another medium for art, it is impossible for video games not to have politics in them, okay? Now, you can let that bother you. You can get angry at it. I certainly do not, right? As you guys know, I famously tell people, you know, enjoy things. It's okay. You can consume stuff. It doesn't say everything about, it's not a political act inherently to analyze a form of art or enjoy it, okay? It doesn't. Don't be unbearable and boring and annoying and constantly fucking finger wag at people for enjoying shit, for example.
As creators and audience, we all exist in a political context. It is inescapable. Even an attempt at creating something apolitical is ultimately political because it is a priori a rejection of the political. Man of Steel, which has some decidedly political motives of its own, is at the very basic level an expensive consumer entertainment product created in a capitalist system. It cannot help but reflect that system, push and pull off of it, any more than a swimmer in a pool can avoid disturbing the water.
It's great. That's great. That's a great take. He's right. Because our politics, which is baked into, of course, the culture that we consume, is, of course, reflective of the material conditions. That's it. That's it. Now, you can get mad at that, or you can look at it and go, dude, why are you getting mad at this? Just enjoy it.
Is a massive
If you do not interfere in politics, politics will eventually interfere in your life. Vladimir Lenin.
Subject of its own. If you want to go deeper, then you should start by watching Slavoj Žižek's documentary, A Pervert's Guide to Ideology. It's
Great.
on Netflix.
We've watched it before.
Back to Man of Steel.
Awesome.
This uncritical opinion of military authority is also reflected in the human elements of the film and drifts from underlying assumption up to the surface. Superman explicitly condescends himself before the military. Yes, it's an ineffectual prostration, but that's basically the textbook definition of a symbolic act. It's a token effort, a small throwaway that represents something much larger. In that act, he legitimizes their authority. The underlying assumption at play is that the military is a legitimate locus of power, and that we, as the citizenry, should defer to that power. It doesn't say as such, but that is the world that the text builds. That is Man of Steel's normal. Understanding that normal, being able to pull it out and look at it, is an invaluable skill in communications, opening up new and interesting meanings and messages, bridging gaps between cultures that may seem to be at odds, revealing conflicts that were previously invisible, and paving the way for empathy and understanding. Now,
the assumption is that Superman isn't real. No, the point there, the message there that the movie is showing you is that Superman, which is God, right, will still bow down and honor the social construct that man has created, the military, the might of the military. That's what he's saying. That is what they're showing you without telling you, basically.
Now we can talk about Gamergate. There are some things that we need to say about Gamergate first. This is not a new phenomenon. These ideas and beliefs did not spring up in August 2014 with Gamergate any more than Gigi's most odious ideologues or the women that they target. They were already here. In this regard, Gamergate's core assumptions are not unique, but are reflective of attitudes and opinions within society at large, attitudes that view the status quo as the natural, inevitable result of apolitical forces. Davis Aridi, Jordan Owen, John Bain, Phil Mason, Dean Esme, Paul Elam, Jason Polera, the denizens of 4chan, they all...
I have no idea who any of these people are, and I think it was because at this stage in my life, I was not playing a lot of video games, and because I was getting pussy. I'll like, it's reductive to explain it as such, but that literally is what was going on. You know what I mean?
Already had an axe to grind. Gamergate is nothing more than the new name for a long-standing resistance to the increased visibility of minority voices in society at large. If we look at Gamergate as a text, look at their message boards, their IRC channels, their blog posts.
You still don't play a lot of video game? Bitch, I've logged in 40 hours on Infinite Wealth 8 over the course of the past 2 weeks. Okay? No, I play a lot of video games. I just don't do it on camera. So then you think I don't play video games, which is ironic because you fucking play video games off camera every day and think you're a gamer. If you are a gamer, then so am I.
YouTube videos, claims, priorities, and target selection, we can drill down to the following base assumptions about the world. The Gamergate normal. 1. There are no real problems with inclusion or representation in gaming. 2. Any problems that do exist don't matter because that's just market economics appealing to the majority of players. 3. The status quo, as they perceive it through the lens of assumptions 1 and 2, is a natural state. Thus, any disruption is inherently artificial. This is the bedrock of the movement's ideology. The core here is that from their point of view, the criticisms directed at video games and the community are fundamentally unnecessary, that nothing is wrong with the way things are, and that any problems are the unavoidable result of natural processes. This is what drives the vitriol against Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Quinn, Brianna Wu, and others. They are seen as pretenders, if not invaders.
It's so funny because how old this video is, like, a lot has changed, right? In the world, like some of the guys that he showed, I think are still up to their old shit. Some of them, I think Total Biscuit died, right? And was maybe not like pro Gamergate after. And others are known as like out and about white supremacists or their careers have ended, right? Whereas Brianna Wu is now famously trying to desperately do pro-Israel propaganda on Twitter and is almost perfectly aligned with the same Gamergaters that originally made her life a living hell. So that's what happens in 10 fucking years, by the way. A lot changes in 10 years. So if you are unchanged from the events that unfolded 10 fucking years ago and you still hold resentment towards any of these fucking people and not the new kind of resentment that you would hold towards Brianna Wu for thinking that like the parting of the Red Sea was a real event, a real historical event, and not just something that was written in scripture, then, you know, you might be a little brain broken. it is unhealthy to hold this level of resentment towards someone like Anita Sarkeesian or Zoe Quinn or even Brianna Wu for Gamergate related shit. You know what I mean? You didn't change too much. You just got better. Yes, because I think my foundations are solid. That is the reason why I did not change that much over the course of this period of time. But no, I used to make transphobic jokes and like significantly more misogynistic jokes back then. That has changed. So I have changed a little bit. I've changed in my politics for sure. I became someone who is an advocate for trans people in this 10-year process, right? Like if you haven't changed over the course of 10 years, like in any meaningful way, you are not well receptive of criticism. I am very well receptive of criticism if it's made in good faith. It's not criticism when someone comes in here and says like your dad had a trust fund and is a billionaire and also you have a big house and that is in contest with your personal beliefs that I believe are hypocritical. That's not criticism. That's your opinion that is just wrong. And it's filled to the brim with false information that you've been primed into believing. And a lot of false assertions. That's the difference. If you actually do have good criticism, I welcome that. Okay? If you have good constructive criticism, I welcome that. I've changed the way that I do commentary over the course of many, many years, as a matter of fact. But a lot of the accountability politics online, which is literally what we are covering currently. Gamergate is the exact same thing. People thinking like we are doing accountability by getting angry at the wrong shit. A lot of it is just like cooked up, manufactured outrage, right? That's it.
Their criticism as wholly out of place, unnecessary, and artificial. Gamergate actively seeks to have these voices silenced and expelled from the industry. This perception that their natural state of normal is being invaded feeds and internally justifies the use of militaristic rhetoric, constant references to being at war, and organizing under names such as Operation Vox Populi and the hilariously named Operation Shills of Silicon Valley.
One of the funniest parts about this is like the way that a lot of these people presented themselves as though they were engaging in like a righteous conquest, like a holy war. And all they were doing is like, it is a very Ted Kaczynski moment, right? Like Ted Kaczynski, now a figure of reverence for some fucking weird reason, had a litany of beliefs that were idiotic, okay? And also his actions were also equally dumb. What did he do? In order to disrupt the way, in order to pull society back into anarcho-primitivism, he went and he blew up the fingers of like Radio Shack employees, okay? And a couple fucking grad students. You think that is like, you think that was actually moving the needle? You think that was even protest to begin with? Like, do you think that was a solid protest to begin with? It was very, very fucking stupid, obviously. And a parallel exists here as well, which is that a lot of these guys who are angry at dumb shit, right? Video games being ruined by women, turned around and used that animosity and anger that they had to do this, what they perceived righteous conquest, this holy war against like a bunch of random people. Crazy misrepresentation of Uncle Ted's revolutionary action. Yeah, dude. It's like thinking that you're doing revolutionary action by watching 3 minutes of ads at the top of the fucking hour, okay? You're not. Subscribe and no longer see those ads. Dummy. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
The use of harassment and abuse tactics, such as dogpiling, sea lioning, gish galloping, and gaslighting, are seen as acceptable means justified by the ends, wherein invaders are purged and the natural state of normal is restored. The use of terror tactics, such as death threats, doxing, hacking, and the tacit threat of mobbing, while engaged in by the minority, creates an environment of fear that all members enjoy the privilege of, whether they engage in them or not.
Thank you, Raging Hopper, for the 5 gifted, and thank you, 34 MKD 50 with the 50 gifted subs.
I'm going to restate that just because of how important it has been in the course of the last few months. The use of terror tactics, even if only by a minority, has created an environment of fear that all members enjoy the privilege of. When people are unwilling to engage because they are afraid that they'll be next, that their websites will be attacked, that their information will be stolen, that their employees...
Yes, it's harassment. This community knows it. You literally experience it on a regular basis by people who will try to make you out to be like a bad person. Try to ruin your day in the simplest terms possible. Why? Because you watch someone like myself. It's the same principle behind like going after anyone and everyone that is associated with me. Like people do this and they think they're engaging in a righteous conquest for vengeance to like destroy or to expose the hypocrisies that I have, right? The hypocrisies that undermine my worldview. So that's what it is. It's just to make things more toxic and shitty for you, because you watch the HasanAbi broadcast in the simplest terms. Just like, oh, are you someone who wants games to be woke, or are you saying games aren't woke enough? Then I'm going to come after you. I'm going to engage in a dogpiling campaign. I'm going to lie about you. I'm going to try to harm you in some way. I'm going to try to undermine you. I'm going to try to make it seem like you believe things that you don't actually believe. These are this is just someone said gamified harassment. Exactly. This is just what it is, and the express purpose, the ultimate purpose of it is to get you to stop, right? That's all it is.
Employers will be harassed, that they'll have child pornography tweeted at them or sent to their email. All members benefit from that person's silence, even if they were not personally responsible for the harassment. One of the major ways that Gamergate enables harassment is through its anonymous swarm mentality. Gamergate at every turn claims decentralization. Like being attacked by a swarm of bees, rarely does any one person inflict a particularly grievous wound, each individual being able to dispute their own involvement or cite the timidity of their contribution. This allows for perpetual deflection of real harms because it is difficult to summarize the cumulative impact of hundreds of messages implying you are a liar or obnoxiously asking for proof of well-proven facts. Additionally, the swarm is exploited by constantly claiming that anything particularly bad is not the work of a true Gamergater. This is, of course, a fallacy, as by definition, a swarm has no...
So, remember, they were doing this with the... this ties back. The reason why we're covering this story is because of Sweet Baby Inc., right? And a lot of the former Gamergaters or newer Gamergaters, I guess, are currently in the process of doing this to a company that engages in like narrative design, claiming that they're making video games woke and therefore shitty. Obviously, as we covered it yesterday, turns out Sweet Baby Inc. works with pretty much every fucking company. And therefore, every game that you enjoy and games that you didn't enjoy, for example, both have been touched by Sweet Baby Inc. Okay? Now, if you present this in a way where it's like all the games that you didn't enjoy were made by Sweet Baby Inc. or changed in some way, then yes, it's a wonderful narrative that you can engage in to get a lot of people to enact righteous vengeance. How do you enact that righteous vengeance? By making people feel fucking miserable, by tweeting at them, by telling them, by repeating falsehoods, by claiming that they're hypocritical, by doing anything and everything you can, scouring their tweets, finding older tweets that are inconsistent, or finding older tweets that you believe will invoke a lot of anger out of other people, including like the person who wrote this article, who apparently said something like, you can't be racist to white people. That's a good one. That gets a lot of people going online, especially some of the most extremely online people will get very mad at that because they don't want to examine the statement or the nuances of such a statement and just leave it hanging as like, no, that's actually just racist. Fuck you. So you know, it never really went away. It's just basically a coordinated harassment effort to try and make people feel miserable, because you probably are miserable. People that do this kind of thing are usually miserable, devoid of politics, by the way, because leftists do it too. Let's be real. As a matter of fact, during the Gamergate era, regardless of the harassment campaigns that were being directed by right-wing reactionaries, people oftentimes thought it was only SJWs that were engaging in this sort of thing. They very clearly presented this as a bad thing and claimed that only the left was doing it, right? You're literally describing yourself. You sit at your PC all day, barfing out your opinion with zero research behind it. You're absolutely correct. Once again, I welcome anyone and everyone who thinks that I have zero research behind the statements that I'm making to actually do the research themselves. If you agree with me, you should still investigate further. Also, go and watch my YouTube videos. They actually do have the data. My editors will go in and add the actual data that I'm sourcing, even though I'm rattling off the top dome. And sometimes I might get things a little bit off, like numbers, you know what I mean? But ultimately, you are able to fact check it yourself. It's just that, unfortunately, just like the statement that you just presented here, many people don't do that. Many people's criticisms are completely devoid of any facts whatsoever. There's no disagreement with the arguments that I'm presenting. It's mostly usually just shit slinging. You did not hold me accountable. You just shit slang. That's all you did, right? Your YouTube videos are all one-sided rants of people who have no way of defending themselves because your audience is 50 times bigger. My audience is not 50 times bigger than Ben Shapiro's audience. I don't know who you are referencing that I have ever criticized that is like 50 times smaller than me. That's another factually incorrect statement. That's motivated by a lot of anger and resentment. That's it. You're doing the thing that you're basically claiming I'm doing, right? What arguments that you presented? You literally went sarcastic on me and pretended to be a righty because you know you were two-faced and I called you out on it? Wait, what? I'm so confused as to what you're... Is this the older guy? Is this the guy that I was making fun of earlier? What accountability have you done here? Like, you're in here. You obviously have a position. You obviously disagree with mine. What is the accountability that you've brought here, in your opinion? What is the disagreement that you have, for example, with anything that I've talked about? I'm pro-Palestine. Are you anti-Palestine? Use this as an opportunity. You're in the spotlight. Use this as an opportunity to present something that I've done that you are frustrated with instead of angrily lashing out. This is what I mean. But many people don't do that. And they stay at, you're just a meanie bobini and I don't like you. And that's fine. You don't have to like me. That is perfectly normal. I would fucking despise someone who is talking about like making people's lives better or talking about labor all the goddamn time, who himself now is very, very comfortable. Okay? I get it. I get that. I totally understand that. Being resentful towards rich people, especially, is healthy. Okay? It's not a bad thing. It's a healthy thing. It's a healthy attitude to have. But make sure you channel your anger towards those who actually make your life worse. That's it.
No one to dictate its overall form, thus no one to say what is or is not a true Gamergater. Either everything is in or everything is out. Even within the more benign aims of the movement, these underlying assumptions are present, the primary target of corruption and conspiracy accusations being women, queer folk, and their allies. Particularly insightful in this regard is Gamergate's use of code wording. Zoe Quinn as a persistent target of harassment at the core of Gamergate, Gamergate itself being a hashtag coined by Adam Baldwin in reference to the Quinspiracy videos, was eventually given the codename Literally Who in an attempt at deflecting very true accusations that the movement largely revolved around demonizing and punishing her. It also serves as a symbolic excommunication, an ex parte declaration of Zoe as a non-person, stripping her of name and identity.
I don't care about you being comfortable. I care about you being two-faced, claiming you care about the workforce, yet literally publicly abusing hard workers. Wait, can you... No, this is really interesting. Who is a hard worker that I've publicly abused? Maybe this guy's onto something. Maybe he thinks I'm someone else. I don't know. Why are you changing topics to Palestine? I'm talking about your abuse of other people's labor. Is this all just like me watching people's videos? Is that what this comes from? You're stealing labor from people. I say it's not about how much money you have, but your relationship to how you make your money. It is, but don't worry about it. That's not what people are going to get mad at. You are stealing labor from people. Do you think I'm currently stealing Folding Ideas labor right now? This is a video that came out on August 22nd, 2015. Do you feel like this right here is not an ethical and perfectly derivative way of reacting to someone else's video? I will triple the runtime of this video in and of itself. I'm using an 8-year-old video that will breathe fire back into it potentially due to the 20,000 people that are currently watching it and will go back and rewatch it. You don't think it's ethical. Many of the YouTubers I watch, almost all of them actually now that I watch, will think it is perfectly fine and they welcome it. You are angry on behalf of people regardless of what their own personal opinions are on the matter. You've probably watched other YouTubers who I have never watched or have apologized for watching in the past, probably around 2 to 4 years ago. I remember back then, I certainly did watch some people's YouTube videos, or at least one guy's videos that got very mad at me. I apologized to them immediately and said I will never watch their videos ever again. And yet that still snowballed into something much larger. I do not care what they think. If they think it's ethical, they're being idiots and self-sabotaging. I can be a coal worker who gets exploited every day, yet I'm happy. Does that mean I'm any less exploited? If you are comparing coal miners to YouTubers, okay, whose primary mode of making money, generating revenue, is by getting their YouTube videos in front of a larger audience and then having those people go back to their audience. Like when you're making a video, I make YouTube videos as well. I don't know if you knew this or not. I started off making videos for YouTube specifically. So I do have a understanding of how this stuff works. But if you're making that comparison, you're a little lost, because a coal miner that gets exploited is not going to generate more revenue due to someone exploiting them. Okay? It's not a positive relationship. That's the reason why almost all of the YouTubers that you would ask directly would probably say that they do enjoy when people watch their videos. Ted Nivison is a great example of this. Last night I watched my friend Boy Boy's video. Boy, I did a thing, and True Geordies broke into a CIA facility in Australia. They literally sat in the chat, watched me watch their video. This is something that they enjoy personally, something that they benefit from, but also something that they perfectly are comfortable with. Now, there's also videos of people that I do watch that I don't know personally, right? Especially when I'm disagreeing with them. That is perfectly fair and perfectly proper. I wish you weren't such a pussy about this stuff. We should have the balls to discuss, to have a proper discussion with someone through Discord. Notice how this entire conversation turned into an unproductive one. I thought you had a valid criticism. I tried to explain it. I've already told you that I do not care about the individual person's consent. It doesn't matter. If you are making a false comparison between a coal miner and a YouTuber, you've already lost the plot. This is a bad argument that you presented. And also on top of that, you said it doesn't matter. You are engaging in an unethical act. Regardless, it's unethical to you. There is no harm being conducted. Okay? For example, what you're doing is this. I'm going to try to give you an analogy here. Okay? Two people are engaging in an act of consensual sex. Okay? Both parties have consented. You, from the sidelines, is saying, I do not consent. I do not consent to this consensual ethical act of sexual intercourse where both parties are deriving pleasure out of it, so it should not be done. You are a Karen, in simplest terms. You are smarmy and annoying for someone else who is already enjoying the process. This is the issue. There is no way that you can debate with someone who personally turns around and says, I'm sorry, although both parties have consented, I do not consent to them consenting. That's it. I'm not beating around the bush. I'm trying to explain how you are wrong, but you are refusing to understand it. Possibly because sex was the worst analogy I could have used. I assume that if you are in here getting this fucking upset at something and saying that you don't care about two people's consent in this regard, it's still exploitation. Well, then you're probably not sexing at all. You're probably not getting a lot of that. No, your argument is flawed. Your example does not harm anybody. While you're harming people, even if you get the individual's consent, I am not harming a person if I'm getting their consent. You are wrong. It is your assessment. You're in the cuck chair and you're mad. Do you not understand this? There is no difference between you getting mad at this and you getting mad at video game companies marketing by getting Twitch streamers to play their video games. Do you understand? I have literally done ad campaigns for a Hulu show by watching their trailer. Obviously, they see that there is good value in doing such a thing. You can't assume guilt when both parties have consented and claim that there is still harm being conducted when you cannot personally show the harm. In order for there to be harm, and there can be, right? In order for there to be harm, you have to be able to show the harm. I'll gladly go into Discord with you and explain it to you so we can come to an agreement. I understand that you believe my argument to be disingenuous, but you claim to be a supporter of the workforce. You cannot possibly think what you're doing is right. Oh my God. Brother, I want to keep talking about Gamergate. Maybe I'll guest star you in a little bit, okay? I will. You want it really bad, I'll give you the smoke. But we're going to keep talking about Gamergate right now because there was a larger conversation that we were having and you're derailing it with 20,000 people watching currently. Okay? Let's continue.
However, as additional targets accrued, the codename was expanded to include dehumanize and expel others, barcoding each additional target as LW1, LW2, LW3, and so forth. While no formal list was kept, there were at 1.7 people codenamed as literally who? All women. This list eventually collapsed at the time of publication, having been reduced to LW1 through 3, Zoe Quinn, Anita Sarkeesian, and Brianna Wu. The perception, the base assumption, is that these women, none of whom are technically journalists, represent the invasion into the cultural space, an invasion of gender, race, sexuality, and class issues, politics, and awareness. They couch this idea in conspiratorial tones, assembling lists of supposed collaborators and drawing out complex webs of accusations implying that these minorities are all outsiders looking to hijack games as a platform for political ends. This is, of course, all utter nonsense. Women, queer folk, trans folk, racial, ethnic, religious, and political minorities have been playing games all along. They have been here all along. They did not, as 4chan summarized with this image, suddenly start playing games in 2007.
Yeah, this is basically the resentment perfectly described by the people that were engaging in these campaigns. A history of women in video games throughout the years. Lol, look at these losers in his video games. All of a sudden, why won't anyone give me attention? The cake is a lie. XD. Girls can play games too, you know. I'm a girl gamer. Girls are just as good as guys, pretty much. Video games are sexist. Video games must cater to our needs. A man killed me in a game. I was practically raped. So, like, their anger and their resentment stems from the fact that they believe that none of these girls ever fucking played video games at all. It is that stupid. It is that stupid and it is that childish. Now, of course, a lot of the childish stupidity at the time was being repeated by people who were in their early 20s. Maybe they were angry at the world. Maybe they carried a lot of resentment. Maybe they had a sense of entitlement that did not match the world that they lived in. And they were angrily lashing out at things that they felt represented the societal constructs that violated them. Okay? So obviously we can look back at this 10 years in the future and laugh at how stupid it is. But the reason why I'm showing you this is because it was stupid back then, but it is unacceptable now to carry on this resentment. It shows me that you have not grown. You are desperate at, keeping yourself preoccupied with this anger. It is not healthy for you.
Also, as we've already discussed, games are and were already political in nature because all culture is unavoidably political. What they see as an invasion is little more than the players who have been present all along finding a voice in the market to discuss politics that were already there. This fact, along with the core assumption...
But Hasan, you were in favor of Gamergate? No, I was not. What? So today, as you supported Gamergate, it was opening the door to force perspective to intellectuals before you did a mass ban wave against Gamergate, Hasan? Okay, dude, I can't argue against your delusions here. I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Creates an interesting contradiction in the companion hashtag NotYourShield. NotYourShield was conceived of as an effort at creating a controlled counter-narrative, something that's known as culture jamming. Originally an astroturfing campaign creating the illusion of a grassroots movement, the hashtag gained traction beyond channers and sock puppets. The idea is that by having minority allies, the ideological force of Gamergate would be able to deflect criticisms of their bigotry by pointing to supporters and saying, "How can I be racist if my best friend is black?" You may notice that this is what is often called using someone as a shield. Before we can go deeper into the issue, we need to discuss more of Gigi's ideological roots. Gamergate spawned from the 4chan boards V and Poll, and of particular relevance to us is the gender constructs held by those spaces expressed with the mimetic idea of there are no girls on the internet, tits or GTFO. Tits or GTFO is an enforcement mechanism protecting the status quo. The idea, as explained in a particularly popular post, is that due to the anonymous nature of most interactions over the internet, no one will know if you're a woman unless you specifically mention it. Moreover,
if I can pontificate a bit for your edification, one of the rules of the internet is there are no girls on the internet. This rule does not mean what you think it means. In real life, people like you for being a girl. They want to fuck you, so they pay attention to you, and they pretend. Dude, I can smell this dude from 10 years ago writing this shit. Okay? God, it's so sad. And in some ways, we haven't changed at all, and in many others, we've gotten worse because this level of commentary specifically existed on message boards like 4chan Poll, and now it's all over fucking Twitter. It is the norm, okay? And even increasingly more insane. It doesn't just stay with this. It turns into like the pedophile cabal. The pedophile cabal is trafficking children.
Or even if you claim you're a woman, you have to prove it. Hence, tits or GTFO. While 4chan interprets this as everyone is anonymous, a more accurate reading is everyone is default until proven otherwise. By retaining anonymity, you enjoy the protections inherent to membership in the majority. This is obviously of some appeal to individuals who are otherwise marginalized. The only cost is the annihilation of one's own identity, or at least a willingness to subsume those aspects that are out of harmony with the Gamergate normal. Gamergate's ideal woman is one who is passive, conventionally attractive, and generally voiceless. This is actually a provable point because Gamergate has provided us with their ideal woman in the form of mascot Vivian James. Really, this is opening up a rabbit hole all its own. I could go on for hours about the semiotics of this character and how she's represented in the myriad comics that have been made featuring her, but the crux of it is that she's...
This is also the other like incredibly sad part about it, is that like 4chan will then create like a fake person that they fantasize about. God, it just like, I think a lot of this can be cast aside by, I don't think you like women. That's number one. And I don't think you like video games in general. And yet you spend all of your time shitting on both of these concepts.
She's an expression of the ideal emergent from the base assumptions of their worldview. Their ideal woman is one who never imposes herself or her identity into the shared space. If she were on the other end of a game, you'd never even know she wasn't a dude. This ties directly into conflicts that arose repeatedly within the NotYourShield hashtag, as Gamergate ideologues turned on and excommunicated individuals who criticized sexism, homophobia, transphobia, and racism within the movement. The message was loud and clear. Minorities are welcome as long as they leave their identity at the door. The perception of diversity is incredibly valuable, specifically because it could function as a shield to jam criticism, but the exercising of that diversity still had to conform with the base assumptions. Nothing is wrong with the way things are. To insist otherwise is to become an invader. Now, to go deeper into that, why is it so important for Anita Sarkeesian et al. To be invaders? The reason is in assumption number 2. Any problems in the industry are the natural result of market forces. Much of Gamergate has revolved around game reviews and the content therein, namely the reviewer's political ideologies impacting the review. This is critical because Gamergate accepts reviews as sacred. Within their construct, the free market is the arbiter of culture. The status quo exists because the market is responding to the normal. So much of their identity as gamers is tied up in materialism. Never mind that it is a consumer demographic, an artificial construct of marketing think tanks looking to maximize user investment and retention by crafting a narrative that spotlights the customer as a unique member of an exclusive club based largely on a shared fiction. That aspect isn't considered a negative because it already conforms with their politics. The culture of gaming is a culture of ownership, and the priests of that culture are the reviewers who tell them what to buy. This is why Gamergate seeks to purge all conflicting ideologies and demographics, because the free market is their god. If Anita Sarkeesian isn't an invader, then she is a customer, just like them, and has equal right of access to the market. Games changing to include more diversity is painted as capitulating.
When Breath of the Wild goes from 9.8 to 9.7 on Metacritic, yeah. Placing this amount of emphasis on reviews is so unimaginably cucked as well. Like you're so angry. You're so personally angry for a product that you think has not gotten the proper attention or is getting too much attention. And it's just like, just enjoy it on your own. I don't understand it. Like, I genuinely don't understand why people got this fucking mad. I don't get it. We are mad that Persona removed the terrible depictions of the queer community. Yeah. I mean, I do get it. It's just anger and resentment and shit that's going wrong in your personal life. And instead of holding yourself accountable and trying to really re-examine what has gone wrong and try to make it right, you just angrily lash out at the world, which is ironic because Jordan Peterson has talked about this specifically as it pertains to the left. So they love Jordan Peterson when he says that about the left without actually coming to that same conclusion or recognizing that, like, maybe they also have the exact same problems. No, it's not me. It's society that's wrong. Now, of course, with respect to the left, as a leftist myself, I do recognize the structural hurdles that people get upset about. But as someone who has very consistently told chat, my community, to be fucking normal and let people enjoy things, there are even instances where liberals personally will focus their attention on something that is seemingly tangible, and yet all of that energy is being being focused on some dumb shit that doesn't change anyone's lives at all. Movies, video games, and the like.
To outsiders because it otherwise means that the market is simply catering to new customers. The reviewers who disagree with them or hold alternate views on politics must be invaders because otherwise it means that there are other customers being served, which demolishes the Gamergate normal. A common sentiment passed around is that gaming sites that entertain discussions about misogyny, gender presentation, sexual identity, and propagandistic motives underlying partnerships with armed forces are alienating their customers.
If the games media cared about their audience, they would stop insulting us. We're just getting angrier. Maybe you're not their audience. I'm a gamer. If it's not the audience of the gaming site, who is?
The belief is,
other gamers.
If I'm not their customer, then who is? Gamergate at its core does not believe that anyone outside the normal has an authentic interest in video games. This is, of course, hogwash. The outrage, the histrionics are wholly unmerited, if not entirely illegitimate. However, that anger is still felt authentically, even if it is not legitimate. Even though...
You know what's really funny, by the way? Like, I was listening to Osita Nwanebu talking on Chapo on their last episode, where they nailed this perfectly, something I talk about quite a bit as well, as you guys know, which is the anger and resentment that fuels modern conservatism, contemporary conservatism online. It is the exact same thing that Folding Ideas is talking about 8 years in the past as it pertains to Gamergate. Nothing has changed, okay? It is not about changing something that materially impacts them. It's about trying to force all matter of culture to cater their needs. It's not just about being able to say certain things. It's about ensuring that when you say certain things, people actually react positively to those things. And no amount of crying is going to make people turn around and go, you know what? You are right, King. QAnon is real. Okay? Or that you're right, actually. Society should force women to fuck you. And the government should give you an enforced, mandated girlfriend. You are right. It's just not going to happen. It's not. It might happen as things are getting more and more reactionary, and we are obviously creeping towards fascism and at an ever-increasing rate and an ever-increasing accelerated rate, maybe when we get there. But you're still going to be sad when that happens. Something that I tried to describe to incels way back in the day was always the Pareto principle, a misunderstanding of that. The idea that, the top 10% of high quality men get 80% of the women, right? And then the 80 or the 90% of men are forced to duke it out for the remaining 20% of the women. What a lot of people falsely think is that if we go back to a more traditional society, right? If we go back to a more traditional society, then all of a sudden I will be able to have a girlfriend. You won't. Even if there was a Hitlerian Aryan race formation, even if you purged all the immigrants from the country, well, guess what? That same principle, if you believe it, is still going to exist. It's just going to be the top 20% of the Aryan men getting the 80% of the Aryan women. You're not fixing the problem, because the problem is not the structural hurdles, or at least the ones you perceive as real structural hurdles. The problem is you.
Though the proximal justifications for their actions have been routinely demonstrated to be false, either because they are root misinterpretation or even total fabrication by opportunistic ideologues, the sense of hurt, of violation and marginalization, the sense that their space is being invaded, isn't fake. The motivators are not true. Most all of the people who they have accused of ethical violations have proven to be exemplars. The Byzantine conspiracies have been exposed as flim-flam, but the sense of hurt is real. And this is how Gamergate's base assumptions create a worldview that enables and justifies harassment and terrorism. It indoctrinates them to believe that they are under assault, that games don't need criticism, that criticism is unwelcome, inappropriate, misplaced, or useless. It tells them that everything is fine. It takes an authentic hurt and targets it at imaginary thieves. It takes vulnerable people with authentic pain and points them at women, at queer folk, at trans folk, and tells them they are trying to take your stuff. Because the underlying motivations are ultimately the protection of an aggressive, isolationist status quo, any support becomes support in the service of those assumptions. It is support of a worldview where the marginalized are unwelcome unless they first obliterate themselves on the altar of the normal. It is a worldview that demands conformity and will aggressively shout down, harass, abuse, and exile those who resist. This is really just scratching the surface of all of this. As I said earlier, Gamergate is really a microcosm of larger societal issues, and as such, it reaches out and touches...
Which is why it is being relitigated now and repackaged under a different format, but it's the same thinking. It's the same reactionary thinking. It's just like video games suck now, not because of capitalism, not because all developers are being sucked under the same corporate umbrella, and not because they only care about increasing their profit margins for their shareholders that will never touch a video game or never care about the medium at all, but instead because women and black women and gay people and trans people. And it's really fucking stupid, especially because there are phenomenal video games and phenomenal works of art that are actually trans positive, right? That are actually, that do feature people of color in a positive light and do a very good job with the writing of said characters. You are just not able to recognize that that already happens in the video games you like and enjoy. Baldur's Gate 3 is a perfect example of this. Red Dead Redemption 2 is another great example of this. Cyberpunk is another great example of this. These are all video games that gamers enjoy, so you don't hear a lot of fucking anger and resentment towards them. Obviously, Cyberpunk, there is a lot of valid anger and resentment towards the way that it was released, of course. I'm talking about Cyberpunk now. But that's the issue. You pick and choose. You pick and choose what you're angry at because you didn't enjoy it. And in some instances, you actually end up, depending on how much anger and resentment exists in the fucking ether, you end up targeting games that are objectively successful, that are beloved, award-winning video games that are consumed by a shit ton of people and are enjoyed by a shit ton of people, like Spider-Man 2 or Alan Wake 2. These are both great games that this company worked on. And these guys still try to make it seem like these games were actually shit, right? Or God of War Ragnarok, another one. It's just like, you're so silly for getting mad at something, and society is past you at that point, okay? If you're getting mad at like some of the only AAA titles that are actually solid, okay, that carry that torch, that old school torch of like playing or creating fun narratives that are playable and enjoyable, I don't know what to tell you. You're in the wrong. Another example of this basically was the people getting mad at Yakuza without ever playing the franchise or understanding it. Yakuza had a woke pro-trans representation in like 2005, okay? What the hell are you talking about? And the one thing that they took out of the game was like the one aspect, one of the subplots that was anti-trans, even though there were pro-trans representation in the fucking video game. Just enjoy the goddamn game. Why does that upset you so fucking much? Like, the reason why Ichiban Kasuga and Kazuma Kiryu, the two main characters, all the way from Yakuza 1, Yakuza 0, all the way to Yakuza 8, are so good and so beloved by those who actually enjoy the franchise and aren't just like looking at it from the outside without ever touching it, is because they are incredibly, impossibly nice. They are showcasing masculinity in a positive way. That's literally it. Like, Kasuga is an impossibly nice person, okay? A himbo, if you will. Someone who is very understanding of other people's plights. That's it. That is like iconic specifically for that reason. Kazuma Kiryu is stoic, but also, again, very understanding, very nice. Impossibly so. Anyway, I can't understand why people get mad at half the shit people get upset about. Anger, resentment, alienation. In many instances, people are not getting mad at a video game. They're being told to get mad at something, but they're angry already, so they're latching on to pre-existing constructs that they agree with. Like, video games are woke. That's it. But they're actually angry because they feel like they have no future prospects. They're actually angry because there is an underlying real fear that is instilled upon pretty much every person in the United States of America that if they fucking actually get unhealthy or sick, they can't go to the doctor without taking on a shit ton of medical debt. These are the real things that people actually are burdened with on a daily fucking basis. And that just kind of sits there in a society that tells you that, like, nah, that you shouldn't get angry at that. That's just normal. After all, the alternative is much scarier. Oh, that could never happen in this country. So then you're like, okay, well, I agree. That can never happen in this country. And I do have my treats and my jalapeno poppers and my, McDonald's burgers. And that does make me feel good. So, you know, we could never have those things if it wasn't for capitalism. So it must be all this other shit that's making me mad. Gay people existing and being put in a medium that I enjoyed prior. That's why one of my favorite things is like when right-wingers discovered that the writers of Fallout wanted to mock everything they believe and hold dear. Like things of that nature. That's why like when Helldivers is another great, more prescient, like more recent example of this. But like, I love it when people go, I enjoy this game Helldivers because it's not political, not understanding what the video game developers were making and are basically telling you in no uncertain terms, but you enjoy it. So you immediately go, well, that's not political, because politics is when I don't enjoy something. Politics is when I don't agree with it, right? So when you are faced with the actual politics of a work of art, you just resort back to, I have no fucking media literacy. That's it. Mine and Brandon's favorite video game is New Vegas. So when he sent me this screenshot of the lead designer talking about the AM180, I said, hell yeah, let's invite him out to shoot it. Then I quickly discovered that I'm blocked. Hey, J.E. Sawyer, why though? Yeah, because Josh Sawyer is fucking based, dog. That's why. And he probably despises your politics. And he's making fun of your politics in his work of art that you enjoyed. But that is the nature of art. You can make something so good that even dudes who are being made fun of can enjoy it and take enjoyment out of it. Now, of course, in a perfect world, I would love for people to you know, look at that work of art and maybe have something change within them, maybe change the course, maybe change their ways, right? That's what makes art so beautiful, is that it can impact you personally. It can force you to re-examine the world, right? But ultimately, I still think it's fine. What did Josh Sawyer retweeting the LRA is still one of the coolest moments I've ever had on Twitter. Media literacy is so dead that an ultra-nationalist cop thought he was going to be buddies with the game director of New Vegas. What did he say? What was his response? Lol, okay, champ, we just wanted to invite him out to shoot our ultra-rare machine gun, regardless of political affiliation, you know, just being decent people. Except your politics is what makes you and Brandon not decent people. Sawyer likes the history and sport of guns, but that doesn't make your company tolerable. Anyways, go follow Latino Rifle Org if you own guns but aren't a xenophobic bootlicking shithead. Nah, I'm good. Keep on keeping on. The other guy he's talking about, PB Gomez, by the way, the other guy he's talking about is actually now running. I'm going to follow Josh Sawyer, by the way. He was talking about coming on the stream, apparently. I think the irony here is that I almost got sent down the Sargon pipeline, and it started recommending me material that was leaning into it so much, I snapped out of it and had an allergic reaction to all content like that. Many people don't have that come to Jesus moment, though. Many people just like go into the comforts of bigotry, because bigotry is comfortable waters. It's basically reaffirming the things that you believe in without getting you to question them, right? And yeah, it's confirming your biases. And that's actually something that can be very fun. That's why everyone always says like, oh, you're in your hug box. You're in your hug box. You love having a safe space. The real world is not safe, jackass. And it's like, there's a necessity for safe spaces for sure, especially if you come from a marginalized background. It's a good place to learn. However, having said that, it is something that everyone is basically looking for. As a matter of fact, the entirety of the Gamergate movement, the entirety of the alt-right movement was about trying to make other places a safe space for right-wing content. This is precisely what conservatives still advocate for on a regular basis. They go, oh, I actually want to be able to push back on motherfuckers without motherfuckers pushing back on me. That is the resentment that many people carry. That's the anger that many people carry. Anyway, so Gamergate in 60 seconds. Mirror, what is this?
Gamergate is a consumer boycott and a call for ethics reform in game industry media. Evidence comes up that a writer at Kotaku gave a game favorable coverage because of a relationship he had. Kotaku says that this isn't true. More evidence comes up proving otherwise, and people demand he gets fired. Adam Baldwin shows support by creating the Twitter hashtag Gamergate. In response, Kotaku and many other sites published 14 different articles, all saying the same thing: gamers are dead, all in the same day. Readers declare a boycott on these sites and begin contacting their advertisers. To fight this
seems a little bit one-sided. I don't know why someone sent this to me and we're like, yeah, you should, this is a good way to explain Gamergate in 60 seconds. Wikipedia's Gamergate article is like straight out of 1984. This guy 1 year ago wrote this. Did you see poetry drama on Twitter from today? You just want to stay in your liberal bubble. It is literally how it began, though. I know it's how it began. My come to Jesus moment was when I was a centrist and I went to see both sides and watched Ben Shapiro talk about university and mention how Kyle Rittenhouse was a hero and should be found not guilty, and the entire fucking arena roared with applause. From then on, I was like, okay, I think I'm going to be a lib from now on. After COVID, I discovered you and you radicalized me into being a leftist. Nice. Said game was free to play, by the way. So he wrote favorable coverage of a free to play game. That's why people were mad at him. It was Nathan Grayson, by the way, another HasanAbi head.
Many subjects that I haven't even had room to reference in this episode, such as masculine identity, the formation of subculture.
I didn't even know Nathan Grayson was involved in Gamergate. It actually kind of blows my mind, and it also reaffirms exactly what I was saying. The fact that he is not like a centerpiece in the same way of the hate campaigns that like all the women were kind of shows me exactly where the animosity was. If he was like the actual spark that created the ethics in video game journalism, and I'm sure he received a shit ton of harassment. I'm not saying he didn't, but like he's not one of the center points of anger, one of the vectors of hate for Gamergate, and it's all just like women in general is kind of gives the game away a little bit. How are the trad wives doing? I haven't seen that community in a while. You got a lot of death threats, but we only remember the women. I'm a libertarian, and for people to leave me alone, they have to be comfortable no matter who they are. So take the long view of most things. I'm super critical of systems that cause people pain. So yeah, now we're getting back. Now the reason why I looked at this 10-year-old nonsense, because guess what? We're back in it. New Sweet Baby, a small video game narrative studio, has found itself in the heart of a massive anti-woke conspiracy theory, a wild one involving BlackRock. Yes, that BlackRock. It's obviously untrue, but the modern internet, that barely matters. This conspiracy caught on in part because of video game industry secrecy, but in perhaps a larger part due to its association with ongoing panic around DEI, which of course is also rooted in nonsense. Sweet Baby is not a DEI firm, it's a narrative studio, but that doesn't stop people from believing that companies like Xbox, EA, and Take-Two are using it to secure diversity-related investment from BlackRock and Vanguard, which is also incorrect. But facts don't matter here. On modern platforms, it's all about feeding a narrative until it stops producing views and engagement. If it isn't Mr. Gamergate himself, those public funding reports that guy was showing were all false. By the way, even if it was real, it still doesn't change anything. You know that, right? Like, that's the funniest part about this. That is the funniest part about this entire anger and resentment. The notion that like video games are changing their fucking narratives because they want to get more investment from companies that care about like wokeness is already silly in and of itself. The fact that it's untrue doesn't change. The fact that it's untrue only makes it even funnier that people are getting so angry at this. Okay? The real reason why there are a shit ton of games that you absolutely hate, and it seems like a lot of these massive studios are pumping out the actual same slop, recycling IP and whatnot, is due to profit seeking. But you see that structure and you get mad at like there being more representation in video games. It's so fucking strange. Imagine giving a fuck about Gamergate 1.0 or this even more fake Gamergate 2.0 while Palestinians are still getting shit stomped into non-existence. Not to be one of those guys, but I'm not speaking for your broadcast, obviously. Just for the losers who actually care or have tricked themselves into caring about this. Yeah, I think that I think that it is just getting mad at that stuff, getting mad at like video games being woke is perfect for people who don't want to talk about the real shit that's going on in the world. And that's fine. You know, maybe you don't want to fucking reckon with like all of the awfulness of the universe. Maybe you feel powerless, right? In the face of all of that, because it seems unchanging no matter how hard you fucking try. Like the top of the hour ad break, except the top of the hour ad break can change for you if you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. I said I wasn't speaking for his broadcast, you stupid fuck. Yeah, I don't think M Hood is talking about me. I do cover the Palestinian plight and have for the past 10 years and certainly haven't stopped covering it every single day. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. I appreciate what you're doing explaining Gamergate. Can we move to more serious stuff like the genocide in Gaza? Yes, we are going to move into that in a second. That guy is still in the chat, by the way, the one that wants to relitigate ReactGate and get mad at me and say that like he's going to own me in the marketplace of ideas. What happened to trigger this conversation? What happened to trigger this conversation was Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't do what some gamers think it does. A lot of people apparently are offended at the prospect of a video game narrative company that engages in consultancy for pretty much every single fucking developer that is every single developer that makes video games, claiming that the company forces these other video game developers to make, you know, black women be the centerpiece or some shit like that. You know, just like make them woke. I never said I'd own you. I said I'd explain my point of view. You said you wanted to have a discussion about it too. So now why are you trying to turn this into something it's not? All right, I'm gonna send you a fucking guest star. Hold on 1 second. I can't stand this motherfucker. We're gonna do it for like, I'm gonna put a time limit on this, okay? I'm gonna put a time limit on this. Don't worry, it's not gonna get derailed. We are going to talk for 30 minutes max. 30 minutes. Here's an invite for you for guest star. Okay? I've sent you an invite for guest star. He says as he's derailing, come on, man. Fanderill, get in here. I'm waiting for him to connect. You have 2 more minutes. It is currently 1:57. Once it is 2 p.m. and you are still not in the guest star, we are going to move on. Even if Chatter is right, it's impossible to win. Why is Chatter doing this to himself? Listen, I'm telling you right now, I didn't mean that it's going to be 30 full minutes. I'm saying 30 minutes is the tap out. 30 minutes max. Okay? All right, while we wait for the guest star to connect, which, by the way, I don't know where the fuck this guy is. 1 minute. He said 1 minute verifying phone number. I noticed no take the guest star cowards. What? Yeah, he had to give his phone number because it's probably a sock account. All you're doing is having this guy and potentially starting another round of Reactgate discourse. There's less than nothing for you to gain by having him on. Even if you're correct, they don't care. It doesn't matter. Guys, I stream for, 8 fucking hours a day. We can have a 10-minute moment and see if this guy is pro-union and pro-worker, or get him to be pro-worker, okay? Invite me to talk about One Piece instead. All right, come on, dog. You got 1 more minute remaining. You better fucking verify this shit real quick, dog. 1 minute remaining. You will lose your slot. Guest star stuff is fun. I was against it until I actually saw it in action. Okay. Papa's in. I already am. I got my Zim popping. The last guy I saw on guest star was fucking hammered. Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. Okay, where is this fucking dude? Come on, Chatter. Time is running out. Yeah, by the way, if you say, the reason why I like guest star is because if he says like a slur or tries to get me banned, he's the one who will get banned. That's just how guest star works. Especially after giving your phone number to Twitch, like you will get IP banned off the platform if you do some shit that like that is a terms of service violation. That's why I like guest star.
My high school was at the top of a big fuck-off hill, and many of us who didn't live on any of the school's bus lines got to walk down that hill every afternoon to catch the Samtrans. Next to us as we walked, a procession of students who owned cars would form, inching its way downstream to get backed up at the intersection below. One student in the procession stood out to us. We later learned when one of us met him at a party that his name was Jack. Jack was notable for 3 reasons. First, though he looked just like himself from head on, sitting in profile in his car, he looked exactly like our friend Colin. Second, his car was a blue 1960s Volkswagen Beetle, but with a glass back installed to amplify the noise.
Wait, I think he said yes. He's getting... Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on. I think it says on the back end that he's getting ready. So he will be on, I think. It's not, I'm just not an active Twitch user. Sorry. Okay, I think he's in here. All right, where are you? Fanderill. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello.
Can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you. You don't have a screen. Is a black screen. Can you hear me?
Am I supposed to have one?
Yeah, you don't want to show your face?
Yeah, I can, yeah.
If you don't want to show your face, that's fine.
I don't even have a camera. Like, I'm on a desktop, so.
Okay. You don't have a camera on your desktop?
Fuck no. What? Why would I?
Oh, okay. I don't know. All right. Oh my God. Okay. Classic. No, not Britbonger. I'm gonna guess where you're from. Are you ready?
You will never guess it.
I will never guess it?
Yeah, I promise you.
Netherlands.
No.
No? Okay, where are you from?
Austria.
Austria? Oh, Jesus. Okay,
yeah.
well, damn, someone clocked it. Immediately said Austrian before you said
no
it.
No way.
Yeah, someone in the chat did figure it out. Austria. So you are literally from, are you from Red Vienna? Is that where you're from?
No, I am from Stalingrad.
Oh,
we currently have the Communist Party ruling here. Yeah.
Okay, so you are a leftist, right? You are a socialist?
Yes.
You're a socialist? You're not a socialist.
I'm not sure. Yeah. I don't know. I'm close, I guess. I do support a lot of socialist policies, that's for sure. And I really like our ruling party at the moment. I do think I'll vote for them again. So, yeah.
Okay.
I guess, yeah.
So you're a bit of a social democrat. So you have a lot of gripes with me in particular.
Yes.
Do you follow my content at all, or do you watch me at all, or no?
On the side, I'm not like an avid hate watcher or anything. I I see
Would
your
you
content
say-
occasionally.
Would you say that you
But-
see my content through someone else's lens, or do you see like directly? Do you watch my videos directly?
Oh, both. I mean, I don't disagree that my opinion of you might be a bit skewed of the content I see online. I think that's totally a fair point.
Okay. And one of
But
those opinions is that
that
you.
my on you is at least.
Wait, hold on. You're cutting out a little bit. Sorry. Shitty Euro internet. So you think that you're admitting that you might be a little bit biased in the way that you've seen my content due to who you've watched my content through, like drama content, right? Hello? Uh-oh. Did we lose him?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. And one of the so
Am I back? Okay.
hello, can you hear me? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I can. You're good.
Okay.
You're good. Keep going.
So so what is your today you wanted to talk specifically about Reactgate, the notion that it does not matter if the content creators that I watch actually personally don't mind, as a matter of fact enjoy when I watch their videos in this community, because you're saying that there is still exploitation occurring, right?
Correct.
And you also said that me making an analogy to consensual sex still it doesn't fit the bill here. That like if both parties consent, you still think that there is harm being conducted. Do you have any data to show that there is harm being conducted, or is this your assessment? You're just purely speculating that there's harm
I don't
happening?
think you need data. I think that's should be pretty obvious if you think about the situation. You know, I think like if you understand the relationship you have with the people that you are reacting to, I think it should be extremely obvious that that is the case. I don't think you need data for that.
Do you think this is a proper way to conduct an argument?
No, if do you want me to go in depth into like what I mean?
Well, I do think that you probably so you made a claim here that you said that there is exploitation occurring here, and then you said it's pretty self-evident. Something for something to be self-evident, unless you're just simply pointing to a thing and going, "Duh, everyone knows it. Come on, be real."
I don't know if it's self-evident. I think it's just I think it should be pretty obvious if you think about the relation. I mean, do you want me to explain it? Like I can go in depth if
Go
you
ahead.
want me to.
Okay, sure.
Okay. All right. So your argument is that because you are given consent to react to the people, it can't be bad, right? Am I understanding that correctly? Or like there can't be exploitation?
Well, there's two arguments.
Because they've given you.
There's two different arguments that I make. Number one is that I do think it's beneficial. I legitimately do think it's beneficial for the other content creator when a content creator is engaging in what I jokingly call ethical reacts, right? Promoting the content creator, linking it in the chat, urging people to go and like the video, urging people to go and watch the video, urging people to go and like watch other videos of the content creator. This sort of stuff, especially with prior acknowledgement, I think is very beneficial for the content creator. And the examples I use oftentimes are about how Twitch works in general, how live streaming works in general. The thing that I always point to is the fact that there are video game companies and even companies that make movies and whatnot that have marketed, like given me money specifically to play their video games, and also given me money specifically to watch trailers, for example, or other pieces of content that they make. Crunchyroll, for example, will do like live reacts where they pay content creators to watch pieces of anime, episodes of anime, so that they will go and, so that people will go and watch other anime, including the anime itself.
Pieces of content. You're not watching the whole thing. There's still value to be gained for the people watching your content. If you play a video game, if you watch a part of a show, they can still play the video game because your experience is always going to be different to theirs.
No,
right?
I watched full blown the entirety of like people do get paid to play the entire video game. People do get paid to.
But what I'm saying is that the experience that you have playing the game will never be the same as somebody else playing that game. You agree with this, right? Like watching a game is different to actually playing it yourself.
Watching a game is if it's a single player Telltale game, it is not all that different than playing it yourself. I mean, it is.
Sure. I mean, if it's
the
if
analogy
it's like one of those.
The analogy you're making doesn't exactly fit the bill, because like when I'm watching something, when I'm watching a piece of content on stream, I'm usually either A, disagreeing with the content creator itself, or B, using it as a narrative jump off point, right? So for that reason, for that reason, notoriously, I am considered HasanAbi. Many other content creators have made jokes about it even. And that it's almost always doubling or tripling in some instances the runtime, because I'm not just using one video. I'm basically using usually multiple videos and other points of reference when I'm watching something. It's not just basically like throwing on a movie and kicking back, even though people do that as well. And I do think that,
I do agree with that.
I do think that people should be able to do that, but that's an IP argument. We're not going to have that conversation right now.
Yeah, we don't have to. I mean, I do agree that there are people that do it worse than you. Sure, that's fair. But my issue is that you present yourself as somebody who should be extremely opposed to this exact thing, but you are not, and you are actively contributing to the problem. That is why I have an issue with you specifically.
Hold on. You're engaging in hypocrisy fishing, and what is unproductive about that aspect is that you have not actually presented a counter argument for where the harm is, and you immediately jumped off with the presumption, right, that everyone must agree that there is severe harm being conducted. So the premise, the underlying premise is that
the whole argument.
Underlying premise that I present is not that there is harm, right? The underlying premise that I present is that there is no harm. As a matter of fact, it is beneficial in many instances. So now it's on you to prove that it is not beneficial and it is actually harmful and exploitative.
Okay, I'm sure you've heard this argument before, but I don't think you understand it, because if you understood it, you would have to agree with it, in my opinion. Okay, so I mean, I know there has been a controversy around you about this already, but anyways, by you reacting to somebody's video, you are taking people that could be watching other people's content that is originally produced and not a quote-unquote ripoff. I'm just gonna call it that. I know you disagree with it anyways. They could be watching other people's content, and by you reacting to it, you are stealing those people to you. And I think that is unethical, and that is stealing money from people who earn it more than you, in my opinion.
So here's a question for you, and this is a serious one. If that is the case, well, one, you must have data for it, right? Because that is a pretty solid assertion. If I am to believe the premise of your argument, you need to be able to follow it up with data, because the counter that I can offer you always,
I don't think so.
The counter that I can offer you you don't think so, I know, but like, I'm giving you one example, okay? One example where people do actually see value in people reacting or consuming this content, sometimes the entirety of the content in and of itself. You, on the other hand,
no value in it. I just think it's exploitative.
You, on the other hand, have not even shown an analog or even any data whatsoever for why this is harmful. This is why this discourse is like usually silly.
You're right. Okay, listen. So let's say we're gonna make this like we're gonna reduce numbers here to simplify, right? Let's say there's 100 people. Like the whole market of people consuming online content is 100 people, right? If those 100 people, if 50 of them watch other people's content, right? Like let's say 50 people watch original content and you stream, and 50 people watch those 50 people, right? Now there's 50 people watching those original content creators and 50 people watching you. By that logic, you have just stolen half of the available user base, right?
Except the internet is not zero sum, and people do have the capacity to go and rewatch videos. People do have the capacity to go and watch other people's videos,
because people don't have infinite time in their day. They don't have infinite time to watch YouTube or watch Twitch.
The reason why your argument, which is still again not data driven at all, you have still failed to present the harm. No, I think you do have to, because you make a serious claim, right? And I'm taking it very seriously. So in order for me to understand your position, you can't just rely on a hypothetical that you think suits your purpose. That is not how you can argue in this situation. You can be here's a hypothetical I made up in my mind where I actually win the argument. Is not a solid way to argue.
No, but it's not a hypothetical. It's just reducing the number.
I could turn around and tell you a hypothetical where I win the argument. You know what I mean?
No, but it is not a hypothetical. It is just an example where we reduce the number of people. The underlying argument and the scenario is the same. It's just less people. Like it's still the same market. People don't, like you're saying that there's not a finite number of people watching, but there is a finite amount of time that people can watch content every
Yes.
day.
In the
You
attention
can't-
economy, ultimately there is a finite amount of people that are watching, but because no
Exactly.
one captures the attention of 100% of the market, and no one will ever be able to capture the
No, but
attention
I'm
of 100%
not saying you're
of the
stealing
market.
100% of the market. I'm saying you're stealing a part of the market from other people.
Yes. Here's the problem,
Okay.
though. Here is the problem that you do not understand, and I think this is why the consent factor is a very significant one in this circumstance. And I'm going to give you a real world example of this. Okay. Boy made a video 48 minutes long. They went out of their way. They almost got they literally got detained by the Australian police for entering a CIA base in Australia. Okay. They did this. It was a long process for them to make this video. They edited it. They hired someone from Fiverr to draw different parts of the video in and of itself. I sat there on my ass and I watched their video. Why do you think Boy and every single YouTuber that I watch on this stream, and not even just YouTube, but like journalists that I read the articles of, or even people whose, even musicians whose music I listen to, why do they appreciate that? But you, on the other hand, I assume you're not a YouTuber. Are you a YouTuber?
No, I'm not.
So this Fandurl channel that we found on YouTube is not actually yours?
I just uploaded random shit. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I never actually put any effort into it. It's not relevant. No.
Okay. So you don't consider yourself a YouTuber. You have made some content on YouTube. So
a funny tweet I've seen once is what was it? I go into a swimming pool and I fish now because I swam. Kind of like that.
Okay. No. I agree with you. You're not a YouTuber.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter in this situation. Why do you, as someone who is watching from the sidelines, take serious offense when the YouTubers themselves actually think that this is a positive relationship, that they see benefits from it? Because at the end of the day, as a YouTuber myself, because I am a YouTuber, I greatly value when other people on stream watch my content, because I know that actually immediately boosts it. Now, there's obviously ways where it can end up harming the original content creator. For example, if you watch a video as soon as it is released, personally, I think that can have the capacity to sometimes, especially if people are reacting and then re-uploading your reaction to YouTube immediately, as I do have a lot of fan channels that do such things. I think that it has the capacity to push it off the algorithm for the original content creator, which is why I always specify not to do that to the fan channels that are trying to do that when I'm watching a new video. But some content creators don't even give a shit about that. Like Pooty, yesterday or 2 days ago, I was watching his video 1 minute after it had come out. He was in the chat gifting gifted subs and saying, I don't really care if you upload this or re-upload this YouTube video and your reaction to it. It's actually
but
good.
There's an important distinction I have to make here real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so you're asking me, first off, you're asking me why I have an issue with it. I mean, as a leftist, you claim to be one at least yourself. You also have an issue with...
As a fake leftist, because I watch YouTube
in my
videos.
opinion, anyway, okay, you're right, I shouldn't have said that.
You're right.
That's my bad.
Leftism is when you don't watch YouTube videos. You're correct. Go on.
No, okay, anyways. You also don't like it when workers are being exploited, and that is what is happening in my opinion, right? So that's, first off, I just want to clarify that. Now, to the point that...
Again, that is a presumption that you have.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I
underlying
absolutely agree. I'm not
premise
saying
that's with an underlying premise that you have yet to prove, but I have actually shown you
you
the
asked me
exact
why
opposite.
I have an issue with it. But wait, that's what I was gonna go into explaining it.
I know, but I want you to explore it a little bit further, because the presumption that you have is, if it's devoid of any sort of real harm, then it's just simply a presumption that you were motivated into believing.
That's what I wanted to explain. Now, wait, give me a moment, please. Okay, so you asked me why I on the sideline care about this stuff if the people you're reacting to don't care about it. But my argument is not that you're harming the...
I didn't say that. I didn't say that they don't care about it. I said they like it, and they actually enjoy
sure,
it.
Yes, sure, they like
and
it.
They,
You're
they
is
send me their latest videos oftentimes
the point
to
is still
watch
the same.
on stream.
The point is still the same. I'm not saying that you are exploiting the individual at the time you're reacting to their content. I'm sure it is possible that you are boosting their video, you're making them money, you are making them more successful. I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is you are harming the wider market of content creators who deserve the popularity more and the money more than you do, because you are not putting in the original effort or the work, you know?
What?
That is my point. I'm not saying that you're exploiting the individual. You're stealing the audience from the wider market.
Okay, I actually am. Okay, I am genuinely confused by this because I feel like this is a pivot because now you're talking about other content creators? Like what?
No, that's what I've been saying the whole time. You're by stealing content, like by taking content from one person. That's why I also made the comparison.
And actually thinks that it's beneficial that I watch their videos.
Yes, it is beneficial to them
by watching
in
their
the
videos
moment.
on stream. Okay. In that moment, I'm actually they think
Yes,
they perceive
that is
I'm
the
helping
important point.
them, but
In
you
that
think
moment,
they're not.
in that moment, but in that moment, as you're reacting to this person might benefit from it, but everybody else loses. Every single content creator, everyone else loses in that moment. And the moment you stop reacting to
how?
that individual,
No, you need to explain how because
by reacting to this person, the people that are watching your stream and you watching that person's content, or like they're watching you. The original content creators are not benefiting from it. You are taking that audience and stealing it for yourself.
wait,
Those
hold on.
impressions.
Can I stop you for a second? Can I stop you for a second?
Go ahead.
You do realize that implies that like I'm doing that just by streaming, even if I don't watch someone else's YouTube video, right?
No, because if you're streaming, you're creating your own content. I don't have an issue with that. I don't have an issue with you live streaming. What I have an issue with is you taking other people's content and watching it on your stream and taking impressions from other people that are creating original content. That is my issue.
Okay, but you also are now recognizing that is still helpful to the content creator. At least they think that it's helpful to the content creator.
In that moment, yes. In that moment. Only in that moment that you're watching them. At the moment you click off their video, it is harming.
But you're stating that I'm making the entire space worse as a consequence of this.
Yes.
And I don't see the harm. If you're recognizing that, like, when I watch, this literally goes back, I hate to repeat it, but it is turning into that same, like, two parties consenting to sexual intercourse and then Jesus Christ being like, have you thought about someone else meme?
That comparison doesn't quite work. Okay, wait, let me make this comparison again. Let me actually, last time I made this comparison, I forgot an important part. Okay,
can I stop you for a second?
Wait.
Can I stop you for a second?
Wait. This is really important. Wait, because this is important for you to understand my actual point. So let's say again that there's 100 people in this market, right? 50 people, or I'll say 45 people are watching Voyboy's video, okay? All 45 people. And then 55 people are watching your live stream, okay?
I know, but that's not how it is. That's not how it works.
No. Wait, I know, that's why it's an example. It's not an actual, like, I know that the real world doesn't have 100 people, but you're watching
that's not the problem.
his content.
That's not the problem.
No, please, let me finish my point, please. Let me finish my point.
No, finish your point, but your point is still incorrect, regardless of whether you finish it or not.
No, it is not. Wait.
Because the underlying, for an analogy to work, right? For an analogy or an example to work, it has to at least fit the metrics. It needs to be in the boundaries of reality. You can obviously reduce it down to like 100 people instead of 7-8 billion people on the planet. Let's say
what is the issue with my
half
analogy,
of them have
then?
access to the internet. That's not my problem. My argument isn't that like this is scalable. My argument is, or rather, my criticism of your hypothetical is that you are fitting it into a boundary where there's only 45 people and none of them are going to go and watch that person's videos, and the motivation is that like immediately they have to watch that video either on my channel and never again. There is no lump sum of views in general in the way that you are presenting it, because that's not how views work. Do you understand?
Wait, so your issue is that I'm putting half of the people on. I don't quite understand what your issue with my argument is.
The issue I have with your argument is that you're not factoring in so many other circumstances that content creators, because maybe you're not a content creator and that's probably why, other content creators factor in specific, like so many different circumstances to the ReactGate drama, which is why ReactGate is almost always guided by YouTubers that no one is reacting to and championed by audience members.
But can you give me an example of those factors? Like you're claiming I don't have data or anything to back any of my claims up, but can you give me an example of what you mean by that? Like
I can.
Okay.
For example, there are plenty of people who will go and watch the original video even after I watch it. There are plenty of people who actually watch the video originally and then want to watch my reaction to it. There are also, once a video is released, right? Once a video is released and put out in the ether, the entire purpose of the content creator is to maximize the amount of eyeballs that video and all of the other subsequent or previous videos get. This is precisely the reason why I always say that there is actually a beneficial relationship between reactors and also YouTubers.
See,
now,
but the
obviously,
problem is you're once
there are
again
ways of doing
arguing.
it. There are ways of doing it in a way that is harmful potentially.
Listen,
like
but
if
the
you,
problem is you're once again arguing for the point that you're not harming the individual that you're reacting to. I never disagreed that there's a very good chance that at the moment you're reacting to that video, you are actually benefiting the creator. I never said that that was not a possibility. What I'm saying is that by reacting to that person, you are stealing from the wider market because you're sucking the eyeballs that could have been anywhere else on the market, and you're putting them onto you.
I'm sucking the eyeballs away from the market anytime I stream, even if I'm not
Maybe
watching the
that was
video
a
or not.
stupid way of wording it. I apologize, but yes,
No, I'm sucking
essentially,
the eyeballs
yes.
away from other people because time is finite. Obviously, there is not.
Yes, exactly.
So what you're saying quite literally works with just me streaming, even if I'm not watching a YouTube video. Do you understand? The only zero.
Yes, but then you're creating original
that,
content.
Yeah,
That's
every
the
time I
difference.
stream,
You're not
right now when
stealing
you're
content
talking to
from someone
me.
else.
Right now when you're talking to me, there's 23,000 people watching this conversation. Those are
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that.
23,000 eyeballs that could be watching anything else. So the
but
harm that
you're
presenting,
creating original content right now. I don't have an issue with that.
No. But the harm that you're presenting here exists even in this circumstance. If you perceive that to be
there's no harm
at
here.
all.
No, because the difference is you're creating original content. It's your own content.
Okay.
See, okay,
but
wait,
I'm
okay.
also,
Let me expand on this,
creating
right?
original content when
Okay.
I'm reacting to someone else's YouTube video as well. I hope you understand that.
Well, I disagree, but okay. So another point here is that okay, I don't know how long do you stream? I mean, okay, this you might call this a pivot, which fair enough, but it does flow into the argument as well because you would never be able to create as much content as you're creating without having you call it a base, I suppose. I call it stealing content without reacting to other people's content, correct? Like you can make that argument that you would be able to put out as much content on stream for I don't know how long you stream,
Watch
6-8 hours.
I love
however
yapping,
long.
brother. Okay, a big chunk of what I do is just straightforward yapping. Whether there is a narrative
but you have
piece
to yap
with it,
about something.
or yes, I yap about real world issues. You know, when I'm not talking to someone about the ethics of reacting to YouTubers that actually consent to me reacting to their videos.
Okay, do you at least understand my argument even if you disagree with it?
I disagree with your argument. I understand it. I just disagree with your argument. That's the problem, I think, that we can't personally come to a conclusion on. The issue is that and it's a really unique one that you've presented. Many other content creators don't even like recognize, or many people that are very upset about like people reacting to other YouTubers or whatever don't even at least have the bravery to recognize that, perhaps it is a beneficial relationship for the content creator that is being reacted to.
Yeah.
So ultimately, you still have not shown the harm. You've simply stated that while I'm streaming, okay, whether it's just me yapping or whether it's me watching a YouTuber's video, you're demonstrating that I'm taking away eyeballs from another person, like from another content creator.
But
now that in and of itself, I definitely don't disagree with, unless people are multitasking, right?
Okay.
But ultimately, that same principle can be applied to literally anyone making a YouTube video that's taking attention away from another person that's making a YouTube video.
But they have put in like I don't know if you edit your own. I'm assuming you don't anymore. Did you used to edit your own videos? Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, there was a point in time when I edited my own videos.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm sure you know how long it takes to edit your own videos, right?
Yeah. And the funniest thing is when I used to edit my own videos and when I used to make my own videos, and I still make my own videos, as a matter of fact, I loved other much larger content creators opening up their audience to my videos.
Yeah, no, I as I said, I mean, you don't have to make this argument to me. I absolutely agree that there can be a benefit to somebody reacting to your videos in that moment.
No. It's not just in that moment. It is like a tangible benefit that I see as a content creator that is almost permanent, as a matter of fact, because a lot of those people become fans of mine, right? When I make a YouTube video and someone reacts to that YouTube video, they become fans.
Those people will also still be watching you, and those eyeballs that were or could be on. Well, okay, if you're making the example that you are the person being reacted to, the reactee, I suppose, could have had those eyeballs, but they're instead on the reactor again. You know, that is my
No,
argument.
that's not true. That's my point, because I don't watch all of the videos that someone makes, and even if I do watch all of the videos that someone makes, a lot of the viewers,
but
every
I'm not
single
saying
time,
they would be, but
a
I'm
lot
saying
of the
they
viewers
could
every
be,
single time
because,
are
because
still
they
going
aren't
back
on
there.
they aren't on the market.
Wait, can you repeat that?
If they're watching you, those people are not ready to watch something else. They're not browsing the market, so to say.
I'm gonna ask you a quick question.
Sure.
Are you a fan of one YouTuber, or you're a fan of multiple YouTubers? No. It's not the question you think I'm asking. How many YouTubers do you?
I thought this was gonna come up.
No, it's not a Destiny
I closed your
question. I don't
chat
give a
for
shit
good
about
reason,
that, or Vosh or
Uh,
whatever. I'm asking you, like, how many
What?
YouTubers
No,
do
not
you think
Vosh.
you watch?
Wait, who did you say before Vosh? I didn't hear that.
Destiny, but that's not it.
No, I'm not a Destiny fan.
Okay. Well,
No,
regardless,
I thought you were gonna say
how many YouTubers do you watch?
I mean, I don't think I can count like
Okay.
dozens. Yeah.
Well, there you go. There you have it. You have the capacity to watch multiple YouTubers all the fucking time.
Yes,
it seems.
but that I
so
don't
you
think
don't
that
just like get
disagrees with my
perma stuck
argument.
on one YouTuber, right? Like you don't just go.
No, of course not.
Well,
No.
I like Dark
No, but
Viper
that's my
AI,
point. That's my
so
point.
I'm not going to watch someone else. Like you don't do that. You
But
watch other people as well.
I think that supports my point. I think that supports my point because you are stealing from the wider market by focusing on yourself, by focusing the audience on yourself. And even though you're benefiting one YouTuber, those people aren't going to be stuck on that one YouTuber, right? As you said, the wider market still loses because they're watching you. And you're reacting to content that was made within hundreds of hours, right? You're not going to be able to produce content that is as high quality as that content within a live streaming scenario. So obviously people are going to sit there and watch your content because you're just, I mean, to be fair, I agree that your content is less low effort than, I mean, Pokimane, for example, sitting there and eating salad on stream. I mean, obviously that's like a classic example. But you're still stealing the content that is way higher quality than what you could be producing, and because of that, you are getting more people to watch your stream than they would normally be watching. Like,
No,
I'm
this is a
I'm assuming you
mutually.
agree with
I'm
this,
not
right?
saying that I do not benefit from it. I'm saying that it is
Right,
a
right.
mutually beneficial situation, and it seems like you're upset at the prospect of me benefiting from it. Of course, I benefit from it. I'm using it as a.
I'm not upset at that.
more-
I'm not upset at you having success. I mean, why would I be? You know, like I don't know you
No,
personally.
that's not what
I
I'm
don't have
talking
a
about.
grudge
You're
against you.
misunderstanding my point. React content is a win-win situation for the reactee and the reactor.
But it can't be.
However, some content creators don't like it, okay? And I think that is honorable and that should be respected, right? And outside of that, there are plenty of content creators, almost all other content creators, like the overwhelming majority of them, actually see a benefit from it, which is why they don't mind it or even encourage it themselves. Now, the point is, there are ways of doing this correctly and there are ways of doing it incorrectly. And I'm with you if you're talking about like, you know, just fucking playing a YouTube video and fucking off or something. There's why the
obviously
chair
that's
memes
worse.
work
But
really
I still
well
disagree
online.
with your way of reacting.
But if you can't come up with a harm, like with a very real harm, and simply resort to hypotheticals that don't exist in the real world,
No,
like a finite amount
But I have
of
because
eyeballs.
because by you watching, by you steal. Okay, you agree. You've already agreed to this, right? You agree that by you watching high quality content on YouTube, more people are watching you than would normally, right? Yes or no?
This is yes, it is
Okay,
beneficial
good.
for me. It is certainly
Okay,
beneficial
no,
for me.
okay. Wait.
Yes.
Let me keep going. So because of that, you are taking more people from the wider market and putting them on your channel. And because of that, everyone else in the market loses because there are less eyeballs that can potentially watch them. I agree.
But no,
that the
I don't
person
agree
you
with
are
that
reacting
aspect
to,
of it because that's not how it works.
Wait,
because
how?
that is not because I've tried to explain this time and time again to you, but there are many other factors. There are many other factors at play here. There are a ton of content creators that I could show you that have come out of this community, specifically Sean the Black, North Star Radio, and many others. There are content creators who are not a part of this community, but have openly stated that the way that I react to their videos have actually been truly beneficial to their videos.
yes,
getting
once again,
more
I
eyeballs,
agree
like
that
Vince.
that the people you are reacting to in the moment can gain. What I'm saying is you're harming the wider market. I'm not saying you're harming individuals.
There is no harm being done to the wider market. It is the exact same amount of harm that I would be doing to the wider market
No,
by
but
simply just
no,
streaming my own
because
self.
you've already agreed. No, listen, you've already agreed
It's
that
like
you're getting more viewers by
here's
reacting.
what it is. Here's what it is. Okay, are you ready? I'm gonna explain it to you. I had
No,
Grimes
but
on.
wait, no, but you no, wait, we're so close to you understanding this. Wait.
No,
we're so close to this.
No, I already do
you have
understand
already,
it.
Okay,
Because the market
okay,
is
good.
not at 100%. It will never be at 100%, so it doesn't matter. Listen, you're trying to make the argument that I become more popular as a consequence of like other people's YouTube videos, right? And that are all the people, those are all the people that wouldn't watch me otherwise, but are only watching me because I'm watching other people's YouTube videos. That is not how this works at all. Those people
No, but
are
you've
watching
already
me
said that was the case. You said that you benefit from it. You've literally already stated that.
I don't think you understand. It is a mutually beneficial scenario.
No, wait.
The reason
No,
why, which is precisely the reason.
Like 5 minutes ago, you agreed when I asked you if you gain more viewers by reacting to high quality YouTube content, and you said yes. Now you're saying that that's not the case anymore?
Yes, because it is complementary to the narrative that I am presenting. However, if I wasn't watching the YouTube video and I was simply talking, I would still be harming other people in your flawed worldview.
No.
Because people would still be watching me instead of watching other people.
Right.
That's the
but
whole
it is
point.
less
My
people. It
existence
is less
taking
people,
people's...
and you're creating original content.
Okay. It's still original content when I react to a Ben Shapiro video or any other video, for the record. I hope you understand that.
Sure.
Because it is still, all
okay,
art is
we'll-
derivative
we'll- we'll
ultimately,
ignore
and
that
also
part of
my
the argument,
reaction to
but
something
wait.
is going to be unique
Let me explain
and
this again.
different than just the video in and of itself.
Sure.
But
we
what
can
you're
ignore this
failing
argument.
to- but
we
what
can
you
ignore
are-
this part of my argument, and it still works. Wait, listen. So you've agreed that you gain more viewers by reacting to original content, to high quality original content, right? You've agreed to this.
Yes, it's mutually beneficial. I think that's what you're.
Sure.
That's what you're saying. Okay. I don't know why you're
Okay,
laughing.
I'm sorry,
It
I
is
just found
mutually
it funny, yeah.
beneficial. I hope you understand. In a sea of content creators, you as someone who is not
Love
a
you, Matt.
content creator are standing alone on this front. There are other people who agree with you, but the overwhelming majority of content creators do not agree with your assessment. Myself as a content creator do not agree with your assessment that this is a harm. This is misconduct or somehow harmful to the broader economy of YouTube.
Yes,
YouTube
it
content
is.
creation. But,
Okay,
but you have
let me
failed
explain
to
this again.
demonstrate. But you have failed to demonstrate why it is harmful.
No, I have.
and you have even
I
recognized
think
why
you
it's
have
beneficial.
either not understood my point or you're intentionally misrepresenting it. Okay, so you said that you gain more viewers by watching original content, and we both agree on that. That's fine. But if you are gaining more viewers by doing that, then you have to be taking content from viewers from elsewhere, correct?
No, it
Just
is not correct.
yes or no. Okay, why not?
No, it's not correct because that's not how
So
it works
where do
in
these
the
viewers
real
come from?
world. People are. Where do these viewers come from? I get more viewers when I have someone that I'm interviewing, for example.
No,
their
no,
fan
that's not
base.
the question. That's not the
consensual.
question.
You
Where
don't
do
have an
those
issue
viewers
with
come
that,
from?
Right? Do you have an issue when I have a guest
No,
on?
please
stream?
stop
Answer
changing
my
the topic.
question. Do you
Where
have
do
an
those viewers
issue
come
when
from?
I have a guest on stream?
Okay, why are you changing the topic? No, I don't have an issue
No,
with that.
I'm not
but
changing
why are
the
you changing the
topic.
topic?
It's the same. It's the
No,
same
you
principle.
are.
You don't have an issue when I have a guest on stream, right? Okay, great.
No, I don't.
Great. Perfect. Okay. When I have a guest on stream, sometimes I watch their fucking video sitting next to them, right? I'm still taking their eyeballs away from them. Why do you not have an issue in that circumstance, but you have an issue in other circumstances? Because guess what? I still benefited from it.
that
Not
wasn't
only
my
did
question.
I watch their
Can
video,
you
but
address
I
my
also
question,
got
please?
some of their fans. I got some of their fans to come and watch me. I stole their viewership from them. So answer me this question. Why are
No,
YouTubers
why are you
not
refusing
upset
to answer
about
my
it?
question?
Wait, what? Because your assessment is just false. I don't know how else to describe it. It's
Well,
not.
I was
zero
asking a
sum.
question. There was no assessment. I was asking a question.
Your question is what? Okay, ask it again.
Okay, where do the viewers that join your stream after you start watching high quality content, where do they come from?
From all around. What do you mean? I don't know. I don't know where the
Yeah,
fuck people
exactly.
come
From all around,
Yes,
including
the Twitch
the
ecosystem,
market
other
that,
Twitch,
including
Twitch
people
watchers.
watching
They watch
YouTube,
another
watching
channel
other
and they
Twitch
go,
streamers,
"Oh,
correct?
I want to hear what Hasan has to say about this," so they come and watch me.
Right,
let's
right.
say.
Okay. So we agree
Okay.
on this now. So by that logic, those people could have been watching original content.
No,
Yes?
that's not. They can go back to watching the original content regardless.
Right,
So you-
but they are not in that moment. They are not in that moment.
Yes, that is the principle no matter what, though. That's when I hit live, I'm stealing viewers by your assessment. you're not consistent in your logic. Do you understand?
The problem I'm having is that you are taking the content that is high quality.
If I have 0 viewers, then it's ethical. If I have 1 viewer, then it's unethical because I'm, by the virtue of me streaming, I'm stealing a viewer that would be somewhere else.
That is correct.
Okay, do you not understand why this is like fundamentally flawed, like the way that you're presenting this argument? Because the only way to basically do the ethical thing in your circumstance is to just never stream, is to just go, never, I'm going to hit stop streaming now, and I'm never going to hit start streaming again, because there's only a finite amount of viewers out there in the ether, and every single time I go live, whether I'm actually watching someone else's content or whether I'm actually doing my own content, which, by the way, I still say that watching someone else's content and adding on to it is still, you know, making new content. But regardless, it doesn't change if I'm reacting to something or not reacting to something, which is why I gave you the example of having a guest on stream. When I have a guest on stream, their fans come in and watch me, right? But that guest doesn't view that, and maybe because you're not a content creator, you're not understanding this point. That guest that comes in doesn't view that as me stealing their watchers. They're stealing their eyeballs because they don't see it as a zero-sum game. And many content creators don't see it as a zero-sum game because there's a shit ton of hours in the day, okay? And people benefit from that. It's a mutually beneficial.
I agree that there's a shit ton of hours in the day, but there's still a finite hours
whether I have. There's no difference whether I have a guest on. There's no difference whether it's just me talking. There's no difference whether I'm watching a YouTube video or not. In your assessment, I'm still stealing people's eyeballs away from other content that they could be watching in this circumstance.
Okay, but you've literally just said there's a lot of hours in the day, but there's a finite hours in the day. Like, I mean, you've literally just confirmed my argument.
I don't think you're gonna understand the point I'm trying to make here.
No, I think you're not understanding the point I'm trying to make.
I do understand. I disagree with it. Is my point. There's a finite amount of time. There's a finite amount of time in the day. There's a total amount of people that watch. That is precisely the reason why people actually like when Twitch streamers or other streamers react to their content, at least those who do appreciate it.
I never said that the
reason
content was
why
bad,
they
of
like
course.
it, or the reason why they appreciate it is because I have a large audience. Many people who have never seen this content, especially if it's a smaller content creator, especially, will go, oh my God, this guy's fucking awesome. I'm going to go subscribe to this person. I'm going to go watch all of their content. That's why you, as someone who was a watcher, perceived there to be some kind of like violation of ethics, but the content creators themselves in almost every circumstance do not.
But why are you still making this argument? I've already told you that I agree with it.
But if you agree with it, then we're going back and forth over the course of the
past 43
minutes.
Yes, I agree. We are just going back and forth. I don't think we're ever going to agree on this.
We're going back and forth on no harm being done in the eyes of the content creators, where you still think there is harm being done as someone in the sidelines.
Okay, if you steal $10 from everyone in the world, and then you go to someone and give them $20, does that mean that the person who you just gave $20 to, who says, "Oh, dude, you're such a nice guy," does that mean everyone thinks you're a nice guy? I don't think so.
This
and that is essentially my argument.
Wait. No, that is not the argument.
It is.
No, you're making a very bad argument. Okay, you're making a very, very bad argument. The argument would be more akin to, hey, this guy gave you $1. Okay, this other guy also gave you $1. This other guy also gave you $1, and they made $10 as a consequence of giving you $1. They all like it. You, on the other hand, on the sideline, are going, I don't like it. Stop giving each other dollars. That's the point.
But where do those dollars come from? And I mean, it's an analogy for views. You can't just produce views out of nowhere.
I'm using the argument that you presented and telling you how it is in the
eyes
of a lot
I'm
of
just
these people,
following it to its logical conclusion.
Creators.
Where does that money or those views come from?
Those dollars are coming from advertising and advertisers.
But those dollars are an analogy for viewers. Where do those viewers come from? They don't just appear.
Oh my God. That's why I'm telling you, for one viewer, okay, in that very moment that you recognize is actually beneficial, there's 10 extra eyeballs. That's the point. There's 10 extra eyeballs on all of the videos. That's the whole point. That's why I'm using the dollar analogy.
But there's not 10 extra eyeballs on every video on YouTube. That is my point. I'm like, you keep going back to this
in the real
argument.
world, you were only allowed to watch one YouTuber and one YouTuber only, your analogy would work, but that's not how it works at all, because VODs are very different than live streaming, for example. There is so much more to this argument that you are failing to recognize, while simultaneously recognizing that there is probably a positive, beneficial relationship here, which is why I find it very strange that we're
for the individual creator you're watching, I agree, but not for the wider market. Because
no,
like,
there is no wider market implication here. We're talking specifically about the reason why the wider market implication doesn't matter in the way that you think.
Does it not exist or does it not matter? Which one is it?
The reason why it doesn't matter is because you are not understanding that broader market implication exists, whether I'm watching someone else's YouTube video or whether I'm just simply streaming on my own or whether I have a guest on.
But
That's
you've
why
already
the broader
acknowledged
market implication that you're suggesting is an
there are more
impossibility,
people,
a bar that no one can clear. Every single person technically making content is still in your world view, right? Taking an eyeball in that very specific moment away from someone else making content.
But
So
that is their
ultimately,
own hard work.
It ultimately revolves around your own personal assessment on who is worthy of the eyeball. That's it. And you don't think that I am worthy of that eyeball when I'm reacting to someone else's content.
You're stealing
That's
content,
why you're getting upset. And I'm trying to help you come to this conclusion, because whether I'm streaming and I'm just talking to you, or whether I'm streaming and I'm watching a YouTube video, or whether I'm streaming, no matter what, when I hit that go live button, I'm in your assessment taking eyeballs away. And if you don't have any issue with me just straightforwardly streaming, right, then you should not have an issue when I have a guest on, and you should not have an issue when the content creator that I'm watching, because it's the exact same principle. Because the fans of that person could have been watching someone else in that circumstance, and when someone comes on to the stream as my guest,
of course, I wouldn't have an issue with that. That was never my argument.
When someone comes on to the stream as my guest, they are saying, "Oh yeah, of course I'll take time out of my day to come on your stream and bring some of my audience here to watch this interview as well, because it's a new type of content that they otherwise would not have gotten, the interaction, the back and forth." React content can be seen in the exact same way. There is consent on both parties involved in it. So you as a third party outside saying, "I don't care if there's consent," it's still totally theft. It doesn't make sense.
Can I ask you a question? Okay, would you rather be one guy working a full month to make a single video, or a guy sitting there and watching 100 videos in that time and re-uploading them and just like putting your face in the corner?
There's benefits to
who do you think is more likely to be successful?
First of all, that's not, you established that that's not what I do. But it doesn't matter, because there's benefits to both.
Sure,
it's
exaggerated, but it is essentially what you do.
And negatives to both of those things. The negative side of it is that you have constant interaction, a sea of harassment, things of that nature. That's why a lot of YouTubers will openly state that they would never be able to be streamers themselves because of the constant harassment that comes along with it. But that's, now we're getting into the weeds of things, right? We're getting into the minutia of like different forms of content creation.
Can you not dodge the question, please?
Please, I'm being as charitable as I physically, humanly, possibly to you. Please don't say that I'm dodging the question. I think I've been pretty kind in this situation.
Sure, I don't disagree
and respect.
That you were kind. I don't think you were unfair, but
okay. So I'm not dodging your question. You can ask the question one more time if you would like. You said, would I rather be a YouTuber that makes one video a month or a Twitch streamer that watches hundreds of videos? Is what your question was, right? Although this is a very loaded question, the answer is obviously demonstrated with my experience. I am currently not a YouTuber that makes one video a month, but instead a Twitch streamer that does a litany of different kinds of content. So I'm already demonstrating that. It's not even a real question at all.
Okay, and who do you think would be more successful in that example?
In that example, the fucking YouTuber that makes one video a month is oftentimes infinitely more successful, but it doesn't matter. It depends on who the fucking YouTuber is. And also, not only that, but also not only is this like silly, this doesn't actually present an argument at all. It's just like your question basically revolves around like what my personal preference is. And given that my interest is to do political commentary, to do agitated propaganda specifically.
It was to show how ridiculous your argument is, but
do you think that there was a ridiculous argument?
I think that if you understand my point, which you say you do, I don't think there's any way you can disagree with this unless you don't care about exploitation.
My friend, I do care about exploitation. There is no exploitation occurring here because the other parties see benefit from it. That is the problem. You, as a third party, think and are presenting a false argument to declare that there is exploitation, but there is none. You have failed to demonstrate. You have failed to demonstrate where the exploitation exists. That is the problem.
I disagree. I mean, listen, I don't think we're ever gonna come to an agreement here.
No, but
I mean,
okay, but like,
yeah.
Okay.
Here's okay. The problem is I have to be up in 7 hours because unlike you, I work a real job that is not as difficult as yours, of course. But
come on.
sorry, but
yeah, that's
sorry. I'm sorry. That was a level. I apologize. I know. I'm sorry, but yeah, I have to be up soon. So
Okay. Well, I hope
I
you.
do appreciate that you gave me this opportunity to talk to you. I think we've both been respectful to each other. Maybe I hope you see the same. But
Okay. Well, good luck to all of your future endeavors, Chatter.
yep, you too. Shout out Dark Viper at you.
That was I hope that was entertaining. What do you mean you disagree? Where is your data? It doesn't matter. This is devoid of data. And the person that he showed, the person that he watched a YouTube video of, and where this resentment comes from, has tried desperately to create data around it. And there's a litany of data that goes in the exact opposite direction, which is why this is a non-issue that people really glom onto and manufacture drama out of. That's it. That was pure debate pervetry, and we're here. We're worse off because of it. You're stealing from a restaurant every time you share your food. We've shown the data before, time and time again. That is there. The question you have to ask always. The question you have to ask always is like, if this is such a big problem, why are none of the content creators constantly fucking yelling about this? Because the argument ultimately goes down. The argument ultimately devolves into both parties are consenting, but I don't consent because I've perceived that there is actually hypocrisy at bay. This is actually the worst criticism of you to date. No, I think that you bought a house, so I think you're fake is the worst one. Like you bought a house and therefore you must be a fake socialist is probably worse than this. You're stealing pets from other dogs by petting Kaya? Yes. That was horrible, but I hope a YouTuber makes a video about it, ripping apart his argument that we can watch on your stream. Your basic disagreement was that Chatter doesn't believe reactions are original content. Yes. Listening to... Oh, dude. The problem is Dark Viper AI is so manic. Like, that's the worst aspect of this. Like, I didn't know this dude was a fucking Dark Viper fan when I brought him on. And now he's just like... He just loses... God, he's so... I really wish him well. I really do. Brother, one day you will get the help, I think. You're so unwell. Dark Viper, who once famously said, reacting to YouTube videos is the same as raping someone, which of course he himself is a reactor to YouTube videos. Or at least I guess he's saying he was a former rapist and has reformed from his former serial raping that he was doing in his own argument. He's saying you reacting instead of creating original content is exploitative because you're stealing views from any and all original content on the market, not specifically the content you're reacting to. No, I understand that. Except that principle quite literally applies to anyone and everyone making content. That's the problem. So it devolves into, I don't like that you're reacting to content. That's the issue. Do you guys not understand this? Anyone and everyone that makes a YouTube video in that framework, because that's not how it actually works, is technically stealing from other people. That's how it would work if it was like a zero-sum game. Now, of course, the enforcement mechanism of this would also make things infinitely worse as well. I disagree with him, but it seems like y'all are talking past each other. No, I understood his argument. I disagreed with his argument. That's my point, because that's not how it works. I think he's trying to say that you are getting an unfair advantage by stealing the content because you're able to put out more content by only reacting and not making your own. But I do make my own. That's the issue. And as someone who does make his own content, other people reacting to that content is actually genuinely beneficial. That's it. That's the point. That's how it works. It's incredibly beneficial because the reality is this is an attention economy. The whole point is that you want as many people as possible to see your video. Exposure is directly how YouTubers make money, okay? Which is precisely the reason why You are not going to find YouTubers that get very upset at me using their videos as a narrative jump off point when I'm talking about a particular matter. That's it. That's precisely the same reason why journalists love when I read their articles. That's precisely the same reason why, like, it's not considered to be theft in that regard. That's why they come on the stream to be like, hey, love that you read my article on stream. Let's collab. That sort of thing. Even if you were able to create more content, that doesn't matter because no one is entitled to anyone's time. It is the viewer that makes the subjective choice to watch you over other activities like going outside and touching grass, which Dark Viper should really do. I just want to know who's being exploited in this system. Yeah, no one ever like makes a solid argument to who's being exploited. If I react to someone else's content and they don't like that and they're like, why the fuck did you watch my video? That's valid. Okay. I violated something there. Okay. That's valid. It's a fuck up. Perfect example from today. Yeah, exactly. For what I saw, you got to his point of view and told him why it doesn't work like that in the real world, which went over his head. I think he said that you watching the whole of the original content is the problem, that you're stealing views by satisfying the interest of watching that specific content instead of maybe just mentioning it or showing snippets of it or whatever. Yes, that was the original argument he came in with, and he quickly swapped away from that because I described to him that the people that I'm reacting to the entirety of the content are actually, they like it. And he even had to concede that that was legitimately beneficial in that moment. So he had to try and like move the conversation away to like the entirety of the marketplace or some shit. And it's not true. Me aggregating content, if I was simply just a channel that showed YouTube videos with nothing else, right? If I just sat in the corner and just showed a YouTube video, if that's what I did, right? Because for this argument to work, stop linking me this fucking dipshit who's desperate for attention, please. Mods, nuke this fucker and all of the dumb fucks that are, come on. You guys are so fucking horny for drama. Like, please. His argument is based on the premise that if you did not stream, all of your viewers would automatically watch the videos that you watch, which is absolutely not the case. It makes a broad assumption about how the viewers want to consume media. I, for one, do not care about any of this content unless you're actively providing humor by making jokes or talking shit about it. I would never watch it with my own time otherwise. Yes, but then you are only one person, right? You're only one person. There are many more in this community, so many more people in this community that literally like the content that I'm watching, will go and watch it again on their own time, or will watch every other fucking video made by the same YouTuber. This is why it is a mutually beneficial circumstance. And the reason why it doesn't work with the factory workers are also happy with their company pays them a wage but are still exploited is because I'm not forcing YouTubers to make YouTube videos. Do you not understand this? I'm not like YouTubers, you have to make YouTube videos so I can react to them on stream. Do you not get that? Like there is a genuine difference in the way that YouTubers operate versus a factory worker operates. Because the entire output, the way that a YouTuber makes money is by eyeballs, is by driving traffic to their fucking channel. This is precisely the reason why they do not see the harm, and they, as a matter of fact, consider it to be beneficial. So there are a lot more people that would normally not watch those YouTubers or normally not even hear about these YouTubers that go and watch those YouTubers, binge watch their other content, rewatch the same YouTube video. That's it. That is precisely the reason why people enjoy it. Anyway, that's it. You introduced me to so many content creators like Best D Marks, Ugopnik, etc. that I would never encounter otherwise. Exactly. Anyway, I found Curtis Connor through you, followed him, and I watch all of his videos even when you react to them. I even went to his stand-up show. How is that not beneficial? That is precisely the reason why YouTubers understand the benefits of this, but people who don't make YouTube content don't, and are, they get angry for a YouTuber that doesn't actually get reacted to. That's the problem, which is ironic. I'll break it down. This is the last thing I'm going to say before the top of the hour ad break, okay? The last thing I'm going to say is this, okay? There are two ways that people can draw a broader audience. Collaboration is the singular factor here, okay? You can either collaborate with a content creator by making a negative video about them to draw traffic to your own video or your own channel, which is what Dark Viper AU does because he is a person who is, kind of insane and also impossible to enjoy the content of otherwise. Or you can have a positive relationship and collaborate by watching their YouTube videos or having those people on and talking to them on stream and promoting their content. Okay? Some people choose to do the former. Some people choose to do the latter. That's it. It all comes down to the same bullshit, though. Funny how you never mentioned that Dark Viper was a gambling streamer promoting illegal crypto casino. Wait, he was? No. I doubt that his anger comes from the exact same fucking pool of resentment that 90% of these content creators hate me over. I don't believe that. I think you're just shit slinging. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Saying HasanAbi stole viewers from Ugopnik is crazy. Yes. Man, if I ever went into another content creator's space and harassed them on behalf of you, I feel so goddamn embarrassed. Yes. The only thing I knew about the fucking weird Australian man was that he got mad at one of his viewers using his method of speedrunning and never gave it up. All right. If I make a video of dogs farting, I get like 5 views, but if you reacted to that shit, it would get so much more attention. Yes. Thank you, 34MKD50, for the 50 gifted subs. Of course, 34MKD50 is only in here gifting subs at the top of the hour because he loves that I steal other people's eyeballs. Yet another eyeball stolen successfully. Ben Shapiro reviews Dune. I feel like it's gonna fucking make me lose my mind. Let's hear Joseph Robinette Rogan talking to Zack Schneider. And while this plays, I'm gonna go piss and I'm gonna be listening. He agreed with everything you said about consent and you stealing viewers by streaming regardless. Of course, he had to disagree with something, and his point was, I subjectively think your React content is not original. Therefore, I objectively determine that you do exploitation. Yeah, it's just not a great argument at all.
They did this ritual with this like table of cheese where like all these Spartan warriors would stand around the table, and all the 13-year-olds who were ready to like transition into becoming true Spartans, you'd have to like try and get and pull a piece of cheese off this stone table, and the Spartan warriors who guarded the table could do anything to stop you. And it was just beating the crap out of these 13-year-olds. And finally, like, you know, if you got it, then you were given to a Spartan soldier who raised you. And basically the idea was that he was your lover, he was your teacher, he was everything to you. Because the Spartans believed that, you know, really they believed that you would die for your brother if you were also lovers. You know, they thought that like if you were confused about why we're fighting, fight for that guy who's not only your best buddy, but like there's like a story, I guess, where they were like when the Persians first came, they sent a scout over and they looked down at the Spartans right the night before the big battle, and he went back and he goes, they were all like having sex with each other. It was like a weird, like they're like, we're gonna be good. And there was one of the Spartans kings was the old Spartan king was now working with the Persians and said like, oh no, we're fucked. They're saying goodbye to each other. Do you know what that means? Like, we're completely screwed. Like, they're gonna, like, we're gonna get murdered tomorrow. You know, like, and they were like, you're nuts. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, they're a bunch of softies. Like, let's go get them.
What if that's the key to being the absolute greatest army? You have to be gay.
Yeah,
you have to be gay.
Well, you know, this is gayer than watching gay porn. Because of your constant criticism of Redditors, I use Reddit way less now and I'm better for it. It's probably better for your brain, honestly. Do you think zero people prefer your React content over the original? What do you mean? No, there are plenty of people who prefer my React content over the original, not when I was taking a piss, obvious. Can we please stop arguing? Please, it's fine, dude. It's okay. Yes, I'm unethical and I'm exploiting. You won, all right? You won. I'm exploiting. From who? I'm stealing from who? No one has seemingly made a decent argument for it. The people that I'm stealing from usually like it, unless they're like a massive fucking powerhouse anyway. And I know Joe Rogan doesn't give a shit, or CNN or whatever the fuck. People are really desperate to portray Zack Snyder as a chud. Every time you actually listen, he seems pretty chill. People get mad at his lack of representation. Anyway, recently the city I'm elected in a progressive mayor that beat the landlord cop endorsed a Dem candidate. Holy shit, the subreddit has been unbearable. Unironically, I think CNN might care these days. Yeah, they should be down for that kind of shit, specifically because honestly, if they're not down, they're cooked. They need the React content. Okay, let's cover. We are waiting for the State of the Union. That's why it's not been like super fucking heavy on the news side today so far.
Secretary David Cameron in London today, and this comes after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's rival.
Okay, you know what? Here, thank you, Themaces, for the playlist. Here's Channel 4. Israel, Gaza, U.S. plans to build a port in Gaza to ship in supplies in Israel as Israel prevents more aid by land. Let's get started here, okay? Real news time. There you go. 3 hours and 41 fucking minutes in.
In northern Gaza, children clutch empty pots and buckets, awaiting food at this street kitchen. The man in charge says they've run out of essentials, rice and sugar, in a region where the UN says they're dying from hunger.
People are hungry.
Helldivers, new warbound inbound. Don't add politics and woke stuff for liberty and freedom. This game is the most fun. Please don't give points to these clown baiters. They're more deserving of your points. Please, we need LGBT cosmetics and pronouns. Add a rainbow cape. Thanks for adding body types. Petition to add LGBT skins and pronouns. What is happening here? This is so bizarre. Like, what the fuck are people doing? It's botted, right? It has to be. Like, this doesn't seem like a organic thing. It seems like a fucking 4chan op to just like be like, please add LGBT skins and woke pronouns. I'm gay. I'm trans, and I want you to please do this, please. Some idiot made a vid crying about woke games and used Helldivers as one that's not. Please show me which YouTuber made such a profound statement. Anyway, we'll do that later, though. Let's watch real fucking news. Let's talk about the real fucking news.
As they're dying from hunger.
People are hungry. It's been 4 or 5 months without any aid. Everyone has lost weight and the children are suffering from malnutrition and sickness. The thirst is killing us, the starvation is killing us, and the poverty is killing us.
In an unprecedented move to increase aid, President Biden will tonight announce the creation of a port by the US military on Gaza's coast. Nowhere near enough support is getting to northern Gaza, with airdrops insufficient and the World Food Programme saying a convoy of 14 aid trucks were turned away by the Israelis this week. More would reach Palestinians if there was a ceasefire, but American hopes of a deal by Ramadan look bleak, leaving the people of Gaza mired in war amidst a looming famine, and with the families of the more than 100 Israeli hostages still waiting for their loved ones to return.
How you can sleep at night. Look at us. Look at them. All the time. Keep them in the top of the agenda.
In London today, the hostage families called on the government to bring them home. But as they spoke, talks with Hamas in Egypt came to an end with no ceasefire deal that would have freed some of the hostages in exchange for a pause in fighting and the release of Palestinian prisoners.
We believe that it would only release about 40 hostages within 6 weeks. Would that be something that you would be in favour of, even though it would mean not all the hostages being returned?
If we see someone come back, it's good for us. If only one now come inside to Israel, we know that we have hope. This is what we need. We need hope.
In Israel, while a majority support the war, many are growing angry at Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's been criticised for his conduct during the war. And at a rally last week, Benny Gantz, a member of the war cabinet and a Netanyahu rival, joined the hostage families. And this week, he travelled to Washington and London as allies are getting frustrated.
Yeah, this is a great point by Luke O'Neill. He says, deploying aid against the wishes of the supposed ally army we are also giving bombs to is so fucking insane, it's breaking my brain. It's not only evil on its face, it makes Biden look so weak. Spraying a flamethrower and a fire extinguisher on the same house. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. Like, it just does not make sense. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like, the fuck are we doing? You're giving a dude a flamethrower and then tossing a bucket of water at the same house that the dude lit on fire as you're consistently supplying him with more fuel to keep blowing up the house.
Frustrated with Netanyahu, who today said Israel would launch an offensive on Rafah, despite calls for him not to do so.
There is international pressure, and it's growing. But when the pressure rises, we must close ranks. We need to stand together against attempts to stop the war.
That rhetoric will not please Washington, with officials concerned about the wider region. Yesterday,
scenario, U.S. build port, Israel attacks port. Biden sends a warning attack against Israel. Biden gets reelected because he's tough on Israel. No, the real scenario is Israel and the United States build the port together and then use the port to consistently continue doing military operations from said port. And the port doesn't actually end up helping the Gazan population at all and still further contributes to their demise. That's the real likely scenario of this. Because ironic, but one of the Hamas reasons, according to them, as to why they did October 7 was so they could facilitate a hostage swap for the tens of thousands of hostages in Israeli prisons and, indefinitely detained by the Israeli government. And the other reason was because they wanted a fucking port. It's true. Look it up. They wanted to have a port so they could conduct trade. Hamas killing thousands in the name of peace law. Everything that you say about Hamas can be said about Israel times 1,000. You know that, right? Like, that's the whole point. That's why this doesn't make any sense. Like, Hamas killing thousands in the name of Hamas killing thousands of people, 1,000, while Israel has killed 30,000 is ridiculous. Palestinian resistance, whether it's called Hamas or anything else, is doing this because they want to put an end to the occupation. That's it. And devoid of the human toll here on either side, you have to look at the situation with a sense of fairness. Is it valid for Israel to occupy the lives of millions of Palestinians, or is it not? But there is no occupation. Kill them all. What? Dude, the Hitlerian particles are out of control today.
Yemen's Houthis attacked another ship in the Gulf of Aden, killing 3 people. Back in Gaza, the situation is desperate. A scrap of cardboard is used to get every last bit of flour. Tonight's announcement from Biden about a military port is perhaps a sign of the Americans losing patience with the Israelis. But that help from the sea is still weeks away, and the people of northern Gaza are starving right now.
Well, let's get more now from our Washington correspondent, Siobhan Kennedy. Siobhan.
Well, I think Kieran is right. This is a sign of rising tensions between the US and Israel. We know that America has tried to to force Israel to let more aid in, but it simply believes now that Israel is not doing enough to meet that demand. So we are told tonight that the president will use his all-important State of the Union speech there in that building behind me to announce that he is directing US military to carry out what they are calling an emergency mission to build an actual new port in the Mediterranean on the Gaza coast to allow for to receive large ships into that port carrying food, water, medicine, emergency shelters, and to transfer them via a new causeway, a pier into Gaza. This is obviously hugely significant news because it will allow for much more aid to get into Gaza. The US is estimating that up to hundreds of trucks a day will now be able to bring aid in. It does, of course, bring the US much closer to the war than it probably ever wanted to be. But
it's like, it's great to build a port for Gaza. One should ask why they didn't have a port to begin with. That's odd, right? If they are an autonomous area that is devoid of control, devoid of Israeli control, how did they not have a fucking port? What's next? You're going to tell me that they don't have an airport either? That's wild, okay? However, the second question to ask in this circumstance is like, well, second question to ask in this circumstance would be, why do these people need aid? I don't really understand. Is it like, are they being bombed to bits by an occupying force? And then last but not least, why do we have to put a port in? Why can't they come in through regular convoys? All of the 3 questions have one answer, which is Israel. As an occupying colonial entity, Israel is rendering this null and void. Israel is creating the necessity for such things while also simultaneously making it impossible for these people to live there, because their purpose is to eradicate the population, either through forcible ethnic transfer, ethnic displacement, or directly cleansing them of the land by killing them with bombs that were supplying Israel.
A White House official assured us reporters that did not mean that there would be any need for US boots on the ground in Gaza. At least that is what it is saying now. It does say much, though, of course, that the US is having to resort to this. This is not a hostile government it's dealing with, after all. It's Israel, one of its closest allies, and yet seemingly the US does not have the sway to force Israel to do its bid.
It does. And if it doesn't, right, then it's over. Like, what do you mean? We are the world police. Any country that does half of the shit that Israel does gets invaded by America, okay? As a matter of fact, we make up shit that other countries are doing in an effort to invade them. And I do not see any bombs flying over the Knesset, okay? I do not see the American troops on the ground inside of Tel Aviv, okay? Restoring democracy and law and order to Israel. But we don't even need to do that. We can start with simpler terms like refusing to give them more weapons. Just saying.
I should still point out, though, that at the same time that it's planning not just these airdrops, but now this new maritime aid, that it is still providing weapons and missiles to Israel to carry out its operations inside Gaza. That is where we are at.
The president delivering his State of the Union address, you know it's tonight, at a time of deep, deep division in this country. And of course, we all know this is an election year. A lot is at stake, which is why Tony DeCopel is in Washington right now. Tony, good morning to you. I have to say, you're looking very presidential this morning, Mr. DeCopel. Good to see you in front of the Capitol.
Thank you very much. Here I am in front of the Capitol. Don't usually wear a tie, but this is a very big night in Washington, D.C. It's a kind of Oscars for people who don't look like movie stars, but tonight they're going to get all the lights, they're going to get the cameras, they're going to get the reaction shots, who's bringing who, and that's why we're here. That view behind me, the Capitol Dome, and inside the House chamber tonight, President Biden's going to be delivering his third State of the Union address. This can't be ignored. It'll be his last if he does not win re-election in the fall. And, of course, it's now a two-person race between him and former President Donald Trump. Tonight, a big opportunity for the president, maybe his last best chance to have a fresh start with voters, one of the biggest audiences he's going to get this year. And so what you're going to hear is his message, what he wants you, America, to hear as you make this crucial decision. Does he get a chance to do this again? So the question before us, what is the state of our union? We're going to talk about it all show. We're going to begin with our chief Washington correspondent, White House correspondent, I should clarify. You've been promoted.
Welcome to our neighborhood.
Cordes. I'm glad to be here. It's a beautiful morning.
It is great to have you. You know, simply put, Tony, this is a golden opportunity that comes once a year for the president. It is a chance for him to show he's got the fight for a second term, a chance to try to win over those Nikki Haley supporters who are not sold on backing Donald Trump. And he's going to do it in front of what could be his largest public audience between now and November.
Our democracy remains unbowed and unbroken.
The State of the Union is always an important speech, but it takes on added significance in an election year. Tonight, President Biden will focus on policies that appeal to a wide swath of voters, urging Congress to restore the expanded child tax credit for low- and middle-income families and to cap out-of-pocket prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for anyone with private insurance.
For us, this is deeply personal.
Reproductive rights will also be a focus, with IVF patients and fertility doctors invited to attend the address. Kate Cox, the Texas woman who was blocked by a state court from terminating a non-viable pregnancy, will be sitting with the First Lady.
President Biden is defending reproductive rights, fighting for a national law that would restore Roe's protections.
With the president's speech set to soak up attention, his GOP opponent, Donald Trump, is promising to do a live play-by-play of the State of the Union address. Trump also announced that he's willing to debate Biden anytime, anywhere, after refusing to debate his primary opponents.
He's the worst president in the history of our country.
The race has moved.
Wait a minute. Trump is taking away eyeballs from Brandon? That's kind of fucked up. You guys see that? That's unethical, dude. The fuck? You see this shit? This guy's literally fucking taking away goddamn eyeballs away from Biden. It's messed up, dude. Maybe these guys have an idea. Or wait, perhaps it's entirely new content that he's creating by reacting to Joe Biden because, you know, you want to see Donald Trump react to Joe Biden. I don't know.
Into a new phase now that Trump's final Republican opponent, Nikki Haley, has suspended her campaign.
It is now up to Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our party and beyond it who did not support him.
Trump did urge her supporters to join his movement on Wednesday, but only after he mocked Haley for getting trounced on Super Tuesday. In a statement, President Biden said Donald Trump made it clear he doesn't want Nikki Haley's supporters. I want to be clear. There is a place for them in my campaign.
That's also why compromise will be one of the big themes you hear tonight. The president making the case that he worked with the other side on infrastructure, that he's trying to work with them on border security. He's not going to talk about Trump a lot, Tony, but the unspoken message is going to be, I'll work with the other side. He won't.
Very interesting what you say about compromise, because in a CBS News poll, one of the most common words that Americans use to describe our country is divided. So if Joe Biden can highlight compromise and talk about unity tonight, how does he capitalize on this speech going forward?
With a battleground state blitz. He's going to be in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania tomorrow. Then he's heading to Atlanta, Georgia the next day, where former President Trump will be as well. And CBS News is told that quietly behind the scenes, there are some Biden.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're done. You're done for a week. Sheltered Rosebud, you're done for a fucking week. If you come back in 7 days and say, wow, you spent the whole fucking stream doing this and not on Gaza, I will ban you permanently.
Biden donors who are already
the most annoying type of fucking chatter, okay? Wow, you didn't spend a sufficient amount of time talking about Gaza today. Shut the fuck up. Why do you have to talk every fucking day, dude? Why? Why do you have to come into the chat every fucking day and complain? Jesus Christ, dude. I've told you kindly not to fucking do this, and you still do it every fucking day. No, I know I just talked about Gaza. It wasn't sufficient for them. That's the point. They're saying like, oh, you didn't talk sufficiently about Gaza today. Very fucking annoying.
Reaching out to Haley donors to try to figure out if there's some common ground there.
That's good news. Nancy, thank you very much.
You got it.
Very happy to be here in Washington. Thanks
Great
for
to
being
be
such a
with
great
you.
tour guide. And CBS News streaming, a little programming note here. We'll, of course, bring you live coverage of tonight's State of the Union address and the Republican response starting at 8 p.m. Eastern and continuing right here on CBS at 9 p.m. Eastern.
President Biden is scheduled to speak before lawmakers at the Capitol this evening. But Americans got their own ideas of the state of our union. Tony DeCopel is on Capitol Hill with that part of the story. Tony, nice job with the speaker the last half hour because, number one, politicians are often hard to interview, but you guys covered a lot of ground. But what we really like
Not
about
8
you,
p.m.,
Tony DeCopel...
8 p.m. Eastern, so 5 p.m. Pacific. It's going to happen in the next hour and a half.
There are so many things, but your man on the street, you got another one coming up. Can't wait.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm a man of the people. Don't be fooled by the suit and tie this morning. That's all because of the event going on behind me tonight. The State of the Union address, it began with a constitutional requirement. People can read that section for themselves. Article 2, Section 3, the president shall from time to time give Congress information on the State of the Union. But that has evolved into what one writer called a kind of political Super Bowl. And much like the actual Super Bowl, millions will tune in tonight, and they are going to have their own thoughts. Some people are going to be shouting at the TV. We hit the streets of New York for some advanced commentary.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
When President Biden steps onto the House floor tonight, one thing is almost certain.
He's going to gaffe, and he's going to flub. And we are going to do Gamba. Gamba will be unlocked. Gamba will be unlocked tonight. There's going to be some hog watch happening, too. Some House Republicans are dismissing Speaker Johnson's calls for decorum during the State of the Union tonight. Lauren Boebert told me, I don't even promise my pastor I'm going to hold back in church. Marjorie Taylor Greene says, decorum broke a long time ago. Oh, baby, some fucking content. Oh, my God, finally. Woo, we are going to Gamba on it, too, like whether he brings up certain talking points or not.
Hello. He'll say something like,
the State of the Union is strong.
Just as every single president has done for decades.
The state of our union is strong.
The state of our union is strong.
But strong is not the word most Americans have in mind these days.
The state of our union is what?
In danger.
In fact, outside the scaffolding surrounding the old Federal Building in Lower Manhattan, where George Washington delivered the very first State of the Union, we didn't find anyone who felt like America today is thriving.
The State of the Union is a catastrophe.
Broken.
Chaotic, disorganized.
It's a mess.
It's a mess.
Can I ask you a couple questions about the state of our union?
Well, not everyone wanted to talk to a reporter.
We ask you 2 questions. No. All right. That was one of the questions.
Everything lined up perfectly with this CBS News poll, which found only about a third of Americans think things are going well. And even then, most would only say somewhat well. So what happened?
It is a scary time right now, with a lot of war going on in the world.
The corporate rule of America and the division of the people.
People feel on opposite ends of the spectrums. People aren't talking to each other. That's a real problem.
I feel like we're more divided and
Divided is how most describe the state of the country in that very same poll, with declining and weak also coming in well ahead of strong. And with the president's approval rating near an all-time low.
Raise your hand if you approve of the job that Joe Biden is doing. Whoa, really?
He gets a lot of the blame.
I don't agree with any of his policies, so.
But not all of it.
And I think he's doing a terrific job with the economy. I like Joe Biden. I really do. But at the same time, it's just too much going on.
Do you approve of Congress's job performance?
No.
Turns out the lawmakers he'll be addressing have approval ratings even lower.
How about Congress?
Oh, please.
They're working against each other, and I don't see no policies coming into action.
If you were to deliver the State of the Union address, what would you say to the American people?
We need all these bozos out of here.
That's awesome.
Get people that's going to come together and get it done.
You would stand before Congress and say, get the bozos out.
Yeah, I would.
Either way,
But there's so much more to do.
when President Biden lays out his list of priorities, Americans will be checking it against their own.
I'd like to see him really get control of the border, fully fund the war in Israel.
Dude, my man, my goat. This is the most, he's so Reddit, dude. Oh, this guy's the fucking goat, dude. Oh my God. Yes. Yes. Methinks perhaps we control the border. Tip, tip, tip, milady. Oh, I'm nutting.
I'd like to see him.
I'd like to see Biden give 100% our taxes to Israeli weapons. You will be hearing about my opinion on Dune showing too much Arab culture on my letterbox later. Muad'Dib sounds a lot like an Arabic letter. It's pretty disgusting. Oh, yeah, this man is literally 25 years old, too. He's like, yes, this guy's awesome. Perhaps I will tell you about my opinion on age of consent later. I know you didn't ask for it, but it is one of the most pressing issues of our lifetime. No, I do not believe it should be older. Of course, it should be younger, so I can finally marry Hatsune Miku. I love him. This is my favorite. This is my favorite guy.
I'm really get.
Americans will be checking it against their own.
I'd like to see him really get control of the border, fully fund the war in Israel, fully fund Ukraine.
He said fully fund the war in Israel. Guys, we were wrong. He meant give Hamas nuclear arms. That's what he meant. He said, I like to see him fully fund the war in Israel, as in on the side of Hamas, okay? He's saying, I was wrong. I was wrong. He said, give Hamas weapons now. Yeah. Give Hamas the family atomics.
Looking to improve the quality of our cities, bring inflation down, do something about the housing market.
I would like a really strong comment from him about what's going on with women's rights, because I think it's very, very concerning.
But even amid all the concern, the strength of our union has one constant. The fact that, much like Federal Hall and the repair work happening there, America is always subject to improvement.
What do you think it's going to take to get us to a place where we're actually strong?
Compromise.
I don't think Joe Biden or anyone's going to, be able to fix this with, their presence in office. I think it's going to take all of us, actually.
I like what the man.
Compromise, dude. Americans consistently the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. I love that shit. Americans are always, dude, that's why bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship and nothing else, like devoid of its impact, devoid of like what it presents, is always being presented on mainstream media as like as a virtue in and of itself. It's awesome.
And said there, Tony, the C word, compromise. Most people don't even know what that means in Washington anymore. And I love what the woman said to you. There's just too much.
Why? What are you talking about? Like, that's all Biden has done is compromise to the right. They are unable to compromise back. And they've shown that time and time again, which is precisely the reason why it's idiotic to try and compromise with them. They're not interested in compromise. You can only compromise with people who are actually interested in legislating. You can't compromise with people who are not interested in it. All that C word has done is take away civil liberties. This man literally cast aside things that he ran on and said, guess what, Jack? I'm going to legislate as a right-winger. And they still were like, nah.
much going on and nothing seems to be working. A lot of people feel that way.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of people feel that way. Compromise is what I hear from voters all the time. They want action and they want compromise. Sometimes those things are in conflict. We'll see a lack of compromise really on display tonight because one of the things everyone's going to be watching for is the applause breaks. Who stands up when they stand up? And what tends to happen is all the Democrats stand up over and over and over again, and the Republicans, they just sit on their hands. And that shows you the lack of interest in shaking hands and coming together right there on your screen.
Well, I also felt, Tony, in talking to those folks, that you didn't hear party. You didn't hear the other side is my enemy. The person who doesn't hold the same positions as me is somebody that I want kicked out of the country. Everybody sort of had the same point. Things need to be fixed, and they need to do it, and we need to do it together.
Yeah, one word of advice for folks at home who are going to be watching tonight when it comes to applause breaks. Sometimes people like to make little drinking games out of every standing ovation. I don't advise it. In recent State of the Union addresses, there have been about 80 applause breaks. If you have work in the morning, you don't want to play that game.
Well, Speaker Johnson called on decorum tonight. We'll see how that goes. Was it hard to get people to talk to you?
No, Gail. You will not be surprised to learn that Americans have opinions and they don't mind sharing them.
Okay, good.
The glimmer of hope is that as voters, we control our destiny.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
And members of Congress.
No, totally. Famously. Listen to every single person that we just heard from on the street that says, like, our interests are not being represented. And then get that takeaway from the conversation and be like, oh, well, you know, we are still in control of our destiny. Well, no, we're not. We're not. If democracy was a real concept in this theoretical democracy that we exist under, then there would be no fucking overturning Roe v. Wade. Okay? There would be none of that. We would all have Medicare for all. We would all earn meaningful wages. Every citizen would be able to get shelter if they needed it.
We should start listening to those voters that Tony was speaking.
Well done, Tony, once
Tony,
again.
awesome as always. Thank you, my friend. We'll talk to you a little bit later. CBS News will bring you live coverage.
For more on all of this, I want to bring in Erica Andiola, an immigrant rights activist and former press secretary for Latino outreach for Bernie Sanders. Mark McKinnon, former advisor to George W. Bush and John McCain, and Simone Sanders Townsend, former chief spokesperson for Vice President Harris, the co-host of one of my favorite shows ever, The Weekend, here on MSNBC. You got to watch it.
Absolute worst.
If you haven't, it's really, really good. So, Simone, you actually told Vanity Fair that the speech will be as much about performance and delivery as the actual content.
Also, former Bernie Sanders staffer / current traitor to the cause. Oh my God, I forgot to mention in my journalism class, we were talking about what media we consume for news, and I brought you up, and there were 3 other HasanAbi heads in my class, and we all had good takes about you. Fuck yeah, let's go, baby.
What do you mean by that?
You know, the State of the Union is going to be the biggest stage that President Biden has between now and the general election. His convention speech will be big, but that is a partisan activity that does not get nearly as many eyeballs as the State of the Union. And so for people who are tuning in, who will be at their kitchen tables, maybe having dinner or, you know, dessert after dinner, because it is going to be 9 o'clock on Eastern Standard Time, or folks sitting on the couch at home, this is their opportunity to see and...
You know what's really interesting? And this is a testament a little bit to white supremacy, not to take away from the severity of the situation at all, but like the fact that ain't nobody talks about abortion as like an issue to cast aside because, you know, women are 50% of the fucking population, but more importantly, because white women also get impacted by abortion rights being restricted. That is the real reason. Every other fucking issue is declared minutia, rendered useless, not a real kitchen table issue, except for abortion. These other issues are also equally important, right? Abortion is very important, by the way. I'm not saying that it's not, for the record. Please do not misunderstand my words. Please do not misconstrue them. I'm saying it's a profoundly important, inalienable right that should be protected by any governing entity. A medical decision that a person makes with their medical professional should not be fucked with, should not be interfered by a primitive, backwards-ass authoritarian government, okay? But it is really interesting that it is not talked about in the same way that trans issues are talked about. It is interesting that it's not talked about in the same way that immigration issues are talked about. It is interesting that it's not talked about in the same way that policing in this country is not talked about. Criminal justice reform is not talked about. I think that's very important to reckon with, very important to understand. It's very important. Reproductive rights are very, very important, and they should be protected by the government. I'm simply talking about the difference in the coverage. They do not cast that aside in the same way that they cast everything else aside. They bat it. Just swat it away and go, hey, let's talk about some real shit.
and hear the president in his own words giving an update to the American people. And so how he delivers the speech, his inflection points, all of those things are going to make a difference. And in my experience before Joe Biden has done a big speech like this, he practices the performance and the delivery aspect of it and puts just as much stock in that piece as writing the speech.
So you've been there, right? I mean, how does he practice? How does one practice for things like delivery, inflection?
Going through where are the applause lines? Every principle is different, but there are applause lines written into the speech. And so understanding where you're going to pause, where you want to put additional inflection on, how you want to, what points you really want to make sure you hit home, literally practicing the speech. So I would absolutely expect that today in the White House, there's going to be a mock practice, if you will, of, the president delivering his State of the Union address. But not too much, you want to save his voice. It's late tonight.
9 p.m. Mark, how important is the speech tonight for the president?
It's huge. As Simone said, this is one of the few opportunities you're going to have to get a lot of people watching him. And I agree with Simone. It's not so much important as to what he says as to how he says it. People are looking very generally to just see if he's up to the job. This is the biggest bully pulpit. Can he stand and deliver?
Bro, here's what everyone is actually looking for, okay? Will he be able to stand up? What kind of drugs he's on? And will they allow him to fucking stand up and talk for an hour? That's it. That's what's really important here. Let's not mince words here. That's it. That's the whole point. Everyone wants to see if he's got that dog in him. And that dog, by the way, is something that like every fucking citizen can do pretty much, with the exception of Joe Biden, who is, 800 years old.
I think again, what people want to see is that he's spry, that he's alert, and I think that what he ought to do or try to do is do what he did last year, which is ad lib, go off script, show that he doesn't have to have a script. And that's what a lot of people think, is that Biden can't walk or talk without a script or chew gum. So if there's some heckling or whatever it might be from the audience, go off script, show that he can act in the moment. And that shows real mental acuity. It shows that he's on top of his game. And I think that's what's going to be important. The other thing I would just say is to recognize, as we did in 2004 when I was working for George W. Bush, you got a long haul and you start off behind and just figure out.
I think the fact that it's at 9 p.m. Eastern cooks him, dude. I do legitimately think, like, dude, every minute counts when you're 800 years old. And I feel like every minute past his bedtime, ooh, that shit's going to be hurting, dude. That is going to be worse and worse and worse. My man is already fucking senile as hell. This is so past his EP time, so past his honk shoe me time. I'm going to be honest with you. Nah, old people don't sleep that much. Yes, except they do sleep from usually 6 p.m. to like 4 a.m. Okay? Or 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. You know what I mean? It's like usually 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. There's a pocket where they do sleep, and this is firmly in it. Okay? It's firmly in between that pocket. I do think, dude, I mean, if I'm one of his handlers, I'm giving him liquid cocaine straight into the fucking veins. All right?
Out a strategy, and even if it's an imperfect strategy, be consistent. Don't change your strategy every week or every month just because everybody's freaking out. Lock in and load.
And Erica, NBC News has learned that President Biden is unlikely to unveil an
coming Constanta, Romania to fight me, dog. Vino in Constanta dacă esti smecer futuri rasa mati HasanAbi. What the fuck? Hi in Romania, Hasan sane batem fututi pimata. What the? Yo, Romania sounds so like Italian, Russian. It's not even funny. Even when I'm fucking reading it, it's like, what? Romanian literally just reads like if you're a Russian guy trying to speak Italian. Stop, he's swearing at you, ha ha ha. What the fuck's he saying? Weird European ethnic beef coming? He said, come to Constanta and fight and fuck your mother. It's Vampire ESL. Yeah, fuck your mother. Come to Constanta to fight, you son of bitch. He basically said, fuck your mother with my dick. He said, fuck your mother's race. Mother Beach, son of the beach, Mother Beach. Come to Constanta, Mother Beach. Is my favorite type of fucking anger that people present to me, like when I get death threats, but like are oddly specific. Like that one chatter I always bring back where that dude who DM'd me and he was like, bro, if you ever fucking find yourself, okay, in St. Paul, you're fucking cooked, dog. Or like Missouri. Bro, you ever fucking step foot in Missouri, I'll kill you. And it's like, dude, it is so easy for me to not go there. Okay. I've done it my whole life and I foresee continuing to do that. Okay. It was St. Louis, not St. Paul. Sorry. Yeah. He's like, bro, you better not step foot inside of Missouri, dude. I'll fucking cook you. I'll smoke you, son. I'll beat the shit out of you and I'll shoot your fucking beaten up body. It's like facts. Okay. It's so easy for me. Say no more, fam. I am the best at never being in Missouri. I have done it for 32 years. I will continue doing it. Same goes for Constanta. Okay. This is hilarious. Say no more, man. I will not be there. Okay.
Any new executive actions on immigration or the border in his address? What would you like him to say about that tonight? Eric, I think you're on mute. Let me get you off mute real quick. Sorry.
My apologies.
Not at all.
I would, for me, what's important is that he doesn't continue to basically repeat some of Republican talking points as he did when he went to the border. The reality is that there is a humanitarian crisis, and it reflects the crisis that we have seen around the world, and especially in places where people are leaving. But we want to make sure. I want to hear him humanize the immigrant community and talk about the importance of fixing our immigration system and really calling out the hypocrisy of the Republicans, of how they continue to point at the immigrant community, continue to point at what's happening at the border, but don't want to do anything to fix the broken immigration system, but rather they want to use the issue to continue to run the elections, right? To continue to have something to run on. And I really hope he calls out that hypocrisy right in front of them. He's going to have him right in front of him. And to talk about why he's not going to do this, but I hope he talks about the immigrant community here in the United States, who he has promised he is going to fix the immigration system for them and giving them a path to citizenship. He also hasn't talked about that anymore. So I hope he acknowledges some of those promises that he made during his campaign.
You know, Erica, I don't even know how many years you and I have known each other, and how many years we have been speaking about this, and how many years the plight and the incredible hopes, dreams, and aspirations of millions of people who are here. They don't have documents, but they have U.S.-born children. In many ways, they have contributed incredibly to our economy, to our society, to our culture, and yet they are ignored until it's time to.
Dude, I love MSNBC. What the fuck? I'm libbed up, dude. I'm so fucking libbed up. This is crazy, okay? I'm libbed up the wazoo, okay? Catch me watching MSNBC, boys. God damn, son. Where is this fucking energy? I'm here for the downfall. I'm here for the downfall of CNN, okay? Clinton News Network. They're trying to do that fucking reactionary game and losing at it, okay? Sheesh.
To talk about elections. Why is it so difficult, Erica, to humanize so many important people?
Yeah, Hat Guy probably doesn't agree that much, but he's like a libbed up Bush guy. There's a lot of like former Bush people that now are never Trump Republicans and make a lot of money doing that. So
It is, and the fact is that
Bro, where is my
the issue's
food?
still
I'm dying.
here. People in this country continue to be undocumented, millions and millions of people, including some of my family members. And the fact is that, during this election cycle, Democrats have forgotten about us. I mean, President Biden has really
Don't admit that. What?
forgotten how many.
Hasan acting like he's about to die late from food. Oh my God, it's just a fucking term of reference, man. I'm not like literally gonna die. Shit. Fuck, dude. I feel like Chad is more panicky than I am about like things that are gonna get clipped out of context on a stream. You know what I mean? Don't admit she has undocumented immigrants in her fam. Chatter, considering that 5% of the country is undocumented, it's likely. There is a likelihood. It's normal. They should be documented. I don't think there's an issue by saying that.
Many people within the immigrant community, people who have supported the immigrant community, have come out to support even his election campaigns in previous years. People who have worked with organizations, who have canvassed, who have done so much work to elect him as a president, and all of a sudden.
This Moist video is very relevant.
I have had it up to here with U.S. immigration. I want there to be no confusion. I think the U.S. immigration process is a laughable, pathetic joke. In fact, it's not laughable because I'm not giggling. You don't see me spitting up with a smile on my face, kicking my feet in my high chair. It is terrible. Pardon my French, but it is poop. It is so unbelievably horrible. In particular, I am angry at one individual. Just one specific individual. The U.S. immigration agent that's handling our case. But this individual is infamous in the esports scene for declining teams and people for the most ridiculously stupid reasons imaginable.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Holy fuck, dude. For a second, I was like, what the fuck? He has the black shirt on too? Like, god damn. Base Charlie, open borders. Borders are a scar on the face of this planet type shit. He's hitting the Giannis Varoufakis line. I don't know what the hell's going on here for a second. And then it's about his esports team, which, I mean, I'm sure there's like more energy beyond it, you know?
A month ago, I made a video kind of going over the basics of what I'm going to be diving into deeper today. In a nutshell, our esports team, Moist Esports, has an Apex roster. And we're
Maoist third world is moistest. Yeah, more like moist third world is, baby. Not even Maoist third world is, moist third world is.
One of the best in the world. We are currently ranked 4th in A, with still another whole series to play. We're still a whole series behind the people around us, and we're still top 4. We're a fucking outrageous squad of maniacs out there. Some of the best talent Apex has ever seen. Our team came from Australia. Our plan...
Damn, they're actually that good? That's like shocking. The fuck? That's kind of sick, dude. What the fuck? That's cool as hell. Anyway, let's continue.
For the season was to bring them to NA, where the competition is more fierce. NA is a powerhouse in Apex. So we brought them over to NA, and then at the very last second got rejected by US immigration, and they were declined entry into this country. So we had the last second pivot, change all of our plans, and get them to Canada so they could still play this split. So they're currently in Canada, and we've been actively trying to get them to the US. And I cannot overstate how much of a nuisance it was to get that...
Yeah, wait till we find out one of the Aussies is like Muslim or some shit and has like family members in Gaza or something, and that's the reason why they're fucking actively preventing the entire team from coming in. I'm not saying that that is the case, but I suspect that like in a lot of instances, especially when it's like visas for talent, like talent visas, let's be real, especially from Australia, there has to be a secondary reason for it. And one that most likely would be, you know, something very sad.
Rejection when we did, because it came at the very end of an extremely long, drawn-out, tedious process where just out of nowhere they decided to flip the switch saying, nope, actually, they're not welcome here, declined. And there's nothing we could have done.
Or it's just probably because like esports is not recognized still by many of the government as like a valid athletic visa.
To rectify it or change it, they just decided they didn't like us anymore, so they declined it fundamentally with no real reason. And since this is such a slow process, I swear to God, it might be one of the slowest things on the planet. U.S. immigration moves slower than Robert De Niro and The Irishman. It is fucking disgraceful how awful the optimization is for this process. So all we could do was get them to Canada so they could still play this split here in NA like we had planned on. And while they're doing that, we're still trying to get them to the US. Now, initially we didn't really understand why they were declined. All we knew is this sometimes happens in the esports scene. My little tinfoil hat theory was that the agent was afraid of Waltzy. Waltzy is one of our players, one of the best in the world, and he also happens to be a powerlifter. So perhaps they were just worried that he'd pose a national security risk for being too strong, that he'd go around snapping Americans in half. All we could do was really speculate and resubmit, which we did.
Could be anti-China. I don't know if they have Chinese players. That's another thing.
And now we've received a response from the resubmission forms, and after going through everything with lawyers and making sure it is as buttoned up as possible with all of the best in the industry, I am happy to say we are...
Anyone that interacts with U.S. immigration is immediately radicalized against it. That and also healthcare. Like every aspect of our every normal part of the government and the way that it operates in the incredibly idiotic, restrictive ways that it fucking operates, unironically is a radicalizing factor for so many. The only people, the reason why the American government gets away by not doing anything is because most people don't deal with it. Most voters don't deal with it. Because if you're like some dude living in fucking Missouri sending me death threats about how you you better not step foot inside of Missouri, boy. I'll kill your ass. You know what I mean? Then you probably don't have relatives that are fucking immigrating into the country or had to deal with the fucking gross visa process. You know what I mean? That's what it is. You really hate Missouri? I don't. But, you know, Josh Hawley, come on. It doesn't give me a lot to love, all right?
Still fucking struggling because the agent is a geriatric fossil that is absolutely just out for some kind of vendetta. I think they might just hate the word moist. That's probably a very real possibility. But they have asked us to submit even more evidence and even more clarification on things, which ordinarily I would have no problem with. But we've already done this once. We did this song and dance last time, only to get rejected many weeks after doing that. This isn't a fast process. If it was fast, I wouldn't care. Be like, oh, okay, you need more papers, more documents, more clarification. Fine, we can provide all of that tomorrow. And hopefully hear from you in the next day or two. That's not how it works, because after we do submit all of those, you know, further appeals for evidence, it takes weeks, multiple weeks, for them to respond, and they barely fucking look at what you submit, I feel. In the last video I mentioned that our agent didn't believe us that we were placing so high, and they didn't bother to look into it at all. Well, that is another thing that is a fucking problem, because they still don't believe our placements.
It's so bad, dude. Oh god, I hate this shit so much. The worst part about it is that like people will look at this and go, see, government sucks, privatize it or whatever. When in fact, it is the only reason why it's as bad is one, because it's underfunded, and two, because we have an inherently reactionary approach to immigration in this fucking country due to white nativist immigration policies that even the Brandon camp is actually pushing for now. Just remember that.
Our team crushes it at the majors, and we were number 12 at the World Championship. And one of the things they need clarification on is why they should believe us that those placements are real or important. You rat bastard, what do you mean? We are submitting the official standings, the official placements for these majors and the World Championship. What do you mean you don't trust that? What?
Yeah, the more I listen to it, the more I feel like it's not due to like some other externalities, like, oh, there's a Muslim player or there's a Chinese player or some shit with like family members that they think is like bad, but instead just straight up it's esports and they don't fucking get it. So they're just boomers behaving like fucking boomers. I'm on immigration side for this. Yeah, I've decided they made a good choice here.
Actually, I wasn't there, so I didn't see it. I can't. This must be a fucking lie. Fly yourself out to the next fucking major and watch us then. Like, what do you mean? It's crazy how they can just pull that out of their ass. Like, oh, why?
Abi Dark Viper olanı abartıyorsun. Yaptığın tek şey oturup bütün gün reddetlemek. Bunun etik olduğunu düşünüyorsan otur adamla konuş. Ha istemiyorsan yeter, artık uğraşma. Oğlum senin ananın amını sikeyim. Ben bu adamla ilgili ağzımı bir kere bile açmadım. Sadece o devamlı bıt bıt bıt bıt bıt konuşuyor. İnanamıyorum yani. Bunu böyle yaptığına inanamıyorum. Buraya gelip böyle söylediğine. Gerçekten. Artık konuşma adamla ilgili mi? Adamla ilgili benim ağzımdan çıkan bir tane laf bulamazsın internette. Bir tane video bulamazsın gerizekalı herif. Git o adamın videolarına bak ama 30 tane video yapmıştır. İnanamıyorum yani, düşük IQ'lu salak herif. Gelmiş bana sanki ben devamlı konuşuyorum adamla ilgili konuşuyorsun. İnanamıyorum yani bunu dediğine. Yemin ediyorum inanamıyorum. Ya bu kadar salak olabilir mi bir insan ya?
Why should we believe the official standings? Ridiculous. You thought you could pull a fast one on U.S. immigration? No, sir. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. But that's not the one I want to get hung up on. I'm actually going to just read this to you for...
No shit against Charlie, but this sounds like rich people problems. Bro, come on. This literally happens to rich people. It happens 1,000 times worse to poor people. That's the whole point. Like, you can look at this content and go, damn, this shit even impacts rich people. As a rich person, I fucking talked about healthcare and how dog shit it is in this country, while also simultaneously contrasting it with like how much more dog shit it is for people who don't have money. That's what you have to remember. Also, like, the dudes playing Apex are not rich. Like,
verbatim. I'm not going to show you it because that might be a legal issue, but I absolutely just have to put this out here. I feel like I'm in the loony.
That's the thing that most people don't understand. Like, this is rich people shit is a way to like cast aside problems that only impact rich people. Okay, this is not a problem that impacts rich people. On average, this is a problem that impacts normal people, poor people. That if a rich person has a hard time with this process, then think about how much worse it is for normal people, everyday people, poor people.
Dimension reading this shit. I am convinced that there's not a human being on the other side of this conversation. I believe that our lawyers have been contacted and communicating with Cleverbot, who is for some reason representing the U.S. Immigration Services. It is So outrageously dumb. So you're going to need a little context behind this before getting into it. So when bringing the team to the land of the free, home of the brave, we were instructed to have a high-ranking EA official kind of glaze us to help convey to the U.S. Immigration Services that our team is internationally significant to this scene. Now, when it comes to getting teams over here, this is what every esports org has to do. They have to...
Charlie's American with Laura's and Rich trying to get Aussie into the U.S. and he's struggling. Imagine a poor person with no money and doesn't speak English. Yeah, literally. The only benefit in that situation is that the poor person coming from a country that doesn't see 3 minutes ads at the top of the hour. That's the only time where those who are in developing nations actually get a big W here, where they don't have to actually subscribe at the top of the hour to see a 3-minute ad break. The comments on the video say illegal at fault. How can people be so dumb? I'm convinced the U.S. government is held together by flex tape. It's absolutely awful. My wife in the Philippines and I got married last year. Every single one of our family members who tried to get a tourist visa to come to the wedding were denied for no real reason given. I'm not seeing that. I mean, you guys said like it's mostly illegals, but it doesn't seem like it. Because guess what? America is a very diverse nation, filled to the fucking brim with people whose family lineages can be traced back to other countries. Okay? So a lot of Americans actually do get impacted by the ridiculous immigration process in this fucking nation. Chatter lied to get you to look at the comments? Yeah. At the top of the hour, you should be looking at the subscription button because it's coming for you, the 3-minute ad break. That is, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, like I said, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Took me about 2 years to move here just to marry my wife. Is insane. Yeah, it's really fucked up.
Convince the immigration services that their team is highly competitive, a top team that is worthy to come over here and start bleeding cheeseburgers like a true red-blooded American. So that's what we were doing, and we had a high-ranking EA individual kind of talking on our behalf. And again, this is something that the U.S. Immigration Services, wanted. They didn't fucking believe that he's actually a real official. So let me read this to you. Written statement from an official of the sports governing body, which is who we were talking to. You may submit evidence from an official of the sports governing body describing how the athlete or team is internationally recognized. The evidence you submitted is insufficient. You submitted a testimonial from, redacted, I'm not going to drop their name, about the beneficiaries, redacted, is a senior manager at Electronic Arts, EA. But USCIS cannot determine that his position is considered an official of a governing body in esports. Additionally, he mentioned that the beneficiaries have had high placements in several competitions in the ALGS Year 3 season. However, USCIS cannot determine how the placements constitute as international reputation. As previously discussed, ALGS does not appear to require athletes or teams with international reputation to participate in the competitions. As such, there's insufficient evidence to demonstrate that having such placements in ALGS competitions...
Bro, it's wild getting disrespected by the U.S. immigration like this. Being like, sorry, dog, your boys ain't shit. They ain't got it like that. Turns out the guy's a real fucking esports head. Yeah, he said Mickey Mouse rings. He's like a real esports guy. He's like, Apex is not a real fucking esport, dog. Sorry. You know, talk to me about your league team, okay? When they get some dubs.
Competitions equate to international reputation. You may still submit evidence to satisfy this criterion. I'm going to have a conniption. Excuse me. Still playing with cash registers, huh, Squiddy? What kind of place is this? You wanted us to prove that our placements were real, and we had a high-ranking EA, who, of course, they own Apex, represents that side, talk on our behalf to confirm that the placements are real. But you don't believe that that official, whom you even cite their position in this statement, actually represents them? Is actually part of the official governing body of the esport? How can you not believe them? You even cite their position in your statement, a position that constitutes the esports side. What do you mean? And then you say that the placements don't necessarily mean international reputation? What the fuck does then? How could any team possibly get into the country through this game if even the highest placements don't constitute international reputation to satisfy your criterion? It doesn't make any fucking sense. The agent here is well known in the esports scene because we've talked to numerous other orgs. And all of them have had to deal with this person, and all of them have horror stories about them. So much so that the majority of them have found ways to circumvent ever having to deal with them and going through other people. That is how bad at their job this person is. A job that is extremely important and carries a lot of weight for so many people, and this absolute brain-dead goober can't be bothered to do the bare minimum of just activating a few neurons up here to even process what the fuck they're saying. Or what they're asking for. And when we submit the evidence that satisfies sufficiently what they want, they still are not accepting it for inexplicable reasons. That is not a reason what they've given there. How can you not believe that one of the highest ranking officials at EA for this area is not trustworthy?
Dude hates movement shooters, bro. He's like, nah, dude, play a real game like CSGO.
Or insufficient, or doesn't represent.
Like, talk to me when you're playing Valorante child game.
The governing body. That is mind-bogglingly silly. It has to be malicious. It has to be malicious. No one can be this stupid on accident and have this job. Again,
Yes,
this is a job that is extremely important. And you have someone this incompetent there? I don't believe it. This has to be on purpose. Not only have we been working with lawyers who specialize in this area, but we have been working with other orgs who have successfully gone through this process, albeit it seems they've done it with other individuals. Not this fucking womp from Super Mario 64 that we've unfortunately been cursed with over there at the US Immigration Office. This is craziness. How one person can just say, I just don't really feel like bothering to look into this at all, so I'm just going to say you're lying. I'll ask for more evidence and then not read it, and fuck you. That's absolute insanity. Even when we fulfill it to a T and bring in an extremely high-ranking EA official to speak on our behalf to our achievements in the scene, they still won't even accept that. What else can we do? Like, what else is there to do besides just somehow get a different agent, resubmit again, and pray, fingers crossed, we don't encounter this scourge? It's just ridiculous. I had to rant about this again after I was shown why we've been requested further information for the fucking, like, third time now, after being rejected. Like, it's, oh my lord, what in tarnation?
Yep, immigration is broken, dude. Fucking broken. It's so bad. And think about it this way. It's bad for fucking Charlie. Like, an American small business owner, an entrepreneur, a very successful person, trying to go through the legal process of bringing in white dudes from a white country that is our major ally, okay? It's not like he's got dudes in Rwanda. Try being a fucking Tekken player in Pakistan and immigrating into America or getting a visa. That shit is infinitely even harder. That my point is, it's just fundamentally broken, and it is in a state of disrepair by design. That's it. It is broken on purpose.
The focus has completely just gone to the border, and there's not even an acknowledgement of our humanity, and even an acknowledgement that we continue to provide so much, that we continue to help the economy of this country, and that we're still the workers that are literally feeding your families by working in the farms and building your buildings, right? And so to me, I really hope that there's at least an acknowledgement talking about the dreamers and all the people who have never really been paid attention to in this election cycle.
Simone, I mean, these are people that contribute and that have the same dreams and aspirations and hopes as everyone else, and yet they are really pretty much ignored unless it's election season, right? And I'm just wondering, how do you talk about people that are very real contributors to our economy, to our country, to our society, in such a polarized, difficult political world?
I like to say that...
Bro, this is the most swagged out white boy I've ever done seen. Dude, this man is demonstrating white boy swag to the maximum. What the fuck's going on? Is white boy winner, baby. I don't even understand. Holy shit. Just like a genuine... He used to be on Telemundo. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, never mind.
Dreamers and everyone that we just described are Americans in every sense of the word, except not on paper. Look, I think that this is something that the president should hit on in the speech. Remember, the State of the Union is an hour. He could go. Last year, I think he went like 104. So there are a number of things that have to be addressed in this speech, and I think you are going to hear him talk about immigration. But I do think that it is going to be about border security, and then a nod, maybe a sentence nod to what Erica spoke about. But the work, I think, on that is that the campaign and, frankly, the White House writ large, the government has to do, is in the weeks and days and months to come. Because there is you can't talk about the recovery of the United States of America that recovered. I saw Steve Benjamin on earlier, and former mayor of Columbia, South Carolina, now advisor to the president. And you cannot talk about the historic recovery better than any other G7 country without talking about the way in which immigrant individuals contributed to that. They are directly linked. And what policies that demonize instead of humanizing.
Dude, what the fuck's going on? I am not. Is MSNBC all right? I actually am kind of shocked. Am I hallucinating? Like, why are they actually saying the correct things? I'm not used to hearing mainstream media say the correct things. I think MSNBC saw what the fuck was going on with CNN. We're like, we are not doing that shit. This is actually odd. Either they basically recognize that, it's Trump time, it's Trump season, so they're like repositioning they're repositioning so they can be at the helm in the anti-Trump resistance views that will come in, absolutely cumstering and dumpstering CNN. I mean, they still have their fair share of dog shit content. Don't misunderstand me. It is kind of shocking that they're at this stage not just lapping up whatever the fuck Biden's doing. Normally, MSNBC's coverage is like very much whatever the Democratic Party's agenda is, they defend it. The fact that I'm seeing MSNBC State of the Union coverage with like actual Latino voices, with a genuine criticism for the Biden campaign about the humanity of the immigrants and how it is not being voiced at all from the Democratic Party and how disappointing that is. It's wild to see that from MSNBC, from a major network like this.
People who, again, many folks, Americans in every sense of the word except on paper.
And Mark, I'm sorry.
It's going to be key and a challenge. And what you heard from Erica is a sentiment that there are voters across the country have. Those are voters folks are going to need and want when it comes to November 2024.
And Mark, President Biden is expected to point the finger at congressional Republicans when it comes to the issue of the humanitarian crisis at the border, security. His chief of staff told Politico. How do you think this is going to translate into a speech tonight?
Well, I think he'll emphasize the point that Democrats and Republicans had a plan, had a solution that will work, and that the Republicans bailed because they wanted to just gain political points for Donald Trump in November. But the other thing I'll say, Jose, is that Biden has to show that it's a priority that he...
It's so funny. We talk about entryism and potentially taking over the Democratic Party, one of the two major parties from within, to actually present and promote progressive legislation, like actual left-wing legislation. Meanwhile, the real entryism already successfully occurred from the right. Like, the person who's defending the Biden bill here is a former George W. Bush guy. Biden, on the New Yorker magazine, talked about who he receives criticism from. And the three people that he brought up were straight up fucking Thomas Friedman, Larry Summers, and I don't remember the third guy, but it's like, oh, Mitch McConnell. And it's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, you're not, those guys are right wing. Like, what the fuck? They're right wing and further right wing. Like, where there's not a single fucking leftist that has your ear? Really? Like, that's, of course, no wonder they're going more and more right wing and thinking that this is like the actual way to go. You are a collection of the five closest individuals to you after all. It's wild. It is wild to me. I know. I didn't want to place a lot of emphasis on Ron Klain as an individual, but like in his absence, there has been a noticeable shift in the way that the White House communicates, in the way that the White House legislates. Straight up. I'm not like super invested in the whole, palace intrigue of it all. And obviously the decision for Ron Klain to leave in and of itself is already a decision that you deliberately are making to move right wing. But yeah, of course you're not going to fucking think that there is no like genuine progressive dissent or any valid points progressives are making if you don't listen to them.
He cares and that he has a plan. And what confounds me is that I know from reading in your own reports from MSNBC that the DHS has had a plan on the shelf to give resources to other cities around the country that are not just on the border. So it's a shared responsibility to take in immigrants, to give them resources, to help them relocate across America. And we've never heard about it. And that would have preempted DeSantis and Abbott shipping all these migrants north. Biden needs to show that he's got his own plans. And the remarkable thing is he does, and he hasn't talked about them.
Erica Andiola, Mark McKinnon, and Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you so very much. And Erica, I always remember that you are part of the millions of American families that live in mixed status immigration in their home. And never forget your impact and of your mom and of your whole family. I want to thank you again for being with me.
That was phenomenal. Someone said this dude is related to Castro. What the fuck?
Well, and so at the...
This is awesome. Drama. Donald Trump challenges Biden to debate anytime, anywhere, any place. My boyfriend is not on Twitter and his main leftist media consumption is Hasan. I never even thought about dating a Hasan guy before, but it's a nice, good type of guy. Honestly, I thought Hasan is kind of normie / healthy for leftist commentators. Is not a bad thing. I think Hasan's doing really good work trying to guide young men in a decent direction. He's an elder millennial who plays Splatoon. Least toxic fan base, gotta say, let's go. Is your boyfriend 13? Let's fucking go, dude. How do your other boyfriends like him? Is he good fit in your polycule? Fucking own, dude. Yeah, dude. On the other hand, guess what, dude? I got no girlfriend. Therefore, I can never be a part of a polycule. Here's a really good way to never be a part of some gay-ass polycule, okay? Be terrified of women. Also be incredibly off-putting to them. Smell really bad. And never leave your house.
In conclusion of Jackie's report, she said the question is whether or not, because we already know he's going to talk a lot about how bad things were during the Trump years. The question is whether or not he actually names his campaign rival by name, because a long tradition is you never pick on a person by name. The other concern is whether or not he's going to use the word abortion, because as a practicing Catholic, he doesn't use abortion. He talks about reproductive rights, or he uses right to choose, but he does not use it. But because it has been such a potent weapon for Democrats, there's a real good possibility he would break with his own personal tradition and use abortion. And he could, by name, call out Donald Trump.
He would be smart if he talked about immigration and closing the border, because we hear from people, we heard at the diner, what would you like these candidates?
Yeah, bro. This is the perfect, hypocrisy baiting shit that I talk about all the time. Yeah, the A word is elbow. Fucking elbow, mate. Elbow. That's the real A word, mate. It's not abortion. It's elbow. Elbow, get out of there, mate. Run. Fucking elbow. He's asking about the pine gap, mate. Elbow. He's like, what's going on? Got a couple of YouTubers that went into the fucking pine gate, mate. They were fanging it. I've learned quite a lot about this pine gap shit. What are you doing there in the fucking pine gap, mate? See any fucking white balls around here? Oh, God. Australians are so funny. I wish they were real, you know? Charlie's Australian Apex player got denied a visa because Aussie started breaking into CIA bases. That's racist, bro. Bro, don't you fucking know I'm racist towards Australians? Or no, mate. Or no. Brew, not bro. No, brew is South African.
Candidates to talk more about. We want to hear how they're going to close the border. Right. So if he were smart, he'd talk about that. He would talk about the economy. He's going to talk about shrinkflation, apparently, like how many potato chips you have in the bag when you open it, which is part of the problem, but not the big problem. People just need to afford the potato chips or be able to afford the food on their table. And David Axelrod talked about that messaging.
There's a lot of talk from the president and others about, the soul of the nation and the future of democracy. But if you're sitting around your kitchen table and talking about the future of democracy, you probably you're not paying a lot of attention, or don't need to the cost of the food on your table. And most Americans have more immediate concerns. Biden has to address those tomorrow night and explain how he's fighting for them.
He has to be willing to take the L.
He's literally right, by the way. I can't believe I'm saying this, but David Axeldick is very right. He's right. Not this guy who's saying he should be willing to take the L. It's so funny for Republicans to say shit like this on the premier Republican morning show, to be like, yeah, he needs to take the L. Okay, what do you suggest? Price controls? How? Like, because I'm down with that, right? I think that's awesome. I'm totally on board with that. If the Brandon regime all of a sudden actually decided to do some real work in that field, okay, these guys would literally be like, we have to assassinate him. This guy's working for the Chi-Coms. It's communism. What do you mean? The fuck? We don't do that shit here. Brandon must have thought this is a different country. Yeah, real Nixonian Marxism right there. Yeah, that's right. Nixonian Marxism. Look it up. Excuse me. Based Marxist, literally Leninist, literally Maoist, Richard Nixon, excuse me, price controls, and also normalizing relations with China. Hello? Yeah. What have you done? Have you opened up? Have you decided that Taiwan is no longer China and China is actually China? No, you didn't. Okay. You didn't give him a seat at the Security Council. Nixon did. Why? Because he's a fucking Maoist. I mean, he also froze wages. Okay. That part is not great, but you know.
And say we failed on some things. I don't think he's going to do it. He's probably going to talk about.
He froze wages. He froze wages in America because he was doing base JD Pond third world, permanent first world genocide. It was like labor aristocracy mustn't thrive in a system that is wholeheartedly designed around the extraction of the global South's natural resources. That's why he did that. He's like, it's time for Americans to get a taste of their own medicine.
About guns, although conveniently he doesn't care about his son having a weapons charge, and his son has a weapons charge because he was doing drugs. He's going to take on the rich and say the rich need to pay their taxes. I wish my Republican colleagues, his son doesn't pay his taxes. He's going to talk about the border and say Donald Trump broke.
People are saying he bombed the shit out of Southeast Asia. Why? I have an answer for that too. Classic infighting. Did not think Ho Chi Minh was a real one. Did not think that those guys were real. They were revisionist, he thought. Many people are saying this, that Richard Nixon thought that many of the Southeast Asian countries that he bombed the living shit out of were actually bombed, not because, you know, he just kind of felt like it and wanted to do the madman diplomacy or whatever, but because he thought that they were revisionist. He was wrong, but, you know, it's fine. It's just sometimes it works like that. Yeah. Yeah, case of Sino-Soviet split type shit. Yeah, no, straight up.
Broke the border, and if they would have signed this bill, but he's not going to discuss all the executive orders that he undid on day one. So there's an opportunity. If they really want to reset, they got to do something different. I just don't think he's prepared to do that.
One of y'all said at the beginning of the show, was it you, Brian, that said, if you have to do a reset, after 3 years in, there's a problem.
Yeah, they want to reset the polls, ultimately, is what they want to reset.
Right. And, you know, the thing is, I think there's a frustration among many in the media that all they're running down to the president, the fact that he's chaos. They say he's unworthy. They say with all the lawfare that's taking place, they said, weren't you guys listening to me? How could you possibly nominate him? How could he be beating the president in all 4 major polls right now? Every battleground state except one poll in Pennsylvania, he's within 1. As if they're saying nobody is listening to me like you used to. And if you think about it, Nikki Haley, I think, would admit this. I thought would admit this. Surprised she's using it. They say Trump brings chaos. I would like to do a study. How many times Trump brings chaos and how many times chaos comes to him and he fights back? Mm-hmm. If you didn't have the Russia investigation, I thought that was a huge leap to even bring up the impeachment Ukraine in the conversation, although don't support Rudy Giuliani was doing. And then the pandemic hits and the president went front and center on something that hasn't.
Did he just say, this is so funny for bitch boy over here who was a dick rider of Ron DeSantis. I didn't forget, okay, Mr. Kill Me. That's right. As a real MAGA, I will never forgive, nor will I ever forget Brian Kill Myself for fucking backing the wrong horse, okay? And I will make sure Trump doesn't forget either, you fucking rhino. I saw you tossing that goddamn baseball around with Ronald McDonald DeSantis with his Mickey Mouse rings, okay? Yeah, Mr. Kill Myself. Don't even fucking start with this dick riding now. Oh, yeah, Trump is being attacked unjustifiably. It's like, bitch, by who? You did that. That's number one. Number two, all jokes aside, it is pretty funny for him to be like, oh, I think it's raining. Like, oh, my God. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Oh, my God. Chat, I'm taking a brief pause from the commentary on the world news for a second. Crazy thunder is being heard. I think it just started pouring out of nowhere. Apparently it was hailing in other parts of California earlier today. I'm okay. Hopefully the internet doesn't shut down as it usually does when it's like a light drizzle. Anyway, going back to the commentary though, this fucking asshole literally saying like, oh yeah, dude, how many times has Trump actually started the problems versus problems find him? And then he said the Russia investigation or like any number of different reasons. And it's like, dude, do you think they just invented that shit out of thin air? No, he did that shit. Here's a really cool way to not get, caught up in a lot of nonsensical bullshit, despite the fact that Republicans are desperately trying to do the same thing, but it's failing dramatically. Be like Biden. I mean, he's an old asshole, but the reality is he's probably not getting money from Hunter Biden. That's it. That's literally it. Like, the reason why Donald Trump is being endlessly persecuted and prosecuted is because he's endlessly criminal. He just keeps doing crimes. It's like he can't stop himself. Anyway, I have to pee.
Doesn't happen in a generation and a half. So if you possibly looked at him and had the same type of discerning attitude with him as you have with Biden, it might be a different story. And right now, to the chagrin of many, according to Peter Baker in the New York Times today, and a study said that 47% of the American people think that Trump has a better chance of peace and security in the next 4 years than Joe Biden,
because
who's at 30%.
He has a direct record to run on when there was peace, when you had the Abraham Accord.
But he was supposed to bring normalcy.
But he didn't do it. And I think that's the big point that you're making. And we're going to see this again as you see both of the candidates. The rematch is happening. This is what Donald Trump had to say on Truth Social.
After Nikki Haley dropped out.
Exactly. It is important for the good of the country that Joe Biden and I debate on issues that are vital to America and the American people. Therefore, I am calling for a debate anytime, anywhere, any place. So he's ready. This is going to be the longest general election.
Yeah.
The question is, will Joe Biden agree to it?
He should. I mean, have we ever had a presidential...
Since the 60s.
Yeah.
Really? It's been that long
since... the televised debate with Kennedy and Nixon was the first.
You're saying we've always had debates.
Yeah, the problem is the Republicans walked away from the Commission on Presidential Debates, so they got to figure it...
It's also pretty funny because Trump did also pull out of debates, including rejecting all of the primary debates. And they were genuinely defending that, like, nonstop. Of course, I want content. Of course, I want Donald Trump and Joe Biden to duke it out. Of course, I definitely want that. And I do think it's cowardly and ridiculous for Brandon not to take on this debate, especially because, let's be real, Trump's primary debates, like refusing to debate in the primaries, kind of makes sense from the perspective of how much... Oh, my God. Did you guys see that flash? Did that get picked up on camera? That was thunder. That's crazy. Oh my God, that's loud as hell. What is going on? Los Angelino encounters rain for the first time, is terrified, is currently happening. Bro, Kaya is scared. That's how little we don't ever get thunder in LA. Like, I don't think I've ever seen thunder out here in LA. Of course, I lived in the East Coast, so I'm very familiar with thunder, but genuinely shocking to see it out here. Anyway.
Out. And from what we heard from the podium yesterday, it doesn't sound like he's going to wind up debating. However, I
don't think he can. I don't think he can.
Well, listen, I think a lot of people are going to watch tonight to see whether or not Joe Biden can get through the speech, because this is one of the rare times in the Biden administration where there are no handlers. There are no explainers explaining what he was talking about. It's just him on the stage, and we're going to be able to see him in real time how he does.
But this is a written speech that's already prepared and written for him in a debate.
We have seen him have trouble with a teleprompter.
That's true, but imagine a debate when he can't take his flashcards, he can't take his note cards.
Well, and that's why Donald Trump wants the debate anytime. The Biden camp, to your point, has responded. They said if Donald Trump is so desperate to see President Biden in prime time, he doesn't have to wait. He can just watch the State of the Union address.
Such a dodge.
Well, they're not going to debate.
But can KJP comment on that? Is that a violation of the Hatch Act?
She dodged it.
I think
is it a violation of the Hatch Act?
Electioneering is. What? I don't think saying the two nominees that have been announced, confirming if the president is...
They're saying it's a violation of the Hatch Act? That's awesome. Bitch, your entire channel would not exist if the hashtag was properly enforced. What the fuck are you saying? That's such a funny take from the Fox News Network. Oh my God.
Is going to debate the president. I don't think that's campaigning.
Right. He's had 3 days off to learn this speech.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Anytime there's a
hilarious.
question that regards the
hashtag,
election,
chat. Hold
she
on, I'm
reverts to can't talk about
Call the
it.
campaign.
The Hatch Act overview. A federal law passed in 1939 limits certain political activities of federal employees. Oh, I was thinking of the other one, the fucking dual representation one. The Hatch Act is the other one that Trump regularly violated, which is that you are not supposed to promote your own political campaign or whatever when you are in office under. I was thinking of the Fairness Doctrine, not the Hatch Act. Thank you, chatters. Yeah. Hatch Act is an act to prevent pernicious political activities in the United States federal law. Its main provision prohibits civil service employees in the executive branch of the federal government, except the president and vice president, from engaging in some forms of political activity. It became law on August 2nd, 1939. The law was named after Senator Carl Hatch of New Mexico. It was most recently amended in 2012. No, not named after Orrin Hatch.
Call the campaign.
The last
Call
thing
the
I'll say
campaign.
before we move on to our next topic is part of the problem with the RNC right now that they're talking about is there were people on the commission that were extremely anti-Trump. So the president said, hey, I'll do it with anyone. The RNC is concerned because they say, look, these people are making open statements against Donald Trump.
Moderators that are biased?
Yeah. You can't have that. I mean, we deal with that with the media every day. At least we could get a fair debate where both candidates are there.
I hope you're right. We'd love to see it. I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
This is Joe Biden. This is an actor. This is a clown in a silicone mask. Where's the president? Who is the president? Many people are asking this. What do you think about an outcome where Biden totally bombs this SOTU and they're forced to put up another candidate? I don't think that that's believable because I don't think the Democratic Party cares enough. Like, that makes sense in a world where the Democratic Party wants to win, right? But I don't think we live in that world. So I just don't think that that's a real situation. The only thing that's taken Joe out is life, okay? It's Azrael. It's fucking the Grim Reaper, okay? That's the only thing that's taken him out of this goddamn race.
How do you reconcile your Trump endorsement with the fact that you called him practically and morally responsible for January 6th and the fact that he insulted you and your wife repeatedly?
On February the 25th, 2021, shortly after the attack on the Capitol, I was asked a similar question, and I said I would support the nominee for president, even if it were the former president.
Leader McConnell, in April of last year, you indicated, you didn't really directly answer the question as to whether or not you were comfortable with Mr. Trump if he was in the middle of criminal trials and indictments, he was the nominee. I presume that means you're comfortable with him.
I don't have anything to add to what I just said. I said in February of 2021, shortly after the attack on the Capitol, that I would support President Trump if he were the nominee of our party, and he obviously is going to be the nominee of our party. Alex?
Leader McConnell, most of your Republican colleagues would say you had a very effective 17 years as Republican leader. What do you think about this new idea of putting term limits on the Senate Republican leader?
Well, we have term limits now. They're called elections. And I had a contest.
Yeah, it's like we had term limits now. It's called the Grim Reaper, who's coming for me. Everywhere I go, I see him. That's why I'm stepping down.
Myself during my last election as leader. I think the conference ought to be able to be free to choose whoever. There's no limit on the speaker or the other House leaders. That won't be my decision to make.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. It's called being arrested after prosecution finds you guilty of numerous counts of sex trafficking minors. That's another term limit for the Republicans in super high positions like Speaker of the House. That's right. His name is Dennis Hastert, longest record holder in the House. Record holder in the House for Speaker of the House. Straight up, baby. Also a prolific pedophile, which is why it's always crazy when Republicans are like, gay people or queer people are molesting children. It's like, no, dude, you are, okay? You are. Just by the very virtue of being a Republican, I am more inclined to believe that you are a pedophile. It's not even a fucking contest. You know what I mean? The Republican Party is great at molesting children. Straight up. Olympic gold medalists over here.
But I think it's totally inappropriate.
Will you endorse a candidate in the leadership race to succeed you?
No, I'm not. Okay.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian. In this country, one state is taking decisive and very high-profile action to tackle voter concerns about crime. The governor of New York is sending National Guard troops to increase...
Insane framing, by the way. Oh, protesters blocked Pennsylvania Avenue near 3rd Street in view of the U.S. Capitol, where President Biden is expected to deliver a State of the Union address. I mean, I'm sure he has other ways to get to the fucking U.S. Capitol from the White House. You know what I mean? Still nothing on the crime bill that just passed in D.C. We talked about it 2 days ago. And also... this is fucking insane. This is insane. Hochul is, I swear to God, Democratic Party in New York and California want to lose, okay? They want to lose. They want to lose. They want to be like the most right wing until people go, hey, you know what? Actually, I've decided. Why don't I just vote for the right wing guy?
Security in the nation's largest transit system. Elaine Keano has more.
After a series of recent high-profile violent crimes on New York City's subway system, Governor Kathy Hochul is cracking down.
Anyone looking to do harm or spread fear on our subways, you will be caught.
On Wednesday, Hochul announced she is sending 1,000 members of the National Guard, state police, and MTA police to help conduct bag checks and patrols in some of the city's busiest stations. They will add to the thousands of NYPD officers already patrolling the system.
Riding the subway, which should just simply be part of your everyday life, is filled with stress and trepidation.
New York's subway is the most used public transit system in North America, serving about 3.2 million people daily. So far this year, there's been nearly 400 crimes on city trains or stations reported. That's up about 13% compared to this time last year. But even though overall crime in the city is down, prominent shootings, shovings, and attacks have left some riders on edge.
I'd rather take the bus.
Bro, they said 400 crimes have been reported. In the most utilized public transit system, that's insane. Bro, 400 crimes for millions of riders? I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. They brought in the National Guard for that? That's insane. Dude, 400 people were shoved, okay? We have to kill them. We have to kill everyone that's getting on the fucking metro. If you think turnstile cops were useless, these half-wits are useless. They told me to stop at 33rd Street Path today. I told them to fuck off and they didn't do shit. I'm a large white guy though. No, it's because a conductor was stabbed and survived. Okay, guys, I don't think you guys understand this, okay? I don't think you guys understand this. So let me make it clear. Crime is a constant in a society where income inequality persists, okay? And it's definitely a constant and it will always exist even when income inequality is destroyed, okay? It is a literal part of living around other human beings. The reaction to crime has to obviously, one, implement deterrence measures. I do agree with that. I get that. But more importantly than that, you need to try to address the root cause of crime, income inequality for the most part. Now, what is really frustrating about the situation is that one, they don't try to address the root causes, and two, greatly exaggerate the prevalence of crime, only causing more fucking hysteria. And no matter what I say about this issue, people will always point to like a dude getting stabbed or a dude getting pushed into the fucking third rail or something to be like, you're wrong. Look at this. You think this is good. I'm not saying that at all. The point is, this is purely political theater that legitimizes right-wing grievances, that greatly overemphasizes a problem that has real solutions that people don't want to fucking actually implement. It also normalizes the American police state. Yeah, okay, I'm a leftist, but fear matters. What? Dude, there are people here that lived through the fucking 80s and 90s, or 70s and 80s, who think that New York is more violent than the 80s. It is unhinged, actually unhinged. And it's so funny because most of the crime fears that happen in big cities are actually from dudes who will never step foot in a big city. Like motherfuckers in Albany talking about how terrifying crime is in the Big Apple.
Because it's not safe. I don't feel safe.
There's a feeling of security when there's an officer around, but not a huge difference.
Having more
officers down there doesn't necessarily mean that crime is going to go away.
Rodney Harrison is a former New York City police chief.
If you just happen to just put them anywhere, not necessarily have a strategic way of how you're going to utilize them, then I think it's just going to be a waste of time.
Now, CBS News New York reports that overnight a subway rider was stabbed in the hand after he confronted two people who were harassing an elderly person in the Bronx. Meantime, Governor Hochul has announced more funding for teams responding to people experiencing a mental health crisis. Nate?
Klain, thank you. In New Mexico, a crew member has been convicted in connection with the deadly shooting on the Rust film set. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed.
Hold up. Let's hear from our girl, Olayemi, the GOAT, talking about this exact issue.
If you're going to ban New Yorkers with criminal records from using the subway, how are the people who are in the criminal system and have to make court dates going to make it there? And this is going to turn into a self-fulfilling prophecy, because once people cannot use the subways, or people can't use the subways just because the amount of police there, the amount of congestion there, when people miss court dates, they're going to say, okay, we're going to send them to Rikers, and then they're going to use that to attack bail reform. And what I think is important about this is this has nothing to do with crime or stopping crime. By Kathy Hochul's own admission, she says that the National Guard is being deployed to act as a psychological reinforcement for New Yorkers. In other words, she knows that New Yorkers don't feel safe. That's what she says. They don't feel safe. It's not about the National Guard actually preventing crime, just making New Yorkers feel safer, which begs the question, why don't they feel safe? And it's because of propaganda that she and Mayor Eric Adams.
Bro, we are such fucking fascist hogs. I swear to God. Like, dude, this is a serious question for all of you. Do you ever feel safe when you're around like a heavily militarized cop or a fucking soldier? Like, I don't. Am I unique in this? Like, I don't understand it. Bro, bitch, I don't feel safe when I see fucking military. Like, what? I never feel safe around a dude with a gun. That's number one. I don't feel safe around a dude with a gun. It doesn't matter. I don't know. I don't know the person. Okay? It's not even me being like white or not white, chat. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm saying objectively, when I'm around another person with a gun, there's an environment that's like, there's a sense of being unsafe, because guns kill people. That's what guns are for. Okay. I go to the range. I still don't feel like perfectly safe and calm. Okay. I don't. Like, you get used to it. That doesn't mean it's going to stop me from going to the range. But even in that situation, there's still like I just don't feel super safe. I don't feel as safe as like when I'm around someone without a gun. Right. Now, I feel the exact same way around cops in general, too, and especially military. It's like, what the fuck? When I see that, in my mind, I don't think that, oh, I'm in good hands here. I think, what the fuck is going on? I think either there's some shit that's popping off, and now I think crime is even worse than I previously thought, or I look at that and I go, oh my God, what the fuck? What if this guy just like, what if one of these dudes just like loses their minds? Do you feel the same way about knives or other weapons? No, I don't. I feel that way specifically about guns.
Have spread because, by their own admission, and Spectrum has reported on this, the comptroller, the actual numbers is that crime has been down in the subways for years, and it remains at what it was. And Eric Adams himself tweeted yesterday that crime is down. And I think what's important here is, even if you believed that crime was up, even if you believed that they needed to address it, they added 1,000 officers to the subways in 2022. And evidently, according to them, who are saying that the subways are still dangerous, that did not work. So how does hiring 1,000 additional cops and deploying the National Guard help? And importantly, she recently passed a congestion tax. So now you wanted to incentivize people to use public transportation. You're passing a congestion tax that will negatively impact commuters and New Yorkers. And now they can't use the subways without being held up by 1,000 cops and the National Guard. This is a horrible publicity stunt.
What? What's wrong with soldiers, though, Hassan? They don't have a record of being violent towards our civilians, unlike cops? Dude, that's crazy. They're literally the military. And yes, they do have a record of being violent towards our civilians. Look at fucking Kent State. Hello? He's joking, right? I gotta be. This guy that wrote that right. He wrote that from Langley, okay? He's like, I don't understand. Hello? Cops are very good, but sometimes they might be bad. But the military, now those guys, the National Guard, I mean, bro, the military is so unsafe. They're unsafe to one another, okay? There's an issue with fucking mass rapes in the military. Not only are they not safe to be around, they're not even safe to be around one another.
Who is going to be affected if you're going to ban New Yorkers with criminal records from using the subway? How are the people who...
In active duty, at least in the army, I met a lot of leftist and class conscious people, lots of lower class people trying to pay for school or get citizenship. Yeah, ask those dudes. Ask those dudes. There's plenty of them in here right now, literally. Ask those dudes if they think the fucking dumbass in the bunk bed is a reliable person. You know what I mean? He's not. It's so funny because like most of the shit I say about like active duty service members, unironically, is like a lighter version of what I hear from veterans and active duty service members. You know what I mean? Like they're the first to tell you, oh, dude, these guys are dumb as fuck. I'm stationed at Fort Hood, so I understand the rape thing very well. Very sad. Yeah.
Are in the criminal system and have to make court dates going to make it there. And this is going to turn into a self-fulfilling prophecy, because once people cannot use the subways, or people can't use the subways just because the amount of police there, the amount of congestion there, when people miss court dates, they're going to say, okay, we're going to send them to Rikers, and then they're going to use that to...
Oh, we just watched it. Fuck. They're also probably investigating you for being an anarchist. Yeah, I saw this. Like, will Aaron Bushnell's death trigger anarchism witch hunt? Senator Tom Cotton demands the Pentagon root out leftist extremism. And honestly, there's probably nothing more disgusting than, I'm not even talking about prosecuting anarchists. That's good, objectively, okay? I would do it if I had any kind of fucking power myself. I think it's disgusting that people might actually accidentally think that I'm an anarchist within the State Department and then immediately try to hire me, because that's what they do for the most part to anarchists. So, like, I don't know. To them, to the feds, I will shower tonight and I will send my handler, okay, a video of myself showering so that they know I am definitely not an anarchist, okay? My dad was an active duty Marine, so he lived off crayons and was mentally fucked. Thanks, VA, for the lack of help with that. Anyway, I need proof too. Okay, everybody chill. Yeah, Russ Weapons Armor supervisor convicted in connection with a fatal shooting, and the least surprising thing of all time. Let's get to Brandon. And the live coverage of SOTU has already begun. Ladies and gentlemen, in approximately 1 hour, you are going to hear from our delightful president. I'm Chris Wallace, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast. But of course, you're going to be seeing a top of the hour ad break right now. For those of you who have never seen a top of the hour ad break, I say that's probably because you have subscribed. I'm Chris Wallace, and the top of the hour ad break is upon us. What? Yes, bro. Yes. Of course, I talked about the port. Hard crutch, leftist scammer, highly scripted. What the fuck does that even... What the fuck does that even mean? I'm going to show you the bets at manifold.markets right now. Ladies and gentlemen, there are bets happening everywhere, all around us. Gambling is on the rise. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Don't gamble with your luck on that one. Subscribe. Thoughts on Chief Strat, the barricade porter from the Senate seat? I already talked about that yesterday. Bro, what do they put in your chicken? Dude, honestly, you know what it is? Content. I just love when, like, stuff happens in politics that interests me. I'm so desperate for even a crumb of, like, things happening that when it does happen, I get like very excited. We need you to drop more. Streaming is harder than any job takes. You're behind on the quota, buddy. No. I do think that if Biden gets heckled by Marjorie Taylor Greene, he might die. You are right. Classy jazzy. Congress saw what y'all were posting in Hoscourt as comedy. Way to go. Scalise indicates the House will vote next week on a bill to restrict use of TikTok in the U.S. Oh no. George Santos apparently is going to be at SOTU. I don't know how. Biden. So here are some of the trends. 20% says Biden says TikTok. I don't think he will say that. 65% Biden will tell a story with one specific non-celebrity American who is now dead, e.g. mass victim shooting, COVID patient, etc. Okay, that's very broad, and yes, it will happen. 55% COVID mentioned. That's actually a good one. I don't know. Probably. I don't know. 95% inflation mentioned. Yes. 98.9 got mentioned. Yes, it's given. Yemen, the Houthis, and the Red Sea are mentioned. Also, high likelihood. Mentions the border. That's a lock. Biden discussed Democrats and Republicans working together. That's a lock. Strong will be said more than 5 times. Yes, it will be. Easy peasy. Biden is going to propose a $5,000 down payment assistance. His original proposal in 2021 was $15,000, by the way. So he literally whittled it down without even fighting for it. This reminds me that he still doesn't have a policy page on his website yet. For the record, his campaign was announced nearly a full year ago. Yeah. Yes, it's not something that 99% of voters will see, but one of the greatest strengths any president has is the ability to direct a conversation. Biden has abdicated that entirely so far. Yeah, I think the fact that he has a policy list. He has a policy list. Oh my God, wait, twinsies? Our asses both grace the same exact place. The GOAT. Her Japan trip has been iconic. God, everything she does is iconic. I think more fun gaffes would be like somebody in the room screams rationalussy. Chatters, stop fucking up the goddamn numbers, man. Oh my God, bro. Y'all are so annoying. Immediately, you had to go in there and just like fuck it up. Biden discussed Democrats and Republicans working together. That's a lock. Strong will be said more than 5 times. That's a lock. Biden says, my fellow Americans. Yeah, no shit. NATO mentioned, yeah, no shit. A lot of these are, yeah, no shit. China mentioned by name 5 or more times. I think so. Maybe not 5, but I do think there will be a mention of China for sure. Biden will say the word abortion and not use a euphemism. I agree with that too. Biden gives someone a fist bump? No. Unless after the SOTU. Biden will sit around after the SOTU unless he fucking falls apart during the speech. Only one chat gamba can happen at a time. Do you want a big gamba or multiple timed gambas? Multiple timed gambas is better so we can continue playing. Like, we'll just do like in the next 5 minutes, he's going to mention China, that kind of thing. Or the next 3 minutes, he's going to mention this. And the next 3 minutes, he's going to mention that. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. Yeah. Dude, of course SOTU is tonight. And of course we're on this shit. The big gamba is whether he dies on stage or not. And I don't think, unfortunately for everyone, he's not going to. I'm calling it over under. He's going to start over under on how many times he flubs big. Not like a minor stutter. I'm talking big time flubs. Over under 10. Lock it. Wow. Okay, 10. A lot of people are saying, well, actually, you know what? I think I did a decent job. People are saying yes and no. Okay. Over easy. You think so? Big flubs.
On that so far?
Not like a stutter. I'm talking like a big ass flub. Like visibly having a hard time dealing with the situation. Like when he fucking goes for a long pause and starts blanking and staring into the fucking future. You know what I'm talking about? Like that other night when he shit himself. I think they might use the best adrenochrome they got today, but still.
American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution. He's not saying the name Donald Trump.
You think it might be Donald Trump?
I mean, what do you think? You know,
I don't know.
Just a guess.
Might be. Good guess. Yeah, I think it is. Look,
what do you think about that message?
I think it's an important message. Look, we as Americans are going to have different points of view.
It's crazy how fucking dynamic this old man is after having a heart attack.
That hundreds of thousands of men and women have put their lives on the line, died to defend democracy.
I will never forgive him, or I will never forgive the CIA for hitting him with a heart attack gun and also simultaneously giving him like the same stroke gun that came for him came for John Fetterman. And Bernie was so anti-Israel before the stroke gun because it's the gun that, you know how Hamas has the drug that makes you dap people up? The CIA has the gun that gives you a stroke, and another side effect is Zionism. Fetterman already was like iffy. So once he got stroked out, he was like full blown. You know what I mean? Like Ben-Gvir style Zionist. Bernie, on the other hand, was an anti-Zionist, and now he's like a liberal Zionist because of the stroke gun. That's what happened. That's in my headcanon. That's what's happening. In my headcanon, that's the only reason why Bernie Sanders is been so feckless.
Capitol, they have shut down Pennsylvania Avenue, this major road, what they believe could be the motorcade route for President Biden as he makes his way from the White House to the Capitol for the State of the Union speech. Now, of course, they know it is unlikely that they would actually stop the motorcade. They considered this more of a symbolic.
That's why it's good, by the way, chat. That's why, because the media has to cover it when you had this many
pressure
people.
Campaign against the president as those uncommitted votes are happening across the country. They felt like this was the biggest platform where they could make a statement to the president and actually block his route to come and speak in front of Congress. But as we turn the camera around, you can see what's waiting for them here, Jake. There is a huge police presence.
What do you mean he's been calling for a ceasefire for months now? Take Bernie's like the most pro-Palestine senator. Wait, what? First of all, being the most pro-Palestine senator doesn't mean anything. I'm sorry. If there is a guy in the Israeli Knesset that is an anti-Zionist, okay, and there is one, you as an American socialist cannot take a more hardline, more right-wing, more reactionary approach than a motherfucking Israeli Jewish Knesset member, okay? If you recall, on October 10th, I interviewed friend of the show, Dr. Ofer Kasif. He is in the Knesset. I interviewed him, And in that interview, we found out, we literally broke the news. That was a real journalism moment, that he had reached out to Bernard Sanders' office about the intensity of Israel's violence and how, yeah, by the way, Dick Durbin cleared Bernie, which is insane. Let's not forget, there was like 10 senators that called for a ceasefire, including fucking Dick Durbin. If you get lapped up by a motherfucker from Illinois, you are bad on the issue. There is no, Illinois politics is the most corrupt politics in the country. If you got an Illinois politician catching you off guard, you are genuinely bad on the issue. So that's number one. Number two, like notoriously bad. AIPAC was thanking Bernie in their tweets. Like, come on, dude. It was so bad. Anyway, Brandon Johnson is great. I'm just saying, and JB Pritzker is good too. I'm simply stating that Illinois is famous for corruption. After all, they literally let a Kenyan Muslim Indonesian man become the president in the most fraudulent election that has ever taken place. Believe me, this man was receiving blowjobs from the Duluth Dyson in a limousine in Duluth. And those blowjobs, those toothless blowjobs, powered him as a Muslim man to run for president and win, snorting cocaine and getting his shit sucked by Lerald. Sloppy top, they're saying. Where is Lerald Sinclair?
73% of Democrats say he's doing a bad job. Even his own party doubts about his leadership. 89% of Republicans say that. So, Jake, if you look at this map, and if the president wants to have any hope of recreating this map, this number here and this line has to start going up. And that journey has to start tonight.
It's a big challenge. John King, thanks so much. We're going to get our very first look inside the House chamber in minutes as dignitaries start to take their seats. And we're standing by for President Biden to leave the White House.
Let me just say this. The statement that he's the most pro-Palestine senator is not incorrect. It's just that, yeah, he's not technically 100% pro-Palestine. Bernie Sanders, up until October 7th, I would say was definitely one of the most pro-Palestinian senators, despite the fact that he still had liberal Zionist tendencies. He absolutely was one of the only people that I've ever heard that had a real shot of winning the presidency, becoming like one of the major candidates of either party, that openly stated that we will only offer conditional aid to Israel. We will no longer give unlimited weapons to Israel. That is a legitimate act of bravery. Post 10-7, unfortunately for Bernard, he definitely took a very interesting stance, I'll say. I feel like, I mean, look, I still love the guy, okay? I still love the guy. I will always credit him for opening up the eyes of so many Americans. I will always genuinely recognize his efforts in criticizing Israel and them pro-Palestine. Isn't Rashida Tlaib? Yes, Rashida Tlaib is obviously the most pro-Palestinian. Rashida Tlaib is the most pro-Palestinian congressperson. Duh. She's Palestinian. But we're talking about senators. We're talking about the Senate. And regardless, like, Bernie Sanders has genuinely said a lot. He has demonstrated political bravery many times over his career, including on the issue of Palestine, including on the issue of Israel, despite his liberal Zionist tendencies throughout his career as well. How do you explain Bernie's turn if you're being charitable? I think October 7 legitimately broke the brains of a lot of people who were Zionists, especially I'm like, this is something that is observational, and it's something that I've heard from my anti-Zionist Jewish friends. But I do think like a lot of older Jewish people in this country went full blown like, no, this is like there was a report in I think it was NPR this morning that I was listening to on The Daily, where people in Israel who were liberal Zionists, for example, straight up now are hardliners on complete death and annihilation. Like people who were moderate on the issue of apartheid, which is a ridiculous thing to say to begin with. I think October 7 greatly broke their brains. They were forced to pick a side, and instead of continuing to genuinely advocate for Palestinians and what is moral and what is just in the the situation that unfolded, instead of recognizing that this was a devastating byproduct of maintaining an apartheid regime, they turned around and they said, no, Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel is a democracy. Israel has to do something. And I mean, there's no better testament to Bernie Sanders like hitting the liberal Zionist line than this. The American people understand the simple truth that Congress ignores. It is absurd, hypocritical to criticize Netanyahu's inhumane war in one breath and provide him with another $10 billion to continue that war in the next. Like it's just, he's singling out Benjamin Netanyahu. Anyone at this point that tells me, like, short-term thinking, it's great. Okay, short-term, it's great. It's necessary. Like, liberal Zionism is a fucking literal exit ramp that many in the Democratic Party are not even taking on, which is insane. Okay, in the interest of harm reduction in the immediate short term, liberal Zionism is an exit ramp that I will understandably take if they are to blame Netanyahu and say this is all Netanyahu's war. Fine, fuck it. As long as a ceasefire comes, sure. But the reality is, it is far worse than Netanyahu. Do you understand? And I think, like, he's framing it as this is Netanyahu's war when it's not Netanyahu's war. Netanyahu is definitely extending it for self-preservation, but one must ask the question, how is this ethnic cleansing campaign a way for someone to even continue their political reign and avoid political scrutiny, avoid legal scrutiny? It can only be a way for you to continue your reign if there is genuine support on the ground. And unfortunately, as a fascist, ethno-nationalist, Jewish supremacist, apartheid regime, there are a shit ton of people in Israel who do legitimately believe Gaza must be reduced to rubble. That's it. He called our continued support of Israel as a whole terrible, terrible mistake, but it was in print and not a clip. So who cares and too late? No, come on. My criticism of Bernie Sanders, who I greatly admire still, okay, to this day. I love the man. I will always love the man. There's very little he could do at this stage after an entire life of dedication. Very hard for me to fucking say he's a bad dude or bad guy or whatever. I will be infinitely more charitable to someone like Bernie Sanders. On this issue, I think I'm being pretty open and pretty fair about my criticisms. I think that October 7th seemingly disturbed him to a great degree. I don't think I'm being unfair when I say that. Hamas are terrorists like MAGA are terrorists. It's not hard to comprehend. I wouldn't even say that. I would not say that. MAGA terrorism stems from white supremacy. Hamas terrorism stems from an apartheid and the maintenance of said apartheid and the violence that people are subjected to. No motherfucker is like, I'm a terrorist, I'm joining MAGA because my parents were fucking murdered by the liberal regime comprised of people who think I'm a dog, okay? MAGA radicalization is delusions in a sea of comfort. Hamas radicalization is an inability. I mean, it's an inevitability. Yeah. A ton of leftists were disturbed by it. I saw a lot of crazy takes from people who eventually settled down when they saw the idea of bombings. Yeah, I think the reason why a lot of people came out of the gate swinging with sentiment immediately on October 7 is because either they have family members that have been impacted by similar things or knew exactly what was going to happen and what has been happening. Okay. I was, of course, more careful because I'm a media figure and I've been doing this for fucking 10 years. And it still didn't matter. People still said, I want to murder Israeli babies or some shit. A liberal Zionist ex-friend lost his mind after October 7 and accused me of being Hamas.
As we say in this business, all around the White House. You see up here a balcony from the White House as well, I believe.
These
and then also
guests
for the president. We know that the First Lady has several guests that are going to be sitting with her. And now,
yeah, I mean, dude, I think we're discounting how people have always perceived Israel versus how people perceive Muslims and any kind of Muslim group that is seeking out liberation, no matter how violent their actions are or how nonviolent their actions might be. Like, think about this community. We went straight up from 30,000 average concurrent viewers to literally 20,000, like in 1 month. Like a third of this fucking community straight up were like, yeah, I'm done with this guy. He's a piece of shit. Because Palestine has always been a marker progressive accept Palestine is a take for a reason. Not the only factor streaming's on the downtrend. Yeah, but it happened literally. Come on. It happened shortly after October 7. You only talked about one thing ever. I'm sure there were certainly people that were fatigued, but no. It did literally happen in a matter of like weeks. Like that's not that much of a dip. That much of a dip in that situation that came so quickly. I think like I think it was legitimately a consequence of that. It's on the upswing again now as like the election cycle heats up a little bit, but you know, the genocide brought me back to you. I needed a space where I can express myself and feel similarities. I mean, sure, but that only shows me that there's even more people that left. You know what I mean? Anyway.
He seems to be in command. How long he speaks, how smoothly he speaks, the American people have so many questions about whether this president is up to the job, and so I think that is the main test he is facing. Beyond that, what he talks about is going to be really important. You know, when it comes to immigration, we know that's so important. But does he focus more on blaming Republicans, or does he have any actions of his own that he plans to announce tonight? So those are a couple of the things that I'm definitely going to be watching for.
Eugene, what do you think the American people want to hear from the president? You know, he'll have their attention, he'll have their ears tonight, but what does he have to say to connect? As we look at live pictures right now, the vice president walking in to the House chamber right now, followed by Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Of course, Mitch McConnell's last time walking in this position at the State of the Union, and Vice President Kamala Harris obviously walking up. A historic vice president here. And it's interesting, Tom, when we get finally these shots, the cameras go up in the room and we can get a sense of who's in, who's where. And I say, what are they wearing? Not to be glib about it, but because
you can say it, I can't.
There are messages that are sent, right? I see a lot of women wearing white here. I believe that is a nod to the suffragist movement there. As you see the vice president shaking hands, she's hugging.
Let me tell you, they're not wearing that white to fucking talk about women in Palestine, okay? Women in Gaza.
He's going to have an opportunity to come down that very same aisle, shake some hands, talk to some folks. And you know who likes to shake some hands and talk to some folks? It's President.
What? Just got here. You being sad about your subs? You do good work, and good workers have lows and bigger highs. Respect from an old welder in Point Pleasant, brother. Shouts out to Point Pleasant. No, I wasn't talking about subs. I was talking about viewer, like the community dramatically declining in numbers, only to pick back up now, but like dramatically declining in numbers after October 7. But I will always stand by my principles.
I want to be a fly on that wall. I want to be a fly on that chair behind him. I want to know what they're small talking about.
He's a gentleman from Louisiana. Like, look how friendly they are.
I have a Jewish friend that felt very hurt by the rhetoric around here. I understand being passionate about the topic, but
and it wasn't so friendly. And we've seen other times with Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and Mike Pence. What's interesting, though, and I don't.
Yeah, that's precisely what I'm talking about. People think that it's like people associate, no matter what you say or do, intrinsically, people associate Israel with Judaism after decades, a century almost of propaganda. That's the problem. Well, I'm a Jewish chatter and you should tell them to get over themselves. You can't. You're not going to win people over with that. Do you believe ChatGPT was used a little bit for that speech? No. Took me 5 months to come back to it. I was like, fuck Hassan after October 7. Wait, what the fuck? While the people left after 10/7, like you never said anything new after then. You were consistent with your takes since the last incursion you live covered. Yes. The difference is every other incursion up until this moment, even if you're like somewhat sympathetic, guys, I don't think you understand. October 7th, that's why I'm saying it broke the brains of a lot of people, okay? A lot of progressives, a lot of people who consider themselves progressive, who find nobility in the Palestinian plight as long as they are sitting back and taking it, okay? Because on October 7th, the Palestinians were not seen as the permanent victims, okay? There were some in the Palestinian resistance groups that actually broke through the fucking gates, and a lot of horrible things happened. Okay, they were not perfect victims on October 7. Many people will drop you the moment that you are no longer a perfect victim. That's it. I'm not going to cast aside all of those people, but it is something that I know. It's something that happens, especially because like Jewish people have been historically oppressed. Okay, and anti-Semitism is a real bigotry that continues, that persists. Anti-Semitism is the bigotry that ties all of the reactionary thinking together with a neat little bow, which is precisely why when people start saying, especially Jewish people start saying, this is anti-Semitic, you're being anti-Semitic, a lot of progressives are going to go, wait a minute, maybe it is. What the fuck? That's it. That's it. That's just what it is. although the conversation in and of itself has nothing to do with anti-Semitism at all, obviously, as it pertains to Israel, unless we're talking about Zionism being inherently anti-Semitic, which I do agree with. It's a perfect shitstorm.
Anyway, you can likely expect to hear the president nod to that. On another issue, on the other side of the aisle, Marjorie Taylor Greene wearing a Say Her Name Laken Riley shirt. Laken Riley, of course, the nursing student from the University of Georgia who was killed by somebody who had crossed the border, who was here. And she has become, in many ways, a symbol for Republicans. Her death, her parents had been invited by a Georgia Republican. They chose not to come, but there will be a vacant seat in honor
and
of
conservatives have put a hashtag up, and they put that out on social media as well. Mark Waters, we look at a lot of the Senate Republicans that are entering the chamber right now. We heard something pretty sort of, I would say, remarkable from Representative Tony Gonzalez, who essentially said Donald Trump is the leader of the party. They should negotiate with him, and yet he holds no office right now. Is that the status or the state of the Republican Party right now? Can they not sort of govern themselves? They have to sort of check in with the former president?
No, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, obviously, if we're talking about long-term policy plans, you would check in with the leader of the party. But, you know, the place where I worked during the day, the America First Policy Institute, we came out against that bipartisan legislation weeks before the former president announced his opposition to it. There was actually bipartisan opposition to it in the Senate. There was many reasons to oppose that bill. I know that obviously the president adding his voice to that, I think, put the final nail into it. But there were a lot of conservatives, especially in the House, that very much opposed that and said, do not bring that over here.
We just saw Representative Hakeem Jeffries, as we should point out.
Do you know who we haven't seen who's here, apparently? Are you ready for a real George Santos? He is no longer in Congress. We haven't seen him yet, but he is apparently in the building. He was expected to come.
Him?
He has, I'm going to turn to, we have Ryan Nobles getting ready.
Don't be fucking jealous. Don't be jealous of a queen thriving.
He's going to be able to watch all this and be able to speak with us in a couple of minutes here. He apparently has floor privileges. As a former member, Brendan, as you know, he can return.
Any former member who's, I think, not been expelled, and he was not, does have floor privileges for the rest of their lives unless they are a lobbyist.
He also showed up, was it in Iowa or New Hampshire? He showed up to the Trump victory party in Iowa or New Hampshire. I guess he's going to be sort of a conservative Republican pseudo-celebrity, either invited or not invited, but we'll definitely look out for him. We've seen a lot of both Republican and Democratic senators as they enter the chambers here.
Senator Ted Cruz. Senator Ted Cruz, of course, from the border state of Texas, handily winning his primary just a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, he's got another Senate race coming up. Maria Teresa Kumar, talk to us about the issue of abortion and how much you hope the president focuses his speech on this topic.
Well, I think if you see who are the guests of different members of Congress and the First Lady, they are Katie Cox from Texas, who had to leave Texas in order to get an abortion. There is the woman from Alabama talking about IVF. So this is front and center. One of the things that we learned during the red wave that did not happen during the midterm elections was that there were plenty of independent and moderate Republican dads who said abortion is going just a bit too far. And so that red wave that we expected did not happen because abortion is absolutely one of the things that every single American recognizes, that we want freedom. What we're going to hear from the president is not just framing freedom as a woman's agency, but it's going to be about general freedoms. If the government is all of a sudden deciding who can or cannot be part of your family planning, then all of a sudden it should ricochet on what other freedoms are they going to take away from you. And I do think that there was such a misstep on this IVF on the Republican side from Alabama, because all of a sudden it energized women that may have not been in the game prior. Because IVF usually means that I cannot leave the state. My family planning now happens at home, and it becomes very personal. And this idea that someone is now interjecting in that message,
I want to go to Ryan. I'll
really,
take Ryan.
really
All right, we're going to check in with some of our reporters. I do want to circle back to the topic of IVF in Alabama because we know the person who's going to give the rebuttal tonight, Senator Katie Britt, has her own story from the state of Alabama. I'm going to check in first with Ryan Nobles. Ryan, so we were getting some early indications that you know, obviously a lot of the faces we've known about, but then also some surprise guests as we're looking at Senator Bernie Sanders. And also, Ryan, just so you know, I may have to interrupt you because we're starting to see some action at the White House as well. If we can put those live pics for our viewers right now. So, Ryan, tell us what new reporting you have about who's in the gallery.
Yeah, well, the first thing I just have to say, Tom, that stands out as you're sitting in this room right now is the sea of Democratic women members of Congress who have worked it out together to dress in all white as part of a message that they're sending related to women's rights and reproductive rights. And not only did they all dress in the same color, but they've all decided to kind of bunch themselves together and sit in the same area. And so when you walk into the room, your eyes are immediately drawn to that area. And part of what we see a lot of these members do is try and send a message, even though they aren't going to be the ones speaking tonight. And there's no doubt that they are sending that message through just the way that they're dressed and that the color that they chose to wear. They're not the only ones that are doing this. You know, there are Republican members, and we can see them from our perch up in the gallery, who are wearing white ribbons and also buttons that say the name Lincoln, that say a name of the young woman who was killed by a migrant, Laken Riley.
Listen
the young
in,
woman.
everybody. We're going to listen in to see if the president says anything.
I'm scared of him, Van. I'm sorry I wasn't trying to upset you. I'm your loyalist, so please unban me. He started off strong. Ladies and gentlemen, he has started off strong.
A brief comment to the folks up on the balcony, joking, "Don't jump, I need you," to his supporters who have gathered there up over at the White House, as he gets into his vehicle, affectionately nicknamed the Beast, and gets ready for that quick drive down Pennsylvania Avenue, quicker than Tom, you or I could do it, since you won't have any traffic lights to contend with. That's one of the perks, of course, of being president. A significant moment for him as you saw the First Lady walk out just ahead of him. Obviously, the guests that she and he will have as their people here at the State of the Union, significant and meant to send a message. As you see the president saying a few words there, talking probably to his wife inside the vehicle, pointing to the cameras who are out there as well. Peter Alexander is live for us on the other side of the White House, on the North Lawn. Peter, talk us through some of these moments here.
Yeah, Hallie, just a moment ago, as the president walked out there on the south portico of the White House before entering the Beast, we heard him, reporters yelling questions to him, among others, asking him how he's feeling right now. He said good before looking at other staff members, telling them not to jump, as you joke. He said he's going to need them. There he is alongside the First Lady, though.
I stole this from
as
Discord.
they wave. This is the president's third State of the Union, but obviously the stakes in this one, as we've noted, are so much more critical than they have been in any speech he has delivered before the American people to this point. And as I speak to White House advisors, they acknowledge that there's going to be a lot of focus tonight on the president's delivery, but really what they think the focus should be on tonight is on what the president has delivered. And they recognize the urgency of this moment to best communicate to the American people, Americans who don't pay attention to the news headlines every day, for whom this is a unique opportunity to hear from him in this venue, speaking for more than an hour as expected tonight. White House aides have insisted, and frankly, polling shows that they're right on a lot of these issues, that many of the president's policy positions and his accomplishments are viewed as popular, but that a lot of Americans don't know that he is responsible for some of those accomplishments. The president, as you've been reporting, expected to frame this as a comeback story of sorts, reminding people how we got here. January 2021, you'll remember, more than 100,000 Americans died. That was the deadliest month of the pandemic for the United States, and the difference this president will insist that he has made in helping the country rebound in the course of that time, in spite of a lot of work that still needs to be done. You've hit these highlights, but I'm told by a senior advisor as I walk out here, the president right out of the gates is going to focus heavily on the topic of democracy, not just around the world, Ukraine certainly on that front, but here at home with the threat posed by the former President Donald Trump. Hallie and Tom.
Demons.
With former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi right there. We also want to point out that caravan that was behind the Beast is all part of sort of the formation that goes from the White House to Capitol Hill as the president makes his way there. We expect them there, Hallie, in just a few minutes. The drive is pretty fast. The question I still wonder about is that protest, and if at all the president can hear it, if it makes it to his radar. There's people who've even told him that there's a pro-Palestinian protest happening just outside Capitol Hill and just outside of where his speech is going to take place. Seen a sea of white right now inside the House chamber. A lot of women, obviously female Democrats, representatives, who wanted to send a big message tonight.
Yeah, and listen, there is a part of this that is about the optics, right? It's about how things look. It's about who you're texting.
And what is
Thomas
that
Massey,
device? What is that device there? I don't know if I know what that device is.
I believe that looks like a countdown clock on the national debt
national debt clock.
That's
Thank you for pointing that out
common
to
thing
us.
that some of these Republicans will wear at times.
Oh my
I want to bring
God,
in Ryan
it's
Nobles,
so
who I believe
lame.
we have, who has probably one of the best seats in the House for somebody who is not a member
One of the
Congress or an
lamest
invited
fucking
guest.
things, dude.
And Ryan,
Nobody
you are up
cares
there
about that.
We don't have
Absolutely
Ryan just
no
yet. We have
one
David
cares.
Plouffe,
Shut
in
the
fact,
fuck up.
Democratic strategist, somebody who knows what it is like to have a high-stakes moment like this.
And I was talking to David earlier in the night, and David, talk to our viewers about if you had the chance to speak to President Biden. I know you've been in this position before, as we see live pictures here of Senator Romney in the chamber. But if you had a chance to speak to President Biden right before he departed for Capitol Hill, what's the one piece of advice you'd give him tonight?
Well, try and keep it limited because you don't want to put too much in their head. I'd probably say have fun. You know, you've prepped, the speech is ready, you've practiced performance. Go out there and let it rip and be loose.
We're going to pause for a moment and listen to Speaker
Members
Johnson.
of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
These people don't even know that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. Fucking suckers, dude. They're all going to get hit with the 3-minute ad break right now. I guess except for the people that are going to be in the room. I guess they won't see it. But you will unless you subscribe for $5 or for free. That's right. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Del Bene. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
You know who's going to be watching the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour? Mother frickin' Kevin McCarthy, who's sitting at home watching and angry.
President of the United States into the House chamber. The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray.
We'll
The senator from Michigan,
Donald Trump as
Ms.
well.
Stabenow.
Thank you
The
for
senator
10
from
gifted subs. A lot of
Minnesota,
people don't
Ms.
want to see that at the top of the hour.
The senator from Virginia, Mr. Warner. The senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin. The senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. And the senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
The escort committee appointed by the Speaker and by the Vice President, as we are just minutes away now from President Biden walking in for his State of the Union address. Potentially, depending on how things go in November, his final, or perhaps not.
And maybe his most important, right? And I think everyone will agree to that. You were mentioning the pomp and circumstance of this moment as we look at Representative Matt Gaetz from Florida, someone else who could possibly heckle the former president. And we're looking here as other senators gather to talk about likely the importance of this speech and what happens next, right? And what to expect from President Biden. Eugene Scott, who joins us now. Eugene, what are you looking out for in the president's speech?
Well, I'm looking forward to him addressing many of the issues that we know voters have said concern him in surveys and polls, and one of them, quite frankly, is his age. He's going to have to look energetic. There needs to be vigor. He needs to be sharp, and let these individuals know that he has what it takes to stay in leadership.
Molly, as you watch what happens here, how much of a fight do you think is going to happen tonight? How much of the heckling, the back and forth?
Well, Republicans seem to have concluded that the back and forth last year did them no favors. I think we've heard a lot of them say they expect more decorum tonight, in part because they don't want to give Joe Biden that political gift. Last year, when he was able to sort of clap back at them, that was a moment that the White House really relished, and I don't think Republicans enjoyed it very much. So we'll see. It may be too big a temptation for some of his opponents to want to yell at him, but I wouldn't be surprised if they sit on their hands a little bit.
As we wait for others to enter the chambers right now, and of course, just behind them, the president, how much politically do you think it's going to matter for him if he hits it out of the park or if he has stumbles?
Historically, we have not seen presidents get much of a bump out of these State of the Union addresses. It's sort of an inside Washington phenomenon. But as many people have said tonight, this is so high stakes for this president. I think in the wake of last month's special counsel report that really amplified so many concerns among voters across the board, among Democrats specifically, about the president's age, about his ability to perform. So if he's able to, as you said, hit it out of the park, perhaps that does make a difference. Perhaps that does reset the narrative narrative for him. And of course, if he does stumble in some way, I think that could be absolutely disastrous.
As we just saw, Marjorie Taylor Greene as well. Eugene Scott, you know, this is going to be a close election. Every poll shows that. The president having some issues with minority groups across the country, including Arab Americans, Black Americans, Hispanics. Do you think he addresses any of those groups tonight?
I think that's very possible. I mean, we know that he's going to talk about the conflict in Gaza, and this is something that many voters want to hear about, including young voters, a demographic that he needs to be victorious in many of those states that will determine who will win in November.
We were just listening as they were announcing the Supreme Court is now entering, led by Chief Justice John Roberts, who will appear. There he is. Sonia Sotomayor, I believe, just behind him.
It's crazy to think about that, like, definitionally, this is the most evil room on the planet in the history of mankind. When you think about it, the State of the Union has the most consequential evil people on the planet in one room. Like, actually, Nazi war cabinet. Yeah, same. Exactly.
Acknowledged. There will be nobody from Israel, no Palestinian, nobody from Gaza. It seems they sort of avoided that when it came to guests.
You know, this is a little bit of a different topic, but on the subject of the court, one thing we do know is that the president plans to call out the Supreme Court and talk about Roe v. Wade, specifically.
Those were one of the excerpts released, right?
The decision that was made by the court and say, you know, the court said that women have political power, and they've shown that in talking about his desire to see Roe reinstated. So, I mean, I think on Gaza, it'll be very interesting. Does the president want to speak to that left wing of the party that has been protesting, that we see protesting outside tonight? Or is he going to speak to the broad middle of the American electorate that is more favorable to Israel? I'll be very interested to
As
know
we
what
see,
tone he strikes on
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and the Supreme Court will have such a significant role in this election as well. They already have, weighing in on some of the court cases that involve former President Trump. Right now, all smiles. Sometimes we've had the justices not smiling during States of the Union, but we'll see what happens tonight. We are moments away from the president about to enter the chamber. We want to thank all of our guests tonight on this portion of our broadcast. But now we want to go to an NBC News special report.
Yes. Democrats in the House and Senate, why they are all wearing white?
It's about reproductive rights. And that, of course, has become the central issue, frankly, that Democrats want to promote for all of the discussions that we're having around this table about the president's challenges on immigration and the economy. Democrats are going to plan to answer those challenges with abortion. I mean, that is going to be something that we are going to be hearing over and over and over again throughout this election. And frankly, you know,
arrest this man. Arrest him. That's that's criminal. This is actually a fucking crime, dude. This is an unironic fashion crime. This man needs to be thrown in jail. Here's C-SPAN. We got NBC locked in. We got CNN locked in. We got the markets. I'm going to close all the other tabs because guess what? It's State of the Union time, baby.
Overhead shots, you're going to be able to see that kind of spread out.
And not just IVF, but also contraception, right? That's a major issue. The Democrats are starting to talk about how Republicans will be coming for contraception.
Right, and that was a warning in the Dobbs decision, right, from the dissenters, from the liberal justices. They said, look, this is a slippery slope.
Republicans dispute this, of course, we should know, but there are legislators here and there who have.
I mean, when you believe that fertilization, that life begins at conception, that there are some consequences there, and when you start to talk about the technologies, I mean, it's entirely, you know, we're seeing unintended consequences. Let's just put it that way.
Just to note, I mean, how important this issue is. Dozens of Democrats have brought guests related to IVF and
including the First Lady.
Including the First Lady. So that's another way that they show, you know, their priorities for this address. That's from what we've gathered from the president's excerpts of his speech. It's going to be a big part of his remarks. It's also the most, I mean, maybe second to democracy if you're talking about base Democratic voters. Probably the most important issue for them is reproductive rights in this election.
Well, kind of surprising, by the way, that none of the Democrats, as far as I know, brought anyone related to. There's the First Lady and President Biden. They have made it to the Capitol. Let's listen in. That's the second "How are you feeling?" and "Great" of the evening.
Went from good to great, right?
From good to great. Well, he got reinvigorated in the car with
Mr. President, how are you feeling? Old.
But it's kind of surprising that nobody brought a guest related at all to the prosecution of Donald Trump. Because you could say, I would not put it above any politician to bring, say, E. Jean Carroll or anyone like that. Maybe they are in there. But that's something else that's a cloud over all of this, is the fact that Donald Trump, who President Biden will be facing in November, has all these legal problems, Caitlin.
Absolutely. And, you know, as MJ Lee reported earlier, that Joe Biden, President Biden, is not expected to say Donald Trump's name, but he won't have to. I mean, it's going to loom over this entire situation. House Republicans know that as well. And that's why, you know, when you talk to the White House, they say the headline from tonight, though he will be talking about those other issues, democracy is going to
Chad,
be
I'm the designated survivor.
Supreme Court justices, and think about what a big role they are playing in this election that we're about to see, in when former President Trump is going to potentially face his trial for his attempts to overturn the election. It's hard to ignore what a presence the Supreme Court is in this room, and what dynamic and impact they are going to have on this election.
And if you've seen a couple familiar faces flashed in the last minute, one of them was George Santos. Another one in between, right there, in between John Roberts, the Chief Justice, and Sonia Sotomayor. Behind them, that's Justice Kennedy, Anthony Kennedy, who resigned from the Supreme Court. I believe he was replaced by was it Brett Kavanaugh? I can't wait to show you guys the photos. They look so sick. Here, look at the back. So that is it's interesting. I suppose, as with George Santos, he still enjoys privileges, not to compare Justice Kennedy and Congressman Santos, but they are both formers. There we see Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, both of whom in the last couple of weeks endorsed Nikki Haley, talking to Lindsey Graham.
Yes, who did not
American,
endorse
just
Nikki
some
Haley.
of the.
He is still with Donald Trump.
Just some of the many coups that America is engaged in.
John King was mentioning earlier about the debate and things that are important. A number of centrist Democratic sources and, frankly, moderate Republican sources who want Biden to win over Trump said to me this afternoon, he better talk about crime. He better talk about immigration and the border. They see these as, just along with reproductive rights, a critical message.
And again, this is where you get this debate among Democrats, because overall violent crime statistics are down nationally. They are down. So Democrats bristle.
John
They
King,
say, no,
don't
you're
say
playing
that.
into the Fox News argument. No, you're playing into the Republican argument. But in major cities, the Democratic governor of New York just mobilized the National
John
Guard.
King, that's
to
truthful.
deal with
Don't do
subway
that.
crime in New York City.
John
And so
King,
this is,
your
again, a
bitch
debate
too
in the
bad,
party
they'll
about,
kill
you know, if you talk about it, are you playing their game? But you're absolutely right. If you talk to Democratic pollsters and the people who run the numbers among swing voters, suburban voters, the people who decide close presidential elections, they are very disappointed in the president's performance on crime and immigration.
Well, he's clearly going to try to flip the script on immigration, as he's been doing for the last several weeks. And to Abby's point about reproductive rights earlier, it does totally energize and mobilize the base. But the reason it's been so successful for Democrats is because it goes far beyond the base. It actually, that issue, when it is on the ballot, abortion rights in a post-Dobbs world, performs better than the generic Democrat because it's bringing in independents and some Republicans to that issue as well. So it's a double whammy. It's a base mobilizer, and it actually adds to the coalition.
And if you talk to Democrats about the bad polling for President Biden, the thing they will say is, you can look at polls all you want. We're looking at elections. And they're talking about the fact that since the Dobbs decision, since Roe v. Wade was overturned, in the special elections and referenda in states, whether red states like Kansas and Ohio and Montana, or the special election in New York, Democrats
actually
have
stupid.
won,
Actually
and the
stupid.
Pro-choice or pro-abortion rights side has won. There's Congressman Matt Gaetz, and they're hopeful that will help Joe Biden.
It will. And can we just talk for a second? We've seen a lot of Supreme Court justices who are down on the floor tonight, and how what a unique position they occupy this time. I mean, yes, they always cadre of them at increasingly political over the years. I mean, I was sitting in the gallery when Samuel Alito mouthed at President Obama that what he was saying about a Supreme Court decision about election funding was not true. Very remarkably political statement from one of these justices, but they literally sit at the very heart of the election that President Biden is up there tonight fighting for, in a way that they have not been, certainly since 2000, in Bush versus Gore, and possibly ever, in terms of having to decide whether or not President Biden's opponent is going to be able to be charged in the for basically sending a mob to this very building on January 6th.
You know what, though, it's important to point that out. But one thing I will say about the view from the Biden campaign and from the White House is that they are not looking to these criminal cases against Trump
we're
to,
doing it. It's working.
Play the role in this election. They do not.
That's crazy.
There are a lot of people out there talking about
my
how
man's out there enjoying
cerveza cristal for the country, but they understand the prospects of these cases being concluded before the election, not great. The prospect of them being definitive and going in any particular way and moving voters in any particular way is too uncertain. What they do know, though, and I think to Jake's earlier point, they're not wrong when they say that voters have been voting.
I don't even care if it tastes like piss. To the chatter that says cerveza cristal tastes like piss, I don't care. It's such a legendary bev. Okay. Oh, look,
that is also
Mike Johnson drinking.
That they have at the
what?
ballot box. And when Republicans put
that's crazy, dude. I can't believe he's doing that.
Properly, that has made a huge difference in these races, and I think that's how they see November at the top of the ticket.
Let me bring in Evan Osnos right now, who has been President Biden's biographer. Just did an interview with him for the New Yorker magazine. Evan, do you think this is the most important speech of President Biden's career?
You know, he's had a very long career, Jake, as you know, but I think it is a credible case to make. Look, this is an unusual moment because it is both a chance for him to try to talk about what he's done, and then he is also making his biggest pitch to the largest audience he's going to have before November. You know, I was talking to somebody who's very close to him, and I said, how do you think he handles the pressure of a moment like this? And they said, look, to be honest, he's been dealing with pressure like this his entire adult life. The weirdest moment for him was when he wasn't under pressure, when he was in that period.
That's right. And the greatest way to relieve pressure, of course, is... That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, this State of the Union is sponsored by Cerveza Cristal.
Doug Emhoff, who has become one of the administration's leading voices on the rise of anti-Semitism in the United States. Doug is Jewish. There he just waved at his wife, and she seems to be smiling at her goofy husband in an affectionate...
Say what Doug's children are doing, Jake, you fucking bitch. That's right. Douglas Emhoff's children, specifically Ella Emhoff, is out here fucking protesting with Jewish Voice for Peace. Okay, but you won't say that because you're bought and sold by Cerveza Cristal. That's right.
It's about what he's doing. You know, we're having a big national conversation about this, and there's a lot of
He's in
people
the
who wonder
pocket
whether
of
he should have done this.
Cerveza Cristal.
He's not wondering that. You don't come away from a conversation with him saying, is he, you know, staring at the ceiling at night? That's not the moment he's in, Jake, and it can be hard to capture that, I think, from far away.
There is the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden, taking her seat next to the second gentleman or near the second gentleman, surrounded
I can't believe this is the man I get my news from.
That is special guests of the President of the United States.
Yeah, he's in the pocket of big
Cerveza
Cristal.
Points and ways that what the administration has been doing has affected them. There's the former House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. President Biden is running late, we should note. He is in a holding room right now, and there is the Speaker gaveling in the session. Should we listen in? Let's listen in.
The President's Cabinet.
The President's Cabinet walking in right now. Obviously, there is the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, who has been rather busy these days, what with all sorts of crises in Ukraine and the Middle East, followed by the Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, whose health issues became something of a problem for the administration when he failed to disclose them, even though he had been hospitalized. Thankfully, his health is good. Evan Osnos.
Are you dinging Austin?
It is quite
He's too busy
for
fucking
President Biden, as David.
Austin is the median voter, chat. He doesn't give a fuck about the State of the Union, dog. He's living his life out there. This is a mid-ass election cycle.
Other members of the President's cabinet there, the Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, the
he
Secretary
said, I got
of Commerce,
so much
Gina
pussy, I must switch to pussy.
And on and on. Is it Deb Haaland who is the designated?
No.
Or we do not know yet?
I just saw a picture of her.
Oh, so it's not her.
I just saw a picture of Deb Haaland. She just posted a picture with many members of the cabinet.
Oh, so it's not
The
her.
one we don't see is Gina Raimondo. I'm not
This is what he
saying it's her.
said.
No, we just saw her on the floor. We just saw Gina Raimondo. We are sorry, folks at home. We're trying to figure out a nerdy DC parlor game, which is the Associate Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland, who is the designated survivor, kind of a dark thing,
dark
tradition in this country.
More like
about
bright,
who
dude.
will maintain the continuity of government should the worst possible thing in the history of the known universe happen to this building that we're looking at right now. There is always somebody from the cabinet
That's
who
what
does
Austin
not attend.
said.
There's the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, who was impeached by the House of Representatives for, in their view, the Republicans in the House, not carrying out his duties at the border. The border, obviously, a huge issue. Their Secretary of Transportation.
Oh, I believe it's the Education Secretary, Miguel Cardona.
Miguel Cardona is the Secretary of Education. We believe is a designated survivor.
Waiting for.
But John King, the issue of the border. You see Alejandro Mayorkas right there, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, who was impeached, although the Senate is not going to take up that issue, so he will not be removed from office. And even if they were to take it up, the votes would not be there. How much, what to say if you are President Biden? And this is such a huge issue.
I'm the designated survivor. I told you, these cowards won't tell you, but I'm the designated survivor, dog. That's me. Is me. I will be continuing the presidency.
Gave him the perfect framing by walking away from the bipartisan deal, a deal that had many border security pieces in it that the president personally does not favor, and that many in his party don't like even more than him. The progressives in the party don't like even more. So he's going to say tonight, I was about to do something big, something you Republicans have been asking for 2 decades or more, and Donald Trump told you to walk away, and so you're putting Donald Trump ahead of the urgent needs of the country. It's a strong political argument because it happens to be true. That could have been passed and it could have been done, and Trump called Speaker Johnson and other Republicans and said, do not do this. Don't help Joe Biden. It might help him in the campaign. Do not do this. It's a powerful argument. The flip side of Republicans is going to be, you've been president for 1,142 days. So you were president for about, more than 1,000 days before you started.
Bro, they love yapping, dude. Oh my God. Is this how people feel when they come into the stream and they say, all right, bro, cease your yapping? That's how I feel right now. It's like, bro, Jesus Christ,
his first 3 years, but
so much.
Trump has given
saying
him
so much, yet saying
if
nothing
they can
at all.
Craft it and play it right, a gift in essentially telling Republicans, don't do what you have tried to do for years because it might hurt my campaign.
And if you're wondering who gets those great seats by the aisle so that they can shake hands with, for instance, the United Nations ambassador, those seats are coveted quite a bit. People come early. Manu Raju is in Congress right now. And Manu, how did Joe Manchin get that sweet spot?
He had someone saving
Damn.
it for him.
Okay, Lobo. I hate to admit it, but she's looking, bro. She pulling an Ariana Grande. What the fuck is that? She did race change, dude. God damn, Lobo looking like AOC out here. What the fuck? She did RCTL. Lobo saw the global Latina belt and said, hey, guess what? I'm Latina too. God damn.
And Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene also sitting very close to the aisle.
Lobo
Both
saw
Boebert
the...
and Marjorie Taylor Greene told me...
and decided I am
Joe Biden,
Latina.
They feel like that, in their view, he is saying something untruthful or something that they don't like. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course, was someone who said that Joe Biden...
Shut the fuck up, CNN. Bro, this is ground zero for COVID, dog. Has Jake Tapper always been conservative? Yes. One of them about to hand Biden the... That's right, dude. The aisle people are glazing? Yeah, dude. Yo, dick riding this hard, bro. Chill. Okay, bro. Whatever. He's the president. Calm down, okay? Cease with your dick riding. Oh, my Lord. Holy fuck, dude. Yo, the dude has got the oh my God, he's balding so fucking hard. That hair transplant did not hit, dude. My Lord. My man has that haircut that priests get in fucking Shogun.
And this is the Joe Biden that so many people are the chit-chatting. He's going to stretch out this moment.
Who knows how long we'll be talking here until the president goes to deliver his speech. And what's so interesting, right? We talk about both sides of the aisle. You've got the president in the aisle talking with Republicans. He spent some time there. Those are some of the Republican members he was greeting. Obviously, that's Democratic Majority Leader Chuck Schumer behind him. But this is a place where he does have a level of comfort where he does know folks. It's also interesting as we've been looking at these cameras in the room, looking at these live feeds as it's happening, the way that you saw his cabinet members come in. As we know that Secretary Miguel Cardona is the designated survivor. That, of course, is always something we look for at a State of the Union address. But did you see Secretary Mayorkas getting greeted frequently by Democratic members as he now is facing so much heat, so much fire, this impeachment push from House Republicans? There's a lot of drama in this room. There's some tension. You don't see it on the president's face, at least at the moment. But look at the shot. Marjorie Taylor Greene right behind him. And I believe that's a hat that says Make America Great Again.
A MAGA hat, and then there are buttons that we understand that some Republicans will be wearing, talking about the Biden border crisis.
She said, say her name, Laken Riley. Laken Riley is that nursing student who was killed at the campus of the University of Georgia not long ago. And it has become a flashpoint for many Republicans, with the suspect in that case, a migrant who crossed into this country. And Republicans have gone so far, some of them, as to suggest that President Biden has blood on his hands in her death. Her parents were invited, chose not to come.
Well, a lot of the members of Congress, the Republican members of Congress, are wearing either pins or ribbons, or in some cases, a picture of that young woman who was tragically killed. And we just saw Marjorie.
There's nothing more obvious than fucking that you don't actually give a shit about anything than being like, yeah, dude, actually say her name. Like, you don't give a fuck, dude. You're just using it for politics. It's crazy.
Which in past years it's 5, 6, 7 minutes, but this is somebody who wants to greet every person, who wants to do retail politicking with these members of Congress.
Someone let the
and in some
IDF
cases,
know.
Kristen, these members of Congress will come in the afternoon. Unless you're a member of
IDF,
leadership, there's no designated seating, so you got to save your seat. And members of Congress will do it to snap a selfie, or in the case perhaps of Marjorie Taylor Greene, to have that moment. Here's Joe Manchin.
Here's Joe Manchin, who's of course announced he's not running for re-election. Joe Manchin of West Virginia. Democrats very concerned, bracing for the very strong likelihood that they will lose that seat. But look, I go back to what we were saying, that Joe Biden has spent a lot of time in these chambers. One of his closest aides was asked, is he nervous for a moment this big? The answer from this aide was no, he doesn't get nervous. This is where he is most comfortable. In terms of the top officials we've seen within his administration, I was struck by Secretary Antony Blinken, who has spent weeks, months overseas trying to secure a deal to get the hostages released in the Middle East in Israel's war against Hamas.
I'm not saying anything.
They have not been able to reach that deal. That looms large over this.
There may be some policy announcements this very night on that issue, because this is obviously a huge international issue. It's a political issue for President Biden, as well as many young voters. Many voters on the progressive left are dismayed at the president's wholehearted support for Israel. We heard the Vice President Kamala Harris with very strong words asking for a ceasefire.
We'll see if he matches those words or goes farther.
That's right. I mean, this is one of the most complicated policy issues that this administration and this president faces. We anticipate that he's going to announce a new ramped-up military effort to get aid into Gaza, and so that is going to be significant. But this has divided the Democratic Party, with young voters signaling that they disapprove.
We hear a chant. I want to go to Ryan Nobles, who's in the chamber.
Bro, they're
Ryan,
so
are you hearing 4
Trumpy.
more years? How are your powers of hearing and lip reading?
Hopefully I can hear a little bit better in the actual room, Savannah. But yes, it did appear as the president made his way down past
Joe Biden?
the actual
Okay,
seating of the members. He's now, of course, making his way to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, just greeted members of the Supreme Court. But just as he got down to kind of the final stage before he heads up to the lectern, the Democratic members were chanting 4 more years and clapping loudly for the president. It's interesting. It's really kind of starting to see him in a room like this where he is so great one-on-one. That is what President Biden is.
Why does it go so fucking hard? Why did they make it so unimaginably hard? It's too much.
Feel like they're the most important person in the room. And even in a venue like this, where he has cameras staring at him, millions of people watching all over the world, he takes a moment with each and every person that he sees as he makes his way down the aisle and has that moment with them. In some cases, it's like he's seeing a friend he hasn't seen in a long time with a big hug, and it looks as though he's sharing some sort of moment with him. And just to get back to that moment with Marjorie Taylor Greene coming down the aisle, you know, we could see her don her hat, clearly looking to have a viral moment. She also had her camera phone pointed at the president the entire time, so I'm sure that's something that she's going to attempt to make a big deal of on conservative media. It didn't seem to bother the president at all. It couldn't tell from our vantage point whether or not he engaged with her or just kind of
that dude showed
walked by
Biden
as
on
she
his
was
phone.
trying to get her message to him. So this is, I would imagine, somewhat of a frustration for the planners of this event here tonight. I don't know if they back-timed enough or worked up enough time for Joe Biden to greet all these folks. I think there's a level of frustration for him as president that he doesn't have the opportunity to have these conversations as frequently as he did when he was a member of the Senate.
Well, he is taking the podium now, and we'll be hearing from the president in a moment. And Krista, very quickly, as we watched him a moment ago pass by members of the Supreme Court, and it made me wonder, at least, how many times will this court potentially touch issues related to this race?
Absolutely. We await their decision on whether former President Trump deserves immunity in the January 6th trial, Lester.
Tony, thank you. Jill. Good evening. Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, "I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment
The next
either.
Hitler's coming over the border,
Not since
folks.
President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy
We gotta
been
put a
under
stop
assault
to the
at home
Guatemalan migrants.
as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time.
Oh my God! Is he going to say
Overseas,
Hamas is attacking?
Putin of Russia is on the
democracy?
march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin.
Okay, Kamala, fucking chill,
If we stand
dog.
with Ukraine and provide the weapons that it needs to defend itself.
Damn, Kamala dick riding so fast, dude. She already got up to clap twice.
That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers.
Which country Biden
In fact,
will
there are
say
no American
first?
soldiers at war in Ukraine, and I'm
Ukraine
determined
got 26
to keep it that
million
way.
points, baby.
But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. Wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered,
Oh, it was
Mr.
Russia?
Gorbachev,
Technically, it was
tear
Russia
down
that was
this
mentioned
wall.
first.
Now,
Russia was number 2 at 5.9 million, or 5.9 million points for Russia.
A former Republican president tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." That's a quote. A former president actually
He
said that,
mentioned Trump.
bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable.
His mouth is shaking. What the fuck? Yo, he's gumming. He's gumming, dude. Look at these fucking little shits. They're so mad.
As a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations, created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace.
Yeah, that's
And
what it does.
today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. So they're stand up. Welcome, welcome, welcome, welcome. And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress. We have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching.
Just shut up,
The
Hassan.
United
You're
States
embarrassing
walks
yourself.
away.
I'm not even talking,
It will
dummy.
put Ukraine at risk.
Do you think
Europe
I'm the
is at
president?
risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk
Stealing
away.
content? Yes, I am.
We will not bow down. I will not bow down.
It's funny he says Sweden knows how to fight. Fight who, bro?
In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching, just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you are here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood.
Bro, he's on that good shit, but he's already slowing down, actually.
America stood strong, and democracy prevailed.
M3LP, thank you for the 10 gifted.
Let's be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win. As I've done ever since being elected to office,
thank you, my bourbon gamer.
I ask all of you without regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office, foreign and domestic.
The fuck?
Respect free and fair elections, restore trust in our institutions, and make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place. Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF.
Personal story.
She scheduled treatments to have that second child, but the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer.
It's funny because like the Republicans have to not give this, not hand this as a W to Biden, but they can't look like insane people, so they're actually cooked on the IVF shit. Like they have to push the IVF bill, and that will give an automatic dub to Brandon.
Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right.
Sean King.
I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader, defending reproductive freedom, and so much more.
Sean King is too busy in Gaza doing deals, releasing hostages and shit.
My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus with a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening to too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about it. Those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024.
Oh, no. Bro, he's rebooting. He's already rebooting.
If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again. Folks, America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century.
COVID.
Remember the fear, record losses, the Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives, of loved ones, millions left behind. A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable.
What the fuck was that?
I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history.
The fuck was that
We
noise?
have. It doesn't make news, but news in 1,000 cities and towns, the American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. So let's tell the story here. Tell it here and now. America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, investing in all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a fair shot, and we leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, my inherited economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record, a record. Unemployment at 50-year lows. A record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world?
Why are they showing Janet?
More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up. Inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world, and tending lower. The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs right here where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund,
fuck you, Bill
like
Clinton.
helping build American roads.
Damn, he's got smoke for the Clintons
will
that
be
hard?
made with American products and built by American workers.
He said, let me tell you, I got
Creating
smoke for the
good-paying American
Clintons. He
jobs.
hates Hillary so much. He fucking hates Hillary so much.
And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree. In fact,
so far, this is a pretty good speech.
Attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America.
Pretty good speech overall so far. He's hitting all the high notes.
And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I'm with you. I'm with you. And if any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernizing our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing
Mike Johnson liked that one. He 100%. That was a good line. If any of those of you that don't want that money, let me know. That's a good ass bar. That's a bar. He's right.
Affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live. Urban,
okay, that's
suburban,
a cap. That's
or
a
rural
cap. That's not happening. Fuck
in
you.
red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal communities because of my investment in a family farm.
Oh, you know it's good. You know it's good when fucking these babies start crying like this. You know the speech is good.
Buddy, I know. We're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. hope was fading. Then I was elected to office, and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies, knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, a new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same. The folks of Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs of the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you? Stand up. And Dawn Sims, a third-generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Shawn, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class.
Say workers, motherfucker. Say workers built the country. Middle class is a bullshit designation. It's workers that built the country.
I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going. That's America. That's you, the American people. It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is brighter. It's because of you that tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger.
That's the bar. You got to say that.
Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over, and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the state of the United States combined. And I represented it for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well.
Dog, when trickle-down economics was presented, you were already in Congress for like 20 years. The fuck are you talking about?
There's more to do.
Your dad was dead, dumbass. You were literally a senator.
Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world.
I think he was like literally the head of the Senate Judiciary Committee at this point. The fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God, it's happening. Chad, it's happening.
What I proposed and signed, not one of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit. And I want to
fuck the healthy profits.
I want to cap.
They can suck my dick. Healthy profit.
$35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years. People have talked about it, but finally we got it done and gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma.
He ain't talking about Israel, bro.
Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade.
But he has to. He's gonna talk about the pork. He has to talk about the situation in Gaza. He has to.
And they'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. Now I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone. Folks, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get an Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, and even Moscow probably, and bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, is still a very big deal. Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. Well, my predecessor, and many in this chamber, want to take this prescription drug away by repealing Affordable Care Act.
Bro's running on repealing the Affordable Care Act again. God damn. God
We
damn.
stopped you 50 times before, and we'll stop you again. In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. They enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent. To state the obvious, women are more than half our population, but research on women's health has always been underfunded.
Social's not working.
That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill, doing an incredible job as First Lady. So pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space. Just for 2 years.
That's crazy. Oh my God, a Republican's going to say he's buying votes. That's actually wild. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, but like, good that he's lying at least.
And my administration is also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence. For millions of renters, we're cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents. We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Now pass and
Bro
build.
said we're deregulating building.
2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down.
Good to present it as like going up against big business and big landlords. Obviously, that's not the reality, but still good to like even try to message it
Remain the
positively.
strongest economy in the world. We need to have the best education system in the world.
For the record, everything he's promising he's not going to do, this is how State of the Unions work.
Want to give every child, a good start by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year that children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is. I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry. They were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them as vice president, I met with over 182 of those folks. Don't hold me to the exact number. And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience.
Daily Wire only has 20K people watching, and Ben called out someone saying you're bigger than him on chat law. Let's fucking go!
I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that
Clip
anymore.
it and ship it to me, please.
Why are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high-quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by third grade.
Look, I'm a fair motherfucker, bro. I mean, he's lying, but at least he's lying. The bar is very low, but like, honestly, he's clearing it right now. He's actually fucking the bar.
Local businesses and high schools, so students get hands-on experience and a path to good-paying job, whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure that college is more affordable. Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions.
Bro, we've been begging for him to do the fucking bare minimum, and he's finally doing it. By the way, those yellow ribbons that you see are...
And I was told I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans. I fixed 2 student loan programs
to bring the
that already
hostages
existed
back.
To reduce the burden of student debt.
It's a way to try to say, like, oh, bring the hostages back, but it's like created by someone who...
and others in public service.
...is pro the ethnic cleansing of Gaza.
Like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota.
I forget who it was. I forget the name of the it's like a Hollywood PR agency.
Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college. And folks, look, such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise.
Damn, dude. Who is this Maoist?
And by the way, the first couple of years, we cut the deficit. Now, let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans.
Nobody cares about the deficit.
I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. I signed the bipartisan deal to cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share.
What? Did he say he's making big corporations very wealthy? I'm confused.
I'm a capitalist. If you want to make or can make $1 million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes. A fair tax code is how we invest things to make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut, overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, the very wealthy and the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit.
Damn,
they added
this dude
more
loves
to the national
Ukraine.
debt than
Holy
any
shit.
presidential term in American history. Check the numbers. Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break? I sure don't.
Dude, he's really.
I'm going to keep fighting
cooking.
like hell to make it fair. Under my plan, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay additional.
He ain't doing this shit at all. Okay,
Nobody,
let's be
not
real.
one penny. And they haven't yet.
He ain't doing this shit at all, my man.
In fact, the child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half. Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country. The way to make the tax code fair is to make big corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Remember in 2020, 55 of the biggest companies in America made $40 billion and paid zero in federal income tax. Zero. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%. So
He's not looking down, he's spitting out the dome ski. No, he has teleprompters on two sides.
Fair share. I also want to end tax breaks for big pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million that could be deducted. They can pay them $20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now. You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax is for those billionaires? No. They're making great sacrifices, 8.2%. That's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher,
Republicans
sanitation
so
worker,
mad
or
he's
nurse.
shitting on billionaires. No American must see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, Jack. That's why I'm giving tax credits. So they can spend $5 to avoid said ads at the top of the hour.
It's for billionaires at 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. And imagine what that could do for America. Imagine a future
I
with
wish this
affordable
was real.
child care. Millions of families can get they need to go to work to help grow the economy. Imagine
I wish
a
this
future
was
with
real
paid
so
leave,
bad.
because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family member.
You can't hit a commercial break during SODU?
Imagine
Yes,
the
I
future of
can.
home care and elder care and people living with disabilities so they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security, Medicare, or raise the retirement age, I will stop you.
Ewok Bandit, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour.
The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. We have 2 ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal. Oh no. You guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was. Well, that's good to hear.
He's riffing.
You're not going to cut another $2 trillion for the super wealthy. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share. Look, too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations that engage in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to healthcare to housing. In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer.
Damn, he's coming after Kanye.
Bag.
He said
Put
Kanye's
fewer
wrong.
chips in it.
They made the Twix bar smaller.
It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this. I really mean it. You probably all saw that commercial on Snickers bars. You get charged the same amount, and you got about, I don't know, 10% fewer Snickers in it.
They took the dick vein out.
Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees. Those hidden fees at the end of your bill that are there without your knowledge. My administration announced we're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8. Banks and credit card companies are allowed to charge what it costs them to instigate the collection. And that's more, a hell of a lot, like $8 and 30-some dollars. They don't like it. The credit card companies don't like it. But I'm saving American families $20 billion a year with all the junk fees I'm eliminating. Folks at home, that's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion in profit. I'm not stopping there. My administration has proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front so there are no surprises. It matters. It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now.
I still hate this, but it's an awful fucking bill.
What are you against?
But the adrenochrome is
100 more
flowing.
high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children. This bill would save lives and bring order to the border. It will also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read. I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels political win. He viewed it as a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him. It's not about me. I'd be a winner.
I'm trying to do a screenshot so we can tweet something. They're booing him. He's losing it.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of thousands of people being killed by illegals?
What the
To her
fuck?
parents, I say, my heart,
He's
having
a
lost children
Democratic
myself.
president.
I understand.
He's saying illegal.
But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing, and it's worth taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way, knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks, I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people, get this bill done. We need to act now.
Bro, he's about to be like, build the wall.
My predecessor is watching. Instead of paying politics.
Oh, they are saying build the wall.
And pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together. But that's what here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country.
You said they're illegal to the murder.
Separate families. I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Secure the border. provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, and so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans and ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere, but we're all Americans.
Bro, it's going to be hard to fucking fix that previous statement. Like, he brought a button with him to be like, an illegal murder this person.
We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I'm ready to fix it. Send me the border bill now. A transformational moment in history happened 59 years ago today in Selma, Alabama. Hundreds of foot soldiers for justice marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, to claim their fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, they were bloody, and left for dead. Our late friend and former colleague, John Lewis, was on that march. We miss him.
He said legals do murders right after was to make an argument. Y'all only complain. Yeah, I heard. I mean, I didn't understand it.
Our other marchers, both in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma, the daughter of gospel singers and preachers. She sang songs of prayer and protest on that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But 59 years later, their forces taking us back in time. Voter suppression, election subversion, unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis is a great friend to many of us here. But if you truly want to honor him and all the heroes who marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Right Act, and stop denying another core value of America, our diversity across American life.
Yes,
Banning
brother.
books.
Akira Toriyama
It's
died.
wrong.
We'll talk about that after.
Instead
Come
of
on.
erasing history, let's make history. I want to protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back. Pass the PRO Act for workers' rights. Raise the federal minimum wage, because every worker has a right to a decent living, more than $7 an hour. We're also making history by confronting the climate crisis, not denying it. I don't think any of you think there's no longer a climate crisis. At least I hope you don't. I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the history of the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030, creating tens of thousands of clean energy jobs, like the IBEW workers building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Conserving 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice fence line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. And patterned after the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps, I launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work in the forefront of our clean energy future. I'll triple that number in a decade. To state the obvious, all Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safer today than when I took office. The year before I took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up. The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against, I might add, we made the largest investment in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years. But we have more to do. We have to help cities invest in more community police officers, more mental health workers, more community violence intervention. Give communities the tool to crack down on gun crime, retail crime, and carjacking. Keep building trust, as I've been doing, by taking executive action on police reform and calling for it to be the law of the land. Directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using or have it on their record. Take on crimes of domestic violence. I'm ramping up the federal enforcement of the Violence Against Women Act that I proudly wrote when I was a senator, so we can finally end the scourge against women in America. There are other kinds of violence I want to stop. With us tonight is Jasmine, whose 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with 21 classmates and teachers in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I went to Uvalde for a couple of days. We spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message, so everyone in this room, in this chamber, could hear the same message. The constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family. They said, do something. Do something.
AOC packs Zins?
Well, I did do something by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House that the Vice President is leading the charge. Thank you for doing it. Meanwhile,
Marines activation code word going out.
My predecessor told the NRA he's proud he did nothing on guns when he was president. Oof. After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it. There's his quote, just get over it. I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it.
Is he bleeding from one eye? Oh, God. No. That's just...
I'm proud we beat the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. We now must beat the NRA again. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass universal background checks. None of this. None of this. I taught the Second Amendment for 12 years. None of this violates the Second Amendment or vilifies responsible gun owners. You know, as we manage challenges at home, we're also managing crises abroad, including in the Middle East. I know the last 5 months have been gut-wrenching for so many people, for the Israeli people, for the Palestinian people, and so many here in America. This crisis began on October 7th with a massacre by a terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know. 1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, and 250 hostages taken. Here in this chamber tonight are families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home. We will also work around the clock to bring home Evan and Paul, Americans being unjustly detained by the Russians and others around the world.
That's it?
Israel has a right to go after Hamas. Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has a added burden because Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards under hospitals, daycare centers, and all the like. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza. This war has taken a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars in Gaza combined. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of whom are not Hamas. Thousands and thousands of innocents, women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin, families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking. I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the prisoners released, all the hostages released, to get the hostages home and ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring,
Who made the humanitarian crisis,
more
you fucking
enduring.
asshole?
The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters. No U.S. boots will be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day.
Fuck him, dude. Fuck him.
And Israel must do its part. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire. They're announcing they're going to have a crossing in northern Gaza. For the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority. As we look to the future, the only real solution to the situation is a two-state solution over time. And I say this as a lifelong supporter of Israel. My entire career, no one has a stronger record with Israel than I do. I challenge any of you here. I'm the only American president of Israel in wartime, but there is no other path that guarantees Israel's security and democracy. There is no other path that guarantees Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. And there's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all of its neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm talking. Creating stability in the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region.
Oh, it's so
As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel.
What are you going to do, bro? Bomb them harder? Nuke Yemen? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you clapping for, you dumb fuck? Jesus Christ.
For years, I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America is falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. I've revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific. India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Pacific Islands. I've made sure that the most advanced American technologies can't be used in China, not allowing to trade them there. Frankly, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that. I want competition with China, not conflict. And we're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st century against China than anyone else, for that matter, than any time as well. Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills. But there's more to pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online. Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril. Ban AI voice impersonations and more. And keep our truly sacred obligation to train and equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why the song Support and Help of Dennis and the VA, I signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins who now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home, but we owe them and their families support. We owe it to ourselves to keep supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H, and remind us that we can do big things like end cancer as we know it, and we will. Let me close with this. Yeah. I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more things. I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while. When you get to be my age, certain things become clearer than ever. I know the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation, between those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy, a future based on core values that have defined America: honesty, decency, dignity, equality, to respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor. Now, other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution, that's not me. I was born amid World War II, when America stood for the freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working-class people who built this country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service. I left the law firm and became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard after Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots. And I became a county councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president to our first black president. Now president to the first women vice president. In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they didn't let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. Not a joke. And I've been told I'm too old. Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're all created equal and deserves to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now. I'm optimistic. I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy. My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation.
I'm so fucking checked out since the
Isn't how
fucking
old we
Palestine
are.
talk.
It's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas. It'll only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away. I see a future where the middle class finally has a fair shot and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence. Above all, I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans. And I will always be president for all Americans because I believe in America. I believe in you, the American people. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We are the United States of America. And there is nothing.
Will he actually tax the rich?
beyond
No,
our
of course not,
capacity
bro. What are you, crazy?
When we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
No, he's not gonna fucking. He's not going to. Okay, here's what I'm gonna tell you quickly about the Palestine thing. He hit the center in his mind, and it's good enough for liberals, and they will literally be like, look how fucking presidential he is. Look how phenomenal he is. High notes. He was very high energy. He outperformed expectations by the widest of margins. He did not die. There were obviously flubs and gaps. I think I counted like 7 or 8 solid ones. Overall, a lot of great domestic policy that he pushed for. A lot of great domestic policy that he promised. Okay. Really, really solid. Overall, definitely outperformed expectations. Very solid speech overall. Very energized. Very dynamic. You have to admit that. Okay. Obviously, it's the expectations that we had that play a role in this, but it's important in the way that the American population sees them. He rose to the moment and he actually delivered. Okay. If I'm a regular normie liberal and I like see bits and pieces of this, the high notes are going to be Republicans being unruly, stupid, and Biden actually doing a phenomenal job because liberal media will eat this shit up and will go crazy over it. They're going to talk about this like he is the next God King. Jesus Christ is delivered. Biden is back. Biden is dynamic. Biden is out of control. He really showed it. He really stuck it to the man. And he did. In some ways, he did. He really did stick it to the fucking man as far as like talking about billionaires, talking about this, talking about that, talking about trust busting big landlords. That's a way to try to massage the narrative, of course. But the fact that he's bringing up landlords to begin with in a negative fashion, even while they're simultaneously talking about like big landlords, which, you know, it's whatever the fuck he means by that, who knows? And of course, even though none of the things that he promised he's going to do, he's actually going to end up doing, doesn't matter. Those are all going to play big. Okay. This Joe Biden is a very different Joe Biden than the one that you see all the time. No, it's not just BlackRock that's a problem, but we're not going to get into that. My point is saying, oh, we're going to break up big landlords. You're not going to do that. The tax credit for $100 for home buyers, that sort of stuff, all of that is like great policy, not going to fucking work. Obviously, it's not going to pass. But the fact that they're even lying about it is a good thing. Okay, it's a good thing. That's how low the bar is. That like the Democrats had given up until this moment in even lying about good things that they have done or will do for the American public. It made me lose my mind. It made me fucking want to rip my goddamn hair out. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? So the fact that they're even lying is decent for their prospects, decent for their future prospects, their electoral prospects in general. Bro, you're doing tricks on it. I'm telling you the good. I'm going to get to the bad as well. Just fucking calm down, okay? Before you freak the fuck out. I'm a political commentator. I'm going to give you the political commentary. That's what I'm here to fucking do, okay? Now, having said that, obviously, while he does look relatively dynamic here, it still doesn't matter. He's still very old, Okay. One of the things that he definitely lost here is the people that were interested in potentially maybe voting for him, that won't vote for him, that were iffy on him, that is under the age of like 35. Okay. He's going to have, in my opinion, historic lows as far as like the under 35 demographic of voters, because the reality is you have to be an ultra Zionist at this point and genuinely dedicated like a Fetterman to the Democratic Party's cause. You have to be like Harry Sasson or one of those fucking TikTok guys to look at what he had to say about Palestine and go, brilliant, bold, beautiful. Now you're going to hear that a lot on television. Immediately after this speech, everyone's going to go on TV and try to be the first to be like, guys, look at how much of a fucking elderly statesman he is. He's so phenomenal. Okay. Other low notes that I personally despised. Okay. The very notion that he picked up the button that he got from Marjorie Taylor Greene, pulled it up and he said, an illegal killed this person. Done. That is so bad. It's going to play so poorly. Okay. I know the point he was trying to make. He didn't deliver it adequately. He tried to say, what about the thousands of legal murders, right? Something along those lines. He was trying to say that. The illegal line will fuck him, okay? We're talking Arizona. We're talking Nevada. We're talking places where he's not doing well, okay? Places that he won last time that he's most likely not going to win this time, okay? You fucking say illegal murders are responsible for this person. Even when you're trying to fucking salvage the situation, it's hard to come back from. You are the Democratic Party's leader. You can't be using the fucking illegal murder line. Like, that's a Republican. That's the most reactionary Republican. Donald Trump says illegal murders. Okay? The fuck do you mean? That's crazy. That's crazy. I know the point he was trying to make, okay, in the most charitable way possible. Pretty sure he was trying to fucking say there are thousands of people, thousands more people killed by natural born U.S. citizens. You do not care about the murder of Americans or something along those lines. Like, it's something that I say all the time. It's just the reality. The reality is that undocumented immigrants are responsible for significantly less murders per capita than natural born U.S. citizens. If he was trying to say that, he boofed it. Okay? He boofed it. He fucked it up. Like, but dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Even fucking Trump says migrant crime, which is more racist in some ways. Yeah. Maybe everybody knows this, but the word illegal as a reference to illegal immigrants was struck from the Democratic dictionary many years ago. I was shocked to see him go there to make a case for this bill. Straight up. This is what I mean. Democratic rep from deep blue majority Latino seat criticizing Biden's language. No human being is illegal. You can't fucking say that. You cannot say that. Okay? Biden picking up the Lakin Riley button and going for it. First genuinely surprising soda moment in quite some time. That was an insane flub. Like an unimaginable flub. That will get a lot of fucking play, by the way. Guess what they'll do? Guess what the Republicans will do? They'll show that. They'll show that moment of him saying, an illegal killed this woman, right? And they'll play that and go, even Biden recognizes that illegal migrant crime is a massive problem. What does that do? That normalizes in the minds of Americans, both reactionary and moderate, that migrants are responsible for murders and crimes at an unimaginably high rate. You can never do that. You can never, ever, ever fucking do that. Okay? He turned around and tried to fix it by continuing along with the whole, with the narrative and being like, you know, America's a nation of immigrants. Like, it's great. That's all he should have said. He should have never, ever said that. I don't know why you guys are undermining how significant of a point this is. I don't think you guys understand, okay?
Really?
This is very, very important. Before I get to the media coverage of this, before I get to the reception of this, I want to finish my thoughts, okay? Dave Weigel catches crazy hot mic moment from Joey Bananas. Post-speech exchange on C-SPAN. Jerry Nadler, no one's going to call you cognitively impaired now. I kind of wish I sometimes was cognitively impaired. That's awesome. That's funny. Anyway, as a Hispanic Arizona voter, you're completely right. That's a huge shift. It's a huge right-wing shift for the Democratic Party, okay? I'm sorry. If you don't recognize that moment, going back to the whole illegal concept is very significant, okay? Very, very significant. Liberals care about aesthetics. That is a massive aesthetic problem. And ding, ding, ding. Marjorie Taylor Greene just bullied Biden into saying Lincoln Riley was killed by an illegal. 11,000 likes already. And wokeness. I mean, Twitter likes are not really representative of anything, but there you go. I fucking told you. It is already happening. You're out of your fucking mind if you don't think that they will seize on that. Of course they're going to seize on that. When you're the motherfucking president, you cannot make mistakes like that. He's old as fuck and his brain is fucking doo-doo. Okay? You can never do that. Never. Never. Anyway, that's a very massive, very significant flub. It's not even a fucking flub. I think he's just a racist piece of shit. Okay? Now, let's get to Palestine. Okay? A lot of people of color in this country that are diehard, designated Democratic Party voters. They care about this. We're not just talking about Michigan. We're not just talking about Minneapolis. Okay? Very, very important issue for a lot of young voters, black voters, obviously the entirety of the Arab vote, and the entirety of the Muslim vote. The fact that after 30,000 murders have occurred where Israel has killed 25,000 plus women and children. The fact that after all of that, for the past 5 fucking months, Biden still opens up with Hamas, October 7, and relitigating the same exact shit over and over and over again, as though that is the most significant violence that occurred. I'm sorry, the numbers don't fucking add up. He also relitigated the sexual violence, the mass sexual violence, okay? Making, just reaffirming the New York Times reporting October 7, screams without words. This is something that he already had done. He did the 40 babies that were decapitated lie. He did that. He literally personally said that he doesn't trust the Hamas-backed health ministry numbers. Like, so many instances where he has, like, as the president, done things that no president is supposed to do, like things that even Trump would do, just things that you would expect only Trump to do. Okay? Him saying he's a Zionist is fine. He's going to say that. We already know that anyway. His actions speak louder than fucking words. What he should be using is his bona fides as a Zionist to say enough is enough, cut it out. That is what the actual reasonable, centered, grounded approach would be in this. Make no mistake. You need to understand something here. I was expecting him to at least say something along the lines of, I'm a Zionist. My whole life I've been a Zionist. I was born before the state of Israel was even a thing, and I've been a fucking supporter of the state of Israel in perpetuity. That much is clear. And even I see what is going on the ground in Gaza, and I cannot look away. We have to put a stop to this. Enough is enough. That's something along those lines, okay? Saying something like Israel has a right to defend itself, but this has gone too far and the entire world can see it. Something along those lines. He should have said that. That would have still reaffirmed his commitment to Israel, okay? Without coming across like a fucking psychotic, bloodthirsty goddamn monster. See, but liberals already picked up on it. And liberals are already running defense saying he said 30,000 innocents were killed. He didn't say that. He said many of them or some of them are women and children, something along those lines. I hope you understand. There's going to be a lot of fucking people in the right-wing side that even go after him for saying what he said so far. Liberals, on the other hand, are going to run defense for him and make it seem like he actually hit a very centrist line and that he is an elderly statesman who does care. Yeah, he said, and Rami Mardini is 100% correct. This is very important. Pay attention. He said 1,200 innocent Israelis were killed, but he said 30,000 were mostly not Hamas. Okay? Those words are important. That is nowhere near enough. 25,000 women and children. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. He also said that he prefaced it by claiming that Israel, one, has a right to defend itself, which, by the way, legally it does not. As a belligerent occupier, Israel does not have a right to fucking blow Gaza into smithereens. Just make no mistake on that front. I hope that everybody fucking understands my position here. Israel does not have a right to defend itself by blowing up Gaza. That is illegal. He not only said that, but also said Israel has to do it because Hamas is using human shields. That is a way to basically manufacture the narrative or reaffirm the narrative that Israel is simply, one, engaging in defensive posture, which it has a legal right to do, even though that's false, it does not. And two, is doing it only because Hamas is using human shields. That is a direct bar for bar Zionist line. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's especially ridiculous right now at this stage when 77%, he was trying to appeal to Republicans, moron. Shut the fuck up. 54% of Republicans want a ceasefire. 77% of Americans want a ceasefire. He is not appealing to anyone, unless you're talking about people in Israel, unless you're talking about Republicans inside of the borders of Israel proper. He is not appealing to the Americans by saying this. Shut the fuck up. That is ridiculous. Majority of Republicans support a ceasefire at this point. Why do you think we got here? How do you think we got here? The death and destruction is unimaginable. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. I know that the older you get in the demographics that do vote, the less you give a shit, the more you can look away, right? Just because a lot of people want a ceasefire doesn't mean that that's going to be the single issue that they vote for. But a lot of young voters, which Biden desperately needs to win this fucking election, are not going to look away. I agree with the ceasefire, but I think it's trying not to make the kidnapping civilians will get what you want. I get that Israel did it first, but the media, it was Hamas. Doesn't matter. I told you what he could have done here. Like, think about the certainty of the terms he uses when talking about Russia and Ukraine. Come on, guys. My expectation isn't that he talk about Israel like he talks about Russia, but at least manage it a little bit. If that's the most fucking centrist position he can arrive at on Israel, we're fucking cooked. He genuinely doesn't understand the interest on the ground for this. And every time he comes out and makes statements like this, more people are going to get mad. It's crazy. Very, very bad. Very, very, very bad take. Okay? I do think overall it's entirely in the hands of the media and how they cover it now. If they cover this by glancing over the Israel-Palestine stuff, which they probably won't because it is a pretty big fucking deal, right? And the media does care about ratings and what people care about to a certain degree, especially if there's enough stink on it, okay? They will bring this up. Right-wingers will say Biden is an enemy to the state of Israel. He's an anti-Semite. Liberal media overall will defend him and say he's doing a phenomenal job. Look at how wonderful he is. He is so dynamic. He is a dynamo. He is unstoppable. We'll get to the media coverage right now, and we'll find out what they're saying. But that is my suspicion, okay? Here's some funny moments. Donald Trump looking kind of weak on the sidelines, live tweeting, I'll be honest. Looking kind of like a catty bitch. See, as he's getting ready to cough yet again into his right hand, the fake news media rushes him off the screen. Don't shake people's hands going out. He keeps coughing into his right hand. The illegal statement and his relatively shitty statement on Palestine is not great. As far as like all the progressive policies that he pushes
and the
for,
fact that he
the progressive policies that he pushed for, phenomenal. He's always going to do that. He finally fucking woke up a little bit. Okay. Anyway, let's see what the MSNBC
tells you that this is bothering him. He's mad at the Supreme Court. That was not written into the speech. He saw them in front of him and he said, with all due respect, justices, because he is mad about what they've been doing. That is not the Joe Biden who was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee not that long ago. So that was a very striking moment.
Okay, dog, that was like 30 years ago. What the fuck do you mean not that long
on
ago?
How he talks about abortion. This is an important thing to remember. I mean, after Roe, a lot of the women's rights groups and pro-choice groups were upset that he wasn't being as vocal. He kind of was a little bit awkward in how he talked about it. He has a pro-choice record, but he is somebody who is very Catholic, not super comfortable talking about it. Others in the administration were talking about it. He really made some strides. I mean, he had a pretty bold message here on abortion rights and abortion access and all of the issues around it, which I think is striking. And if you look back at his language 2 years ago, it was not as bold as this. Yeah.
It's also, I mean, it's really striking when you look at those first four issues he starts with. Out of the gate, these are 60-40, 70-30 issues, right? Like Putin, good or bad? Is Putin good?
Bottom line is that there's nothing that he could have said on Israel-Palestine that's in character that you would have liked. Yeah, of course, because he's a fucking ultra-Zionist and a bloodthirsty genocidaire. Of course I don't like that. What the fuck's wrong with you? You think you're making a good point here? Yeah, duh. Hello. I literally believe and know and am correct on this belief that Israel is a genocidal apartheid state that is currently engaging in ethnic fucking cleansing. Even Brandon kind of recognized that when he said 2 million Palestinians are being ethnically displaced. Hassan, if Israel wasn't killing Palestinians, you would have let the illegals line slide. Admit it is also a ridiculous fucking take because you're unfamiliar with my commentary. It seems I've been talking about immigration far before Joe Biden was president. I've been talking about it since he was vice president, as a matter of fact, criticizing both the Obama administration, certainly the Trump administration, and also the Biden administration. No, I would not have let the illegal line slide, dummy. Anyway, I don't want to fucking hear the Pasaki bomb. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. I need to. We found out that AOC is a Zinner, so that's cool. Okay, we saw all of that. Cerveza Cristal. Okay, let's hear what else they're saying right now.
We're all worried about the future of our nation.
Okay, I don't care about this. GOP, like whoever does the presidential counter is always a fucking loser, okay? The presidential counter, not gonna lie, you've been a lot of shit slid, really showing your true colors. If this has got to be a top of the hour ad break debate. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I was right. Yes, I haven't been letting the top of the hour ad break debate slide. Don't worry. Okay? Don't worry. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. I ain't letting that shit slide. You don't need to either, as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Yeah. Oh, Elent News. 100% correct. Where is it? I just saw your name in the chat. Another line that he fucking dropped in there that I think is gross is I hated the focus on militants under hospitals and daycare centers also. Fucking ridiculous, dude. Why are you running cover for Israel at the State of the Union? Why are you running cover why are you contextualizing Israel's genocidal actions at the State of the Union address? Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you out of your goddamn mind? It's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. It's morally reprehensible, but it's also completely fucking insane, chat. Come on. You're the American president. You're literally building this conversation up to talk about the ethnic displacement and the disastrous circumstances that Israel has created in Gaza. You really need to fucking contextualize some of that disaster? That's fucking bullshit. You're doing it to run cover. You're doing it because you look unserious. Anyway, I did not like that. I didn't like that at all. Anyway, in the State of the Union address, nobody's more Zionist than me. I fucking dare you to say, I dare you, Biden blast. Anyway, so yeah. Really, really right-wing takes on Israel and really right-wing takes on Gaza, on the border situation is really fucked up. Anyway, but will he actually implement those progressive policies? No, dude. But at least he's fucking lying. Here, let's watch this loser.
Inherited the most secure border of all time. But minutes after taking office,
they always let the loser do this, by the way, like including Bernie Sanders.
Halted construction of the border wall.
The counter is always done by some fucking no-name loser nobody.
Amnesty to millions. We know that President Biden didn't just create this border crisis. He invited it with 94 executive actions in his first 100 days. When I took office, I took a different approach. I traveled to the Del Rio sector of Texas. That's where I spoke to a woman who shared her story with me.
Well, who the fuck is this? What is this? It's a lightsaber dude ass motherfucker over here. It's a lightsaber dude. How'd they find the most liberal woman in Alabama to fucking run this, to do this? God damn.
She was raped. The cartels put her on a mattress in a shoebox of a room, and they sent men through that door over and over again.
Bro, she literally looks like why is she talking like she's in a Geico commercial? What the fuck's going on?
We wouldn't be okay with this happening in a third world country. This is the United States of America, and it is past time, in my opinion, that we start acting like it. President Biden's border policies are a disgrace. This crisis is despicable. And the truth is, it is almost entirely preventable. From fentanyl poisonings to horrific murders, there are empty chairs tonight at kitchen tables just like this one because of President Biden's senseless border policies. Just think about Laken Riley. In my neighboring state of Georgia, this beautiful 22-year-old nursing student went out on a jog one morning, but she never got the opportunity to return home. She was brutally murdered by one of the millions of illegal border crossers President Biden chose to release into our homeland. Y'all, as
Bro,
a
this
mom,
is wild. Why does she sound like she's nutting? Like, am I crazy? She's like, what the fuck? What is the voice quiver happening here?
President Biden finally said her name, but he refused to take responsibility for his own
This is the
actions.
most CW ass acting I've ever seen in my life. It's so weird,
Yes.
dude.
Innocent Americans
She's about to
are
bust it
dying,
wide open with
and
the.
you only have the fulfill your oath of office. Reverse your policies, end this crisis, and stop the suffering.
God damn, dude.
Sadly, we know that President Biden's failures don't stop there. His reckless spending dug our economy into a hole and sent the cost of living through the roof. We have the worst inflation in 40 years and the highest credit card debt in our nation's history. Let that sink in.
Let that sink
Hardworking
in.
families
Oh
are
my
struggling to
God.
make ends meet today.
Bro, she is so elder millennial liberal coded. I'm losing it. Like, if it wasn't for the cross, just listen to the speech and mannerisms and the words she's using. Everyone's a goddamn liberal. Everyone's
The
a
American
liberal.
people are scraping by, while President Biden proudly proclaims that Bidenomics is working. Goodness, y'all, bless his heart, we know better. I'll never forget stopping at a gas station in Chilton County one evening. The gentleman working the counter told me that after retiring, he had to pick up a job in his 70s so that he didn't have to choose between going hungry or going without his medication. He said, I did everything right. I did everything I was told to do. I worked hard, I saved, I was responsible. He's not alone. I hear similar concerns from fellow parents, whether I am walking with my friends or whether I'm at my kids' games. But let's be honest, it's been a minute.
Republicans are far too sexist for this to play well. They need like a butch ass woman, like what's his face from the Ugly Family, the one that was in like the Trump administration, who's now like a governor or some shit. The fuck's her name? They this is too bad. It's just like too. It is way too fake already. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, yeah, more like Sarah Fuckabee Sanders, because Donald Trump asked Sarah to fuck Kim Jong-un. That's real. Look it up. Literally, Donald Trump. God. That's not even, I wish I was joking. Donald Trump once famously said to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, you got to take one for the team. He said that. Anyway, but yeah, this is very rehearsed. It comes across super disingenuous. Yep. Donald Trump told Sarah Sanders to take one for the team after Kim Jong-un wink. Take one for the team. Okay. This Katie Britt speech is so weird. Yeah. It is giving fucking bossing say shit lines. But anyway, they always, I mean, Sarah did this before.
Y'all, you can't make this stuff up.
Y'all.
Look, we all recall when presidents faced national security threats with strength and resolve. That seems like ancient history. Right now, our commander-in-chief is not in command. The free world deserves better than a dithering.
Shut the fuck up. They're doing hot mics on C-SPAN. Sorry. This is more important than this dumbass. By the way, this is a classic Biden. For those of you who are unfamiliar, this is a classic Biden. He always stays until he's shook every last hand in the room. Okay? He always does this. Look, see how the room is cleared out before him? That's on purpose.
Well, for the president outlasted the House session.
Yep. There you go. He always waits and shakes and talks to every single person in there. That is both symbolic in this situation to be like, look how much of a dynamo I am. But also it's something that Biden does always.
Choice our children deserve. And I know the choice the Republican Party is fighting for. We are the party of hard-working parents and families. And we want to give you and your children the opportunities to thrive. And we want families to grow. It's why we strongly support continued nationwide access to in vitro fertilization. We want to help loving moms and dads bring precious life into this world. Wesley and I believe there is no greater blessing in life than our children. And that's why tonight I want to make a direct appeal to the parents out there, and in particular to my fellow moms, many of whom I know will be up tossing and turning at 2 a.m., wondering how you're going to be in 3 places at once and then somehow still get dinner on the table. First of all, we see you, we hear you, and we stand with you. I know you're frustrated. I know you're probably disgusted by most of what you see going on in Washington, and I'll be really honest with you, you're not wrong for feeling that way. Look, I get it.
Biden on a hot mic. Wait, what? Biden was about to dish about Bibi on the floor, but an aide stepped in and reminded him he had a hot mic. This was right after he was encouraged to keep pushing on the humanitarian stuff. Oh, I genuinely don't understand why she's doing this. Why is she like this? The fuck's wrong with her? Anyway, very strange stuff overall coming from the Republican Party. Very dark energies, very, very dark vibes and very dark energies.
We are steeped in the blood of patriots who overthrew the most powerful empire in the world. We walk in the footsteps of pioneers who
She's also talking with that fucking smile. She's smile
We
talking.
now carry forward the same flame of freedom as the liberators of an oppressed Europe. We continue to draw courage from those who bent the moral arc of the universe. And when we gaze upon the heavens, never forget that our DNA contains the same ingenuity that put man on the moon. America has been tested before, and every single time we've emerged unbowed and unbroken. Our history has been written with the grit of men and women who got knocked down. But
Hold
we
on.
know their stories.
I'm turning on the Geiger counter, the Hitlerian Geiger counter.
We are here because they stood back up. So now it's our turn. Our moment to stand up and prove ourselves
Oh my God, it's going up.
worthy of protecting the American
Rontgen.
dream. Together, we can reawaken the heroic spirit of a great nation. Because America, we don't just have a rendezvous with destiny. We take destiny's hand and we lead it. Our future starts around kitchen tables, just like
The Hitler particle is breaking.
With moms and dads.
It broke. It
just
broke the machine.
Like you.
It broke the machine.
And you are why I believe with every fiber of my being that despite the current state of our union, our best days are still ahead. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless these United States of America.
That was Alabama Senator Katie Britt delivering the Republican response to President Biden's State of the Union address while he was still in the chamber. Senator Britt criticized him, saying that she and many others are worried about the future of America. She especially blasted his handling of the border and painted this moment as a crossroads for America.
I'm talking about the split screen. There's a reason, of course, that she's considered one of the rising stars in the Senate and in Alabama politics. Alabama, obviously, at the center of this IVF controversy after that Alabama Supreme Court ruling that threw into question whether or not people could have IVF and shut down clinics in that state, something that the state legislature is trying to rectify. I want to turn to Hallie Jackson. When you talk about the split screen, she's 42 years old.
Literally almost half of the president's age.
She's sitting in a kitchen saying, I'm a mom, talking about kitchen table issues. This is what the Republicans are hoping to get across tonight.
The big push relatability from her and trying to match President Biden's optimism there. You heard, in most part, an optimistic tone. She did, of course, turn on immigration and cast it as a dark moment for America, which is something that Republicans have been going after the president for months now. You heard the president in his speech try to flip the script, pointing to what Congress could do in order to make the border more secure and has not so far. This is going to continue to be a theme into November. And it's really important, I think, to also talk about part of why she was chosen, because she represents the state of Alabama, Savannah, and that court ruling that you just mentioned, immediate backlash to that. IVF enjoys broad support from across the political spectrum. It is not a Republican issue. It is not a Democrat issue. And you heard her mention the need to push for continued access to IVF. Notable that when President Biden mentioned it at the Capitol tonight in his State of the Union speech, it's the first time that the words IVF have ever been said in a State of the Union. It's a real sign of the times, and it's a sign of the issues that Democrats are continuing to push forward.
You really get a sense tonight that we've seen the vision of two Americas, really. You're talking about the same thing, but with just striking different visions of what this country looks like.
Yeah, and that's the next 8 months of our lives, because this is, as we've been talking about, the beginning of the general election here, with Donald Trump as a presumptive Republican nominee, President Biden looking to win back the White House here, and two very different takes on what the next 4 years could look like.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you so much to our entire team watching the State of the Union tonight.
All right, let's hear what they have to say.
A very fiery Biden speech and forceful delivery that he had, where he addressed issues like the border and crime, which she mentioned there. I think that's going to be the big question of whether Republicans feel that she met the moment. I'll tell you, I talked to multiple Republicans on the Hill today who are looking forward to this. And obviously, also, I should note, it's always a thankless task to deliver.
It is indeed a thankless task, and also very difficult to give a speech basically by yourself in your kitchen. Much easier for politicians to do it in a room where they can play off the crowd. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. Here with the panel in New York. Alyssa, what do you think?
So listen, Katie Britt, a rising star, no doubt among Republicans. I think it was a smart choice. She's somebody who's an incredibly impressive person. She ran a smart race in Alabama, but I've got to say, the staging of this was bizarre to me. Women can be both wives and mothers and also stateswomen. So to put her in a kitchen, not in...
Yeah, that's deliberate.
Or in the Senate chamber where she was elected after running a hard-fought race, I think fell very flat and was confusing to some women watching it. I think that was a missed opportunity. I think her focus on the border, on the economy...
Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more
security. Yeah, I forgot. They're going to talk about how bipartisan the bill is.
More immigration judges help tackle the backload of 2 million cases. 4,300 more asylum.
I think the guy that got escorted out was talking about fucking the 13 Marines in Afghanistan.
I was telling the secretary, I was in Florida this weekend, and just, we got to keep pushing what you're doing. I think
said you got to keep pushing for humanitarian aid in Israel.
Humanitarian stuff and all this stuff. So
I told him, baby, don't repeat this. Baby, you and I should come to Jesus. Sir, just.
He said, I told Bibi and don't repeat this, but you and I are going to have a come to Jesus meeting. I think a come to Jesus moment. And then the staffer goes, yo, stop. Look at this shit. Just. He said, sir, you're on a hot mic.
That was good.
All right, let's hear what they have to say.
Conservatives asked for. One of the Democrats who was
Give me some good, Joanne. Come on, Joanne. Joanne, read in the morning. Come on.
Connecticut. He's a member of the Foreign Relations Committee, and he joins us now.
No,
Senator
not
Murphy,
this
we know you were there.
No!
Responding to President Biden's speech tonight. What's your reaction to how things went?
No!
The president laid it out there on the question of the border. The fact of the matter is we did come to a bipartisan agreement negotiated by a very conservative Republican senator, James Lankford, that would have been the toughest set of measures on the border in generations. And the secret is out. Republicans voted against it because Donald Trump told them to. Why? Because Donald Trump wants chaos at the border. So I like Katie Britt a lot, but you didn't hear her say in her speech one thing about what Republicans are for, because many of the ideas that Republicans actually think would work, like putting more Border Patrol officers on the border, like giving the president the power to shut down the border.
Dude,
when
I hate this party.
I
hate this party. Fuck this party. Fuck this party. Fuck this party. Fuck the Democratic Party. Seriously, fuck you, dude. I knew as soon as this piece of shit was on camera, I knew it was going to be like, yeah, we want to kill Mexicans ourselves. Why won't the Republicans let us kill the Mexicans?
His biggest applause lines of the night. He said, look, folks, we have a simple choice. We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I am ready to fix it. Send me the border bill now. Senator, there was one other moment when the president was talking about this issue and this bill that you worked on, where he was addressing Republican criticism, not just around this issue, but Republicans criticizing, yelling out, sort of heckling in the room. I want to get your response to this moment.
The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read.
There is both style and substance there to comment in terms of the president anticipating and seeming to be enjoying some of the criticism, even some of the catcalling from Republicans in the room. At least that's how it appeared through the mediation of the cameras. What was it like in the room?
Well, it was actually pretty amazing in the room because the president comes out and just knocks.
The person on the top of your ticket doesn't solve problems. He creates chaos. He tells people not to do their job, and that is what happened on that immigration bill. And the president, Joe Biden, is allowed to call it out.
So the President Biden created the crisis, only went to the border because Governor Abbott gave some immigrants options to go to Democratic cities and elevate this issue to be a national issue. And now at the last minute,
bro, this is Fox News.
For the fourth quarter, right before the end of the game.
I'm watching Fox News. I'm watching Fox News.
There's a bill on the table.
You can't
There's a bill on the table.
It's crazy that the left opinion on this panel is literally advocating for a fucking more strict border control bill that has $22 billion for border security.
There is a problem there, and there's been a problem there for a while. It has gotten worse. Everybody's got a number that's too many.
They're having a no, I hate immigrants more off right now on the fucking panel.
Answer, and I'm glad that Biden called you out on it. Let's go back to Jake in D.C. Jake. And we are joined now by a very special guest who was in the House chamber for tonight's State of the Union address. Speaker Emerita and Democratic Congresswoman from California, Nancy Pelosi. Speaker Pelosi, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. So I have to say, this may have been the highest stakes speech of President Biden's long career in politics. It may have been the highest stakes State of the Union address that I've ever seen. Do you think he met the moment?
Oh, I think he did, definitely. Actually, I should quote him and just say maybe I should go home right now because I think what he did was spectacular. He did it with vigor. He did it with vision, with patriotism. And I think it was one of the finest State of the Union addresses I have seen, and I've seen many.
So obviously a lot of Republicans are critical of it. One of the things that they're criticizing it for is for being political, and it was a very political State of the Union address.
Well, it had some political aspects to it.
They're saying he did it with vigor. He's dynamic.
But perhaps amnesia has set in on the disgraceful speech that Donald Trump gave to the chamber.
The one you ripped up?
Well, there were so many disgraceful ones. I'm getting them, but this is the one where he gave a presidential medal to somebody who was
Rush Limbaugh?
Yeah, all that stuff. And all he talked about was the election and the rest. And as Speaker, I was offended because it is not a political rally. And by the way,
someone asked me why I don't like Chris Murphy because he's a fucking neocon hawk, but a Democrat. That's why I don't like him.
What's important to America's working families instead of
giant piece of shit.
So he did mention you by name, President Biden.
Did?
Yeah. Can we roll that little clip?
What's that? You think I would
The very idea of America is that we're all created equal. Deserves to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now. I'm optimistic. I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy.
You didn't hear it that time? He said, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic, Nancy. You didn't catch that the first time? I guess there's a lot of noise going on.
A lot of noise, yeah.
Why do you think he said that to you? Do you disagree with him privately about his optimism?
No. I think he was saying, I hope you agree that I delivered the message tonight. This was, you said it's high stakes. One of the reasons it's high stakes is because the opposition, the person that he's running against, is such a low form. I always say he's doing a limbo contest with himself to see how low he can go. So that's really important for the Democratic candidate who is the incumbent.
They're fucking.
To be presidential, to show a path.
Oh my God, she's throwing it back.
While I missed
for the
Nancy part,
Brandusi.
I did love what he said at the end about two paths. You have a path that takes us to the path narrowing our freedom. In the history of our country, we have always expanded freedom from a constitution which, thank God, our founders made it amendable, ending slavery, expanding the right to vote, black men, women, as time goes by, Roe v. Wade and the rest, until this court narrowed freedom with the Dobbs decision, and threatening to say because privacy is not guaranteed in the Constitution and we are ignoring precedent of the court, everything else is at stake, whether it's marriage equality or whatever else. So this was a path to go back or a path to go to the future. And I think that he very clearly laid out a vision for the future based on values and really centered around America's working families, which has always been his commitment. And quite frankly, I think tonight was a clear definition between the Democrats and the Republicans is what we stand for. And he has faced down big money in guns and won, big money in pharma and won, big money in fossil fuel industry and won with legislation in the Congress and a path with more to come, making wealthy people pay their fair share.
Dana?
Madam Speaker, one of the clearly ad-libbed moments was during the section about immigration. And I'm sure you saw the buttons that your colleagues across the aisle had. And he had one of those buttons. We believe it was given to him by Marjorie Taylor Greene. And when she said something to him during his speech, he responded. I think we have that. Let's listen.
I didn't see any Republican buttons.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand.
Now, you should have said undocumented, but it's not a big thing, okay? What's the big thing about it?
No, I actually wasn't even going to ask about that. I was just going to ask more about the moment. But you do think that he should have said undocumented? That wasn't going to be my question.
Well, we usually say undocumented. He said illegal. I don't think it's a big deal.
Okay.
I don't think it's a big deal.
But
it
more
is a big
broadly,
fucking deal, asshole. That's why you're panicking.
Was on the sympathy for the family.
Yeah.
It's a terrible tragedy.
That was going to be the basis of my question about it, which is, as you well know, maybe you didn't know about the buttons. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of news about this young woman who was a student at the University of Georgia, and she died, and apparently was an undocumented immigrant. And the fact that he was ready with that, with the button, with the response, what do you make of that when it comes to not just the substance, but also the performance?
Well, I think that it was, if that's spontaneous. See, I don't know about the buttons, and you're telling me that they had buttons.
Go ahead. Go say on the record he popped off there, dumbass.
Schmoozing with the Republicans before. Usually we do, and we had some conversations, but none of the ones that came over to converse with us had those buttons on, so I didn't see the buttons. So we want to make a thing of the button. The president, I think, handled it very well.
Yeah, and I think
he handled
so
it very well.
hard.
It's a terrible situation that anybody losing a child.
He's panicking so hard. They didn't even ask him that hard of a question.
But I think he handled it well.
And you well know that one of the questions that people were looking at, they were wanting to see how he performed when it comes to his age.
Yeah, I think he handled that well, too.
Do you think he put it to rest, at least for a short time?
Well, I thought he showed great vigor in the speech, sustained a level of strength in his speech for a long time, which would be hard for anyone at any age.
I told you.
To give that.
I told you, he's so dynamic.
And
great vigor.
I think that his enthusiasm for all of it was demonstrated. He's old. He said it. You know, I've been around, but I have wisdom. And I think it's important for him to embrace his age, says one who is older than the president myself. With age comes wisdom, judgment, knowledge. And this president, when he was speaking, I was thinking, at last people are seeing him the way we see him, which is when you go in there, you don't have to speak short, a longhand to him on subjects. He's informed. He's knowledgeable. He's been around. He knows the territory. He has a great vision for the country. He has great knowledge of the issues. He has great judgment, therefore, because he has knowledge, and he thinks in a strategic way about how to get things done. And his record as a president, when we had the majority, was equal, well, on a par with Lyndon Johnson and compared to Franklin Roosevelt for a 2-year period of their term in office. So I think that his kind of making some humor about his age was okay. I thought he was great. What are you going to do? You can't make yourself younger, but you have to show what you bring to the table at whatever your age is. And I think that it was important for him to embrace it.
Madam Speaker,
you can't erase it.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for being here. We really
It's my
appreciate it.
pleasure.
Thank you for your insights. Aaron?
What I was just going to say,
What?
one of the best speeches ever.
One of the best speeches ever. Okay, Aaron, to you.
Jake, it's interesting hearing the former speaker there talk about how this would have been a hard speech for anyone to deliver. And I'm going to admit, right when he started, they send you the full speech. So print it out.
See, because of the low expectations set, they're like, he's doing gangbusters. He did phenomenal. Bro, they asked her the lightest, the gentlest question about him using the word illegals. And she's like, the button. Hyper focus on the fucking button. I didn't see the button. Where's the button? What happened with the button? It's like, no, dumbass, they're asking about the usage of the term illegal.
Really, it was about demonstrating to Americans that from the moment he walks in that room, that he's got the energy to stay through to the end. And, by the end, he's still schmoozing afterwards. That's very important because that's what people wanted to see. And exclamation points. He also puts tick marks next to the words where he needs to take.
Told you.
Doing this ever since he started giving speeches 50 years ago.
And did you hear that now that you knew that?
It's part of his practice. It's part of the reason, as Kate knows better than I do, it's part of the reason why he starts early and needs to rehearse because he knows he's got this stutter never goes away. It's been a part of his life forever. Yep. And he mastered it at an early age, but it comes back. And so when you hear him trip up in a speech like that, this is something that he's dealt with for all of his life.
And even in it, with all the clear, the short sentences and the plethora of exclamation points to where he wanted to put emphasis, there was a lot of ad-libbing. And we started noticing that. You started noticing that early.
Yes.
Just play a couple for anybody who's just joining us now, a couple of examples of when that happened.
Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy.
Yeah. All the flubs are actually stutters. Oh, I misunderstood. No, Hasan, you saw that wrong. She was not going to ask about the word, and Nancy panicked and talked about the word. The host tried to change the combo to the button. Why is the illegal thing that big a deal? It's not like anyone cares about migrants. Yes, liberals do care about one thing, though. They don't give a fuck about migrants. But you know what they care about? Civility and aesthetics. And that was a big fucking deal because he fucked up and gave the goddamn game away. If you give the game away, then what's the difference between you and fucking Donald Trump? Bro, Donald Trump calls it migrant crime, which in some ways is worse because he's saying like all migrants are responsible for this crime, right? Even he uses illegal too, obviously, but even he's calling it fucking migrant crime. He's over here being like illegals. That's unacceptable.
So trade rules. Buy America has been the law since 1933. Also caps and won't even go into effect until 2025. And by the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent them are going to buy America. So trade rules.
Oh my God, I can hear him breathing in bed.
Legislation through, he knows them enough to give them the business by name. And it's actually effective. And the last thing I'll say is if you had only heard about Joe Biden, I think it's something, you said it earlier, Chris, if you only knew about Joe Biden, what Fox says about him, and what Newsmax says about him, and you think that he's practically dead, he's so old and doddering, and this was the first time you'd ever seen him, you would have no idea how they could possibly think that about Joe Biden. And the only other person I could say that about politically is Barack Obama, who they represented as this madman, who hates white people, and they tried to make him sound like this insane person. And then when he would do his State of the Union and do his thing, and talk like this. And he seemed so normal. They were like, oh, that's Barack Obama. Okay.
So Joe Biden's a radical progressive who in the first 2 minutes referenced.
Yeah, that's why conservatives famously love Barack Obama, because they saw him deliver State of the Union speeches and were like, you know what? I hate that black Muslim Kenyan man, but now that I saw he sure can deliver a fiery speech, I've decided he's no longer black, nor Kenyan, nor Muslim. That's what they said. No, Kaya, no, don't do this to me right now. Oh my gosh, she's shoving the toy. Oh, stop.
Supreme Court at one point when he was really sharply criticizing the decision in Dobbs that, of course, overturned Roe v. Wade. What was that like? What was the reaction to Democrats as that was happening?
This is my first time being at a State of the Union Live. It was pretty electric. I have to say I was sitting with Amanda Zarowski. And when the president looked at the Supreme Court and delivered those lines, it was exactly what we needed to hear, what women in America needed to hear. That is the fighting Joe Biden we need back in this race. And it felt powerful. It felt empowering. It's exactly the right tone and the right way to start swinging out the gate, for our fundamental freedoms. I think that's the big win tonight for us with Joe Biden. I mean, when he is empathetic and when he is passionate about an issue like he was.
Biden did good. Biden did great in comparison to the expectations of him. He also did horrible fucking Biden shit. But yeah, no, I think he performed at like an 8 out of 10. For America, it was an 8 out of 10. For me, obviously, I despise him for the constant push, to try and push a right-wing immigration bill.
UK Administrator Regan as well.
Jacked up Joe, not his normal self tonight. Oh, that's so funny. They're coping. See, that's how you know. Hey, listen, that's how you fucking know Biden did well. Okay? That's how you know. Because they immediately dropped the he's old, he's dying, and started crying about how mean he is. Which is great. Like, from the framework of like electoral politics, that's great. Have the Republicans cry about how mean he is. It's awesome. Maybe shows how far to the right our politics have shifted, or how hollow his progressive overtures were, that Biden launched his campaign site in Charlottesville and now holds up a gift from Marjorie Taylor Greene, a featured speaker at a white supremacist conference, while saying an illegal. Thank you. Thank you for being sane. There are people out there who are still sane. There are people in the media who are still actually sane. I am not insane. Other people see it too. Oh my God. Sometimes I feel like I'm losing my mind when I have liberals coming in and being like, no, them illegals need to go. And I'm like, bro, what are you saying? No, vote Joe Biden. Them illegals need to get killed. Don't care, still voting jank. Don't play me like this. Yep, I think most people see this shit, maybe can't articulate it, but it's obvious. No, I feel like I'm going insane because, unfortunately, I'm surrounded by people who are hyper interested in politics at a time when no one really is, even if it's an election cycle. Like, I asked my normie friends, I was like, so what'd you guys think of the speech? One of them said, what speech? I was playing Helldivers. Okay. These are people who would normally be locked in to a certain degree. And I like tapping into like normies and asking them how they feel about this kind of stuff, because they don't care. Like, they don't, just most people don't care. So the people that do care, the people that do pay a lot of attention to the ongoings of politics like this at a time when most people don't, those are the people who are usually like very pro-Democratic Party unconditionally, don't really care about the politics. Obviously, there are a lot of people who do care about the politics and the policies and themselves. Many of you in this community do care about the actual actionable legislative agenda items rather than just simply like posturing. And the problem is, those who do simply care about defending the Democratic Party will just repeat and channel whatever framing that the Democratic Party presents them, because they're looking at it from the perspective of team sports. That's why they will come in here and be like, oh, well, Trump's going to fucking win if you don't. Trump's going to win if you don't vote for Biden and his like insane immigration bill and insane immigration agenda. And that sometimes makes me feel like I'm going crazy, like watching him go further and further right and have all these people fucking defend it in the media, and those who watch the media religiously and repeat the takes that they hear from the media because they just want to like win an argument about how about how the Democrats must win unconditionally. I have normie friends who made the 2020 elections their personality at the time, not give a shit about elections now. Yeah, 100%. But when I hear that, I feel like I'm going crazy.
Very early on, my predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th, whereupon Mike Johnson turns to stone.
I thought it was one of the strongest moments for him.
It was one of his claps. If you go back to that, you're going to see his hands doing this. Really? At the very end where he said, you can't love your country only when you win. Yeah. And that got this. And I'm not sure he knew he was doing it. That's what I'd really like to know.
Because he was one of the architects of trying to overturn the election, which is, I guess, the principal architect on the floor.
Exactly.
But I thought it was one of Biden's strongest moments because, again, this was his willingness to take it to the people in the audience. He's hitting the audience and saying, some of you were not willing to admit the truth.
It was one of the earliest signs that he was like, I'm here to bother you about some of the things you need to be bothered about.
Yeah, they're lapping it up. They love this shit, dude. They're like, he was so goated. He was so goated on the sauce. He had white boy swag.
Are viewers reacting to the speech?
Yeah, Anderson, I should just remind everyone, this is a poll of speech watchers. So it's not a poll that is representative of the electorate overall, the way people are used to watching polls. In fact, in this sample of speech watchers, which is normal, it's a little more democratic than the public is at large, because we find this when a Democrat is president, more Democrats tend to overrepresent and tune into the speech. Same thing happens on the Republican side when a Republican is president. Our makeup here is about 37% Democratic, 30% Republican, 33% independent. So about 8 points more Democrat than the country is as a whole. With that in mind, take a look at these results here. Reaction to Biden's speech among those watching it tonight, 35% said they had a very positive reaction, 29% somewhat positive reaction. That's 64% there total. And 35% had a negative reaction. Take a look at that very positive number. How does that compare with Biden's speeches to joint sessions of Congress past here? Well, you can see 35% this year, 34% in 2023, 41% in 2022, and 51% in 2021. His poll numbers go down here with reviews of his speech, kind of like they have overall with his job approval ratings. Biden's policies, will they move?
I'm not going to lie. I think it's literally because CNN is just more right-wing now, though.
62% said they're going to move in the right direction. 38% said they're going to move the country in the wrong direction. But keep an eye on that 62%, because we also asked how people felt that way prior to the speech. And if you compare here, before the speech started, these speech watchers, only 45% said Biden's policy would move the U.S. in the right direction. With watching the speech, that went up from 45% to 62%. Again, sort of within the norm of what we've seen in the last couple of years for him, this kind of increase in support with people watching the speech, Anderson.
Fascinating to see that change. Is that, well, let's talk about it with the panel. I think I'm seeing that in my text messages from people. I think people went into the speech. I'm talking about people who are, friendly to Biden, probably going to vote for Biden. But
maybe they thought they meant he's moving in the right direction as in like right-wing politics, because that's what he was doing in the speech. Get it?
His policies were going to help them at all. And I think those numbers, that you go from 45% to 62%, that's as much as you can do in a speech. And I think people feeling reassured that we've got a fighter in this race and that we've got an agenda we can get behind.
I was thinking before the speech, there are a couple audiences here if I was on the campaign staff, right? There are people who are in Biden's corner, to Van's point. And then there are people, perhaps like me, who are, I'm going to vote for Biden, but I needed something tonight to now go and tell other people to vote for Biden. And that's what happened tonight. And these numbers prove it.
Yeah, that literally, she's right. She's annoying, but she's fucking right. And it's really funny because the campaign does not have any policies, which is, indicative of the attitude that they have about this reelection.
Tonight, from top White House officials, and now he is going to get on the road. His cabinet's going to get on the road, and they are going to take this to the people.
Let me ask you, what was it tonight that gave you something to tell other people about?
I think when he talked about tax credits to buy homes, that talks to like a lot of people. The thing that was funny about Katie Britt's response is, I'm not married and I'm not a mom. So what about me, Katie? Who are you talking like? And a lot of black women fall into that category. So it felt like I didn't have a place in her party or the Republican Party. But Joe Biden was saying,
damn, nobody's talking about the Israel stuff. It's crazy. When are we going to get to the Israel stuff? The tax credits. Yeah, listen, he popped off. Okay, you would have thought this man was leading the Maoist revolution. He was like rising up the peasants in the countryside. The way he was like, we're going to break up the big landlords and shit. Okay, we're going to give $400 to every American to fucking get a mortgage and buy their own home. We're going to kill landlords, that kind of shit. That's what he was hitting, right? He was hitting all those bars. Except obviously he's not going to do any of that shit. Let's be real. That's how the State of the Union works. Well, you got to balance on it. When you look at a State of the Union, where you have to fucking balance it is like, especially on the fourth year, right? And his last State of the Union, it's got to be heavy with what he has done so far. It's got to be like 70% what we've achieved, what we've done, and then 30% what we'll do again. And the interesting part about that, it was flipped. It was 70% what we're going to do if you reelect me, and 30% what we've done so far. Partially because what he's done, there's a little bit out there. There's a decent amount. I've talked about it quite a bit. But obviously what he will do in the next election, this was a campaign speech, what he will do in the next time in his second term, great, he's not going to do any of that shit. Why would I believe you when you said in the first 100 days you were literally going to deliver a pathway to citizenship? And now, 4 years later, you're begging Congress to pass a fucking right-wing immigration bill that has $22 billion in increased funding for border security, to hire more Border Patrol agents, to hire better weapons, and build the fucking wall. You're begging to build the wall. That's something that a lot of people are forgetting here. Very important. That comprehensive right-wing immigration policy straight up has provisions in it, a funding mechanism to build Trump's border wall. Okay? Unimaginable, unconscionable. Like trying to run to the right of the Republican Party on immigration is really fucking stupid.
Soft constituency, one to the...
You will, of course, not hear that on your daddy's news agency, okay? The news networks that your mom and dad watch are not going to talk about that. That's why you're watching it over here, watching me fucking lose my mind over it. But just remember, when people approach you with this kind of stuff and go, I don't really understand, like, why won't the Republicans pass it? Isn't it hypocritical? Yeah, it's hypocritical. We know they're hypocrites, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? But guess who? You know who else is a hypocrite? The fucking Democratic Party for running against Trump's border wall and then trying to fund it 4 years later. Anyway, but here, we can laugh about hogs losing their fucking minds over Brandon's speech. And this is yet another instance where it's very clearly a solid speech and it was good for Brandon because this is how they're talking about it.
I felt the president that was screaming, yelling.
Like he's crying. He's crying. They're such cowards. It reminds me of that one speech that he gave in Philadelphia in front of the red banners where he looked like a red alert cutscene. Do you remember that one? When every conservative was like, he just declared war on half the country. What is going on? He called us all white supremacist racists, which we are, but also it's not cool when he says it. You know what I mean? Yeah. That is good. That means he's doing well, as I hate to admit, because I fucking despise Joseph Robinette Brandon. But that is a W. There's a W for, that is a W for the Brandon camp.
Kind of ranting, a speech that was completely partisan, maybe for reasons that Joe, I guess maybe just known to himself, but I thought it was beyond bizarre at times and frankly a little frightening because it's so different than the everyday Joe that we see and hear from. What was your reaction to such a dramatic...
Yeah, he thinks he's on drugs, which he is, obviously, duh. Pretty funny that's the cope that they're going with. Oh, he's on drugs. He's on drugs, folks. Oh, God, he's so scary and on drugs and scary. He's a scary guy. Yeah, insurrectionists are not patriots. Biden taunts Republicans over border security. Is he why we have an Adderall shortage? I think so. Seems like it.
Donald Trump didn't do anything, really, in my opinion, but definitely couldn't do it all. Neither does Joe Biden. And that's not how our government works. We have a House, we have a Senate, we have governors. He said in the speech, oh, you want my money that I got you in the infrastructure bill? Republican states didn't vote for it, but then they take it. That's the stuff that I think will resonate with voters.
We're going to get another read on the public's response to President Biden's speech. Stay with us for more results from our exclusive flash poll.
Breaking
We're
the
also
drugs,
getting reaction
Brandon, we're
from
on
members of
review from
Congress
this angle.
and from voters in the battleground state of Michigan. That's all ahead. Stay with us.
Coupled with saying vindictive things like, we hope that these people are wiped off the face of the earth, or we're going to go down, march to the border with our guns and defend the border, then you have to start to think about anger has taken a very big place in terms of a talking point for some of our politicians and some of the people who follow them.
Anthea, thank you so much for being with us tonight. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
That point on anger, it's interesting because I feel like, I think Professor Butler is wise on these matters. But I think that issue of anger, the president is playing with that a little bit tonight, right? Because, let me play.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up. What is this?
15,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli airstrikes, 3/4 of whom are women and children.
And it's horrible, but you don't see Israeli soldiers raping.
Well, Dana, I
Palestinian
think
women.
we're not 15.
That's crazy. Demon. Straight fucking insane. Absolute monster. That's cool. At least they're not raping them. Oh, okay, got it. That's what we're doing, huh? That's the argument. First of all, there is a shit ton of sexual assault happening in detention, so that's also
He's trying to show there's a way to use emotion, even anger.
Yeah, Dana
to be
Bash,
fired
like
up,
Dana Fash.
Constructive and not destructive. But I think that's his effort to kind of read the room in terms of how much so many other people in politics are playing with anger.
But to read America, because there are people that are frustrated and angry. You just heard it right there from Anita. There's people that aren't that happy about their lives. And so a move like that, he's not coming from an elite place in Washington saying, you don't really have problems, look at the data.
Yeah, right.
He's saying, it's okay, you don't feel great. There's lots of things not to feel great about.
It's also, I mean, he spent so many months or years of his presidency, including when I was there, being constrained, right? You know, he went from running against Trump to really trying to be a uniter. That's still part of who he is. And remember, there was a story a couple of weeks or months ago about how he privately talked about Trump, like using all sorts of curse words and things. You sort of saw a hint of that tonight.
Oh my God. Oh, it's a Pisaki bomb, baby. Yeah, the worst part about the State of the Union being good is that liberals will be fucking unbearable and will make a mountain out of a molehill. Oh shit. Uh-oh. I'm getting Pisaki bombed. I'm getting Pisaki bombed a little bit. I just got Pisaki bombed on the stream, which is coming at a perfect time because I was already going to end the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, that'll be all for tonight for me. I'm very tired, but of course I will be back with wall-to-wall banger coverage and more analysis tomorrow. Oof. That's a half day, baby. 9.5 hours. Who's doing it? Who's doing it like me? Anyway, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. And yeah, that's it. I don't know what else to say about it right now, other than that's it. Hardest worker in the fucking biz, okay? Harder work I'm doing out here than the motherfucking oil rig workers. Anyway, love you all. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming fine. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through all. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming.